I know like most of the pros' lifestyle is literally if they're taking time off, they're just playing another video game.
Yes, exactly.
And like, you know what I mean? It's like it's not like they're out drinking every night and stuff. It's like for the most part, I would say the vast majority of people are just grinding League.
Yeah.
And like that's about it. And you know, when people do take breaks, at least that I know of, they're usually playing other games, and sometimes like they're playing WoW or PoE.
Yeah.
Or
Genning
this,
anime.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right? Like, which is also like pretty normal. But I do think some of that stuff is pretty funny and pretty out of control. Like, there's definitely that impression that there's like some big party scene for LCS,
Yeah.
but it's not really true at all.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it kind of hurts me a little bit every time I hear that. Ever since, like, 2020, when I first started becoming, or when I was the first LCS player, because when I started off, I was grinding a lot.
Yeah.
I want to say I was playing, when I first became an LCS player, I was just playing every day.
Yeah.
So we scrim. I mean, at least right now our schedule is, I will wake up at like 10, go to the office at 11, and then we have meetings, you eat food, and our scrims will start at 12, and then usually it ends around 6. The normal hour is 12 to 5 for scrims, but, the last game always goes long, and then right now we have night blocks, right? So I'm finishing practice at like 8, so I will go home, maybe eat, and then usually I just play until 12.
Yeah.
So my day is probably like 13 hours.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'll play until 1 a.m. But when I was a rookie, I was playing like maybe 10 games a day, like every week.
Yeah.
So at least from my perspective, it just felt kind of unfair because, I'm playing every day, right? I'm playing like so many games and I'm just being like generalized. But, I can say that it's not out of nowhere, because I definitely see some pros, because we have a solo queue tracker.
Yeah.
On every team, we have a solo queue tracker of, people's accounts and stuff like that. And I would say some pros are definitely lazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the reality is it's like Zen was saying, some of the people are just taking it like, hey, I make pretty good money.
Yeah.
I don't actually have to work that hard. Maybe like I don't have, like most people, like myself included, most people who became pro gamers never went to university, so they're not really sure like what else would I do, so they just kind of like cruising, right? Which that sucks, but it definitely shouldn't be something that I think is generalizing everyone, because I know, like you said, most people are grinding, and you're obviously grinding really hard. I mean, I think at the end of the day, to me, it's always just been about like, be honest with what your goals are, right? Like if your goal is just to like maintain an LCS spot, maybe that you could cruise a little bit more. But when people's goal is truly to like, go do well internationally or to win LCS or whatever, it's like, I always have thought it's really cocky to think you can do that without practicing as much or more than the people who are doing the most, right?
Yeah.
Like, why should you be better than Blabber if Blabber's playing 10 games a day and you're not? Why should you be better than like Canyon if Canyon's going to play 16 hours a day and you're going to play 4, right? Like, it's just to me, like, has always seemed egotistical for people to think. So it's like, it only ever has bothered me if someone is saying like, yeah, my goal is to be the best player in the world, and then they go home and they're just piss chilling, right?
Like your action is different from what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely think there has been times also where teams and orgs have done the communication poorly themselves about like being like, we're committed to winning worlds every time, and it's like, I would be happy if you guys got out of groups. Like, you can say that our goal is to make worlds and have a good showing, like you don't have to promise the moon every single time, and then a lot of things about just like, oh, we're gonna work smarter. There's been a lot of those kinds of promises that I think have fans sometimes frustrated. But this is not the split for it, because NA mids, baby.
Yeah, they're smurfing.
NA players in general.
They're smurfing.
Insanity came back 3-0 week.
Has he won every game?
He's 6-3, but this week he went
6-3.
Yeah, he went 3-0 this week.
They went 3-0 this week.
Yeah, TSM has a 6-3 record with Insanity.
That is pretty crazy, actually.
I think what they did though is they benched him for Ruby when they were playing tough teams.
Oh,
to protect him,
to
build the myth, the myth of Insanity, how good he is. But
APA is playing well too.
APA 2-0.
2-0 so far. I mean, they are playing weaker teams, I believe. But
we don't get into that.
Okay, we don't get into that. He is 2-0.
He's 2-0. Don't let the stats, don't let the facts get in the way.
Don't think too hard about it.
So NA mids are undefeated this week.
This week, JoJo lost a game.
JoJo lost, didn't he?
But who did he lose to?
I can't remember.
Was it an NA mid?
NA mid probably had to be.
It has to be. How else would it happen?
Yeah. He lost to Palafox.
Oh, wait, you're actually right. Another NA mid.
Another NA mid.
You're right. Undefeated. Who else? Was anyone else popping off this week for NA mids? No, I'm not thinking of anyone.
Yeah, I think it's just those two.
I mean, NA mids in general have been doing pretty well, though. I mean, JoJo, I think everyone is looking at JoJo as the best mid laner in the league. I know there's some people who say M&S, but largely, pretty much everyone I'm talking to says JoJo. I think he's been playing the best by far on stage. Like, this seems to be by far his best split ever.
Yeah.
Last split he was not doing so hot.
Yeah, he got all 4 of his teammates fired, I guess.
He didn't like him, so he's like, I'm going to run it down, get new teammates.
Sprinted it down, and now he starts
fast.
trying again. Yeah, he's flaming Vulcan as soon as he's off the team. You know what's happening with that?
I forgot.
Yeah, what changed between spring and summer with FlyQuest? I can't remember. They were so good in spring, and then someone showed up.
Yeah.
The support trade, you know.
Yeah, how's he doing over there?
I mean, honestly, I feel kind of bad for Vulcan.
Yeah.
Because I feel like he's not even, our problem. Because I feel like a lot of games he's not smurfing, right? But he's doing his job. Mm-hmm. And I feel
Filling
like
his contractual obligations.
Yeah. But we just. Yeah, sometimes the brain just switch and the monkey mode comes on and we just completely run it down. And it definitely feels bad for the new guy to come in and then we just instantly.
Yeah, if only he could have some empathy for someone else that it might have happened to last split. I don't know. One of your other teammates that you might have had.
I don't recall anything.
Yeah, my bad.
But I mean, out of all the mid laners, so mid laners that people are obviously really excited about right now from NA, JoJo's doing well, APA's doing well, Insanity's doing really well with the team. Palafox I think has been a bit more up and down, but some of the imports that have come in have obviously not been doing as well. Gory's having a bit of a worse split. Vikla has not been, I think, meeting expectations that people had for him. Ruby obviously was not someone that people were really hyped about, but there's this is one of the first times where it feels like there's more regional players that people are excited about. And I feel like this has been a bit of a trend over the last year or two where we've had some guys come up from Academy and actually perform well. And it's giving more ammo to the crowd of what the hell?
Talent,
there is this NA talent. You guys just never tried them. Where do you kind of sit on this? Because obviously you do play a lot of solo queue. You've been around the scene for quite a while. So I'm sure you've played against and with some of the NACL folks. Do you think that teams were doing a poor job, overlooking a lot of these players, and that they shouldn't have been importing as much, or do you think it's kind of just overblown, and this is just this is just random? It's just having this one.
I mean, I think it's definitely there's a middle ground, right? Because I feel like teams before were definitely way too focused on imports. There are definitely a lot of great players before where they didn't get a chance just because they're NA.
Yeah.
And I felt but I also felt like there was a lot of NA Academy players where they kind of overstayed their welcome.
Yeah.
I feel like orgs they're just not very good at picking which talent to keep and which talent to pick up, right?
So they just go with known quantity.
Yes. I feel like a lot of times, at least in my opinion for Academy players, there's a lot of Academy players, at least in my opinion, that I just don't think they'll be good, but they just kept playing, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like the orgs and, the general consensus opinion or the general community consensus is probably, the same for the players. But, they just kept being on Academy even though, they're probably not going to get moved up.
Yeah.
So I definitely feel like both sides could do better.
Do you think it's a scouting problem then, or do you think it's actually a talent problem? Because obviously, I mean, to me, the biggest issue, and this is something that can't really be tackled, is just that NA just has way less players than the other regions. That's just a reality.
I mean, that's just facts.
Yeah, that's just facts. But given the circumstances that we have, is it we suck at scouting the players that are actually good and should be actually in Academy, or is it that there just isn't people to scout?
I feel like it's more of a developmental problem.
Okay.
Because, I've only played in Academy for one split.
Yeah.
I had Peter Zhang as my coach at the time. And I felt like a lot of the supporting staffs in Academy at least just don't really have a good understanding of what they were trying to do. Because I feel like there's definitely a lot of talented players, but they just need good guidance, right?
Yeah.
I feel like if I didn't get, good guidance from, Bjerg when I was playing LCS for a bit, from Peter, he was a good coach, even he did some bad things. But, he was a really, really good coach.
There can be multiple parts to it, too.
He was a really great coach, honestly. He taught me a lot about the game. I feel like, if he wasn't there, I'm just, doing myself. Or if I had a coach that didn't know what he was doing, I would just be a much worse player.
Yeah.
So I feel like, there is a talent, even though it's much less in other regions, right? But we're not doing a great job at developing them and giving them a chance as well.
It's such a now Academy's just not there.
Yeah, it's
so but a bit late for some of this combo.
I mean, NACL is still there.
Yeah, the NACL is there, but the structure is really different. It felt like a really complex problem where one, there was just a general favoritism or bias from teams to just overlook native talent. I think there are times where players themselves have been I don't want to play with that guy. I play against him in solo queue. He's butt.
He sucks.
Yeah. Sometimes there's Academy players who are I don't want to play on that org. That org's butt. And so then they don't move into teams that maybe they could have had opportunities. There was contract jails with buyouts.
That was a big issue, actually.
Yeah, there were
some players, they had LCS offers, but the buyouts was just 5 times their salary.
Yeah, I remember 3 years ago even hearing about some $1 million buyouts for Academy players.
Yes, I heard about that.
And I'm that is...
Yeah.
Ain't no way someone's paying
Let's
that.
just say some of those ones would not have been worth the investment based off what we've seen so far.
True.
But yeah, it just was like there were a lot of problems beyond just like the inherent bias that I think is what people blame teams for. But like teams had a hand in it, players, academy players themselves. I know that there were some academy players who felt like other academy players, because the pay was so good back then, would just be like, I'll just chill here.
Yeah.
There's like no pressure.
I heard a lot about that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I just feel like if you are in academy, right, and your goal is not LCS, there's just no point.
Yeah.
So that mentality, I just feel like it's just very cringe.
Yeah, there was a lot of problems with that system. And so, like, I mean, I don't want to tangent too far into, like, I don't like what happened this offseason. I was not happy about that. But also, the past was not succeeding in a lot of ways. So, like, I don't know. It's nice to see, though, that NA players are doing so well to split the TLA guys on EG now and, like, being like, no, there's legitimate talent if you put them in the right systems. Because there's also a lot of times I feel like NA players are just, like, fed to the wolves. Like, only the bottom tier teams are going to sign them. And then they don't have the support that, like, I think there's plenty of case studies where like you or Licorice or players who get put into the system and like actually get played around a little bit and propped up. And then you're like, oh, look, they're actually good.
It's also interesting, and I don't know how you feel about this, but like right player, wrong circumstance kind of stories.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
I think that happens a lot.
Right, Revenge is an example that a lot of people talk about, because whenever I would talk to top lane pros in the LCS, they're like, yeah, Revenge is like maybe top 5, like he's pretty good, right? And some people even had him higher. And then you saw, like, anyone in the community thought Revenge was like absolute trash tier, right? Like shouldn't even be in the LCS, paycheck stealer.
Yeah.
And so it's like, but then he's on a good team and now he's having that success. I think great examples also were like Licorice and Stixay, Palafox as well. But like Licorice and Stixay we had on the dive last split, and we were talking to them about how, like, did they actually think they improved, or is it just circumstances around them improved? And both of them felt like largely they didn't feel like they really got that much better. They just were surrounded by like better circumstances, right? Like they're with better players, and we all know like it can be really hard to look good when everything's going bad, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, I know I've heard a lot of talk, like, in opinions from players too, that they feel like sometimes they're being overlooked, literally because of community sentiment, because it's just like there becomes this like negative stigma attached to you if you're on too many bad teams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like even now it's just like the culture. I feel like, at least I feel for the league coaches specifically, I feel like a lot of times, right, people criticize players almost too much.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a player, so it sounds like I'm biased, but I feel like there's a lot of negativity. It's like you have to play super, super well, or else you're just bad. And I feel like also when you're playing on a bad team, right, it is very hard to look good, I feel, because there's so many issues. You can't pinpoint to one player, right?
Yeah.
That's why, a lot of times now, when I look at players on a bad team, I have a lot of respect for people who perform really well on bad teams, because
it's really hard.
It's really, really hard.
Yep.
Like the mental aspect, the gameplay aspect, like Yango's last play on Heretics, he was completely smurfing.
Yep.
He's just like 10th place, he's completely smurfing every game.
Yep.
And, I just gave so much respect for him as a player. Like he's actually just so good.
Yeah. No, I think it's super true, right? Like it's very, very tough. I think, I don't know, I have a lot of opinions on the reason that League is more negative than it used to be. I mean, I think to me though, it can be distilled down to the fact that it is easier to find things to criticize than it is to praise. And providing criticism is like a way to seem like intelligent about the game, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, well, Spica's fucking shit. Like, he should have obviously built this, right? You know what I mean? It's easier to say that than it is for me to, like, in a game that you lost, go and think, oh, this was actually really intelligent. Like the way that he pathed here would have covered this play that most people would go for, or like whatever, right? To like dig into it a bit more is more difficult, and it's also harder to explain. And people have no attention span for anything. So it's way easier for me to just fire off a tweet roasting you and get some interaction than it is for me to like make a video about like why something you did in game is intelligent. You know what I mean?
I mean, and even just with League being so interconnected, it's like, well, my bot lane's getting trashed. I need to go bot here, but my win con's top. But like, do I just sack my bot lane? They int and like.
I started bleeding. Oh, I go bot. Oh, I died as well. Now look.
And you don't know that in the comms, it's like help. And you're like, okay, I guess I have to go bot because they're gonna like actually have a mental breakdown if I don't. And like, you don't get the comms of like what's going on there. So like, it's a very like not clear game for a fan to watch, as well as I've always said that it's a zero-sum game. Like, in order to do something good, you have to have made the enemy do something bad in a sense. Whereas like in basketball, like you just hit a fadeaway, it's sick. Like everyone's like, what a shot, but you're not necessarily like that defender inted because he was 2 steps behind the play and he could have been like, people don't talk about basketball like that. You're just like 6-shot, bro. And like people don't do that with a solo kill. They're just like, what an idiot. Like he's clearly too low HP to be standing in that far up on the wave, and then they just talk about it differently. And so like I just think League is a rough game to not look bad when you're losing.
Yeah.
It's like everyone just looks bad in a loss.
Also, I mean, the difference between your basketball example and league is that it's like if I hit a fadeaway on you, then I grow 1 foot taller, right?
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
It's like, and then like
your next fadeaway is 5% more likely.
And I dunk, and then the net like fucking gets 2 times as wide,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's League of Legends.
Snowballing is.
Yeah, like because it's like in a lot of other games in like you reset, right, and you're still the same player.
Yeah,
but now in League, I kill you like maybe because of a mistake you made or a mistake your teammate made. Now I'm stronger and you probably can't beat me again, or it's like gonna be much more difficult to do so. So like in those kind of snowballing games, yeah, it's really easy to look bad because there's not a lot of good decisions, especially if you're playing like Vi is the funniest champion to me. When your team is losing and you're playing like Vi or whatever, or you're like a Nautilus or something, like you're going the fastest.
You just gotta go in.
Yeah, like what else are you gonna do?
I've
right?
had that before. I think last playoffs I went 0-10 on Vi. Just kept sending it, you know.
You're like, well, I can be a KDA player.
Yeah, it's like I
there's
could
no
be
other way to
0-1,
win.
or I could just go 10 deaths and look kind of cool. You know?
Stop points.
Yeah.
It takes a man to go 0-10 in a pro game, all right?
Yeah,
that's a choice.
Well, it's like at one point you just don't care anymore.
Yeah.
It's like after the 5th death, it's like I'm already 0-5, you know.
I'm not worth any gold.
Yeah.
It's like 10 gold. Here you go, have it. I don't need it. Take it.
All right, should we move into a tier list?
All right, let's do it. Spica said, I want to flame some idiot junglers.
I did not say that.
That was exactly what he said.
He said
verbatim,
We said we were going to build a tier list
minus
with you.
all of those words.
Okay. Excluding myself, surely, because we're in spring split where we're still
Right, this is when you're the
9-0.
best team in the league. You obviously are able to sit from your ivory tower and judge the rest of the league.
Yeah.
So do you want to just...
Off the top of my head?
Yeah, if you want to go off the top of your head.
Do you want the
us to
list of
feed you?
players? Do you want?
No, I think I can remember most of them.
Here's the list of
We
teams,
have-
too. If
okay.
You need, like,
Yeah, we have
cards.
Armeo, Blabber, Boogie, Closer,
Oh, that's
Contracts,
fine. This is good, you know.
Okay,
Yoshik,
yeah.
River, Santorin, and you, Spica.
Is this in alphabetical order? Why am I at the bottom?
That's alphabetical. It actually is. Armeo's at the top.
All right, do you want to?
Oh, it actually is. Okay.
Actually, I'm not trolling.
Okay,
Do you want to do this like a 1 to 10? Do you want to do it like a tier, like A, B, C, D?
I mean, up to you guys.
You choose.
Right?
This is the Speak of Power
Do this-
Hour. You
do
do what
this.
you want.
Okay, let's do the. I
S
like
tier?
the S. You know, S
Okay.
A
Yeah.
B C.
All right,
Yeah.
so who's in your S tier? We can start there.
Let me see.
All right, I'm going to pull up Notepad.
Pull up the notepad here. I mean, I'll say Blabber is definitely
That's
S tier.
easy.
I just want to think if anyone's up there.
You can put in some hot takes here, too. Like, Armeo's not actually good. He's just jungling for JoJo. You can say that.
Let's start from the top first.
Okay.
Let's start from the top.
Oh well, there you go. Not Armeo, not at the
Yeah,
top.
I mean, right now I'm thinking about if I should put River in there, because I feel
Up
like
with
he's been playing really, really well.
I mean, Golden Guardians are having a really good split.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're a really, really good team.
Yeah.
Like the way they work together, I feel like in terms of teamwork, they're the best team in NA.
It's so interesting because
far.
I feel like after spring split, a lot of people thought they were going to kind of turn back into a pumpkin,
Yeah.
right? Where it's like, oh, like you were bad in spring, you like just did well in playoffs. It's kind of random, but
Yeah.
like they're actually just good. Licorice is like just really good again. The whole team.
Honestly,
well.
Licorice in spring split, he was inting.
He was
in the
sprinting
beginning.
it,
He was
yeah.
completely inting.
Yeah.
He lost.
Even
his
when they
team a
were
lot of
winning, he
games.
was sprinting.
Yeah, but this split he's been playing super well. Even towards the end of the last.
And at MSI, he was
Yeah,
really good
MSI,
at
he was
MSI.
playing really, really well. So
Yep.
maybe I need to ask him why. You know, what made that switch?
Hey, what do you guys
I can
do?
follow that.
Yeah.
But honestly, I will put River there.
Okay, so we
I
got
will put
Blabber,
River
River.
and S.
Yeah, and then
all right.
I think that's it for S.
Okay.
Okay.
And then for A tier, I
we
think
can also
Pioshik.
skip tiers. Okay, Pioshik.
I think Pioshik. I feel like he's super underrated.
I think he had like a terrible spring, and people
No,
haven't
even
like
last
updated.
split, I feel
yeah.
like he was underrated.
Do you think that even for stage games or for scrims? How much did you pay attention to stage games?
Okay,
'Cause
maybe
I
I'm a
feel
bit
like-
biased because I scrim him.
Yeah.
Right.
But I
even,
have heard a lot of pros say that. But I feel like in spring he was ass on stage. He didn't do anything.
He did have a lot of good early games still.
Yeah, I think his early game is really good. I mean, I also want to sympathize because I feel like Yanni
sucks.
Carey
Not
wasn't
his
playing
fault.
super well. So he would get these, a lot of early game leads, and then, some bad things will happen, and now they're getting outscaled, and then he feels the pressure, right? Oh shit.
Yeah.
I got to turn this back, and then he looks like a complete clown.
Yeah.
So I feel like he was nothing overhated just because of what happened in Worlds.
Yeah.
But I feel like even last play he should be rated like a bit higher than what the public perception was.
Okay.
But I think this split he's been playing a lot better, just in general.
Yeah. So you have him top 3. He's top 3.
So I
downloads.
think he's top 3.
So he gets your vote for third team All Pro.
Third team All Pro.
Yeah.
That's what it would be.
Top 3.
Great. So yeah, that would be. I think that would be top 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the A tier?
I gotta ask, thoughts on Armeo? Not A tier?
No, I don't think he's A tier.
Yeah, a lot of people are excited about Armeo. Do you think that's an interesting one? We can ask you where do you think Armeo goes? Because it's interesting. Like for a long time, obviously, he was like kind of top-ish of Academy, right?
Yeah.
Like top, or either he was the best or near the best for Academy.
Didn't he
But
beat
when he
you?
got into the LCS,
Everybody beats me.
No, but I meant,
Everybody beats me.
I meant. Hold on.
come on, Mark, leave him alone.
I meant in spring 2020 to make finals when
Okay, that
Santorum
meta
got
was
benched.
cringe.
Yeah, he beat you.
That meta was cringe.
It was what, Sejuani Trundle?
Hekram Udyr.
Oh, there's that one.
You do 6 camps, you run around. That's all you do. You just full clear, full clear, full clear.
Yeah. Why
You can do that. You can sub in and do that.
All right. But why do you think? Because I think
when he came to LCS before, he wasn't actually that good, right? But this.
Well,
he's
I want to
getting a lot
say
of
I
credit.
don't. For me, it's hard to rank him because I feel like a lot of the games I watch, JoJo is also playing super well, right?
I mean,
So, like, creating his own
JoJo is like
advantage.
potentially like MVP,
Yeah.
right? Like
I feel like JoJo was playing super well, so it's kind of hard.
So it's a superstar effect. He's just like has a hot friend. He's standing.
It's
there
like
and
LeBron James, you know, like he's like, you know, it's like he's smurfing, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard to tell if his teammates are good. So I don't want to say he's bad, right? Because I cannot know. Like maybe he's calling the play, maybe he's like, you know.
But you
all
think
these-
he's having a really easy time because he has
Yeah,
he has
but
the
I
best
feel like
player in the league.
you know a lot of the opportunities were presented by JoJo because JoJo has such a big lead. So then you know it's like, oh, this is easy to play. You see it, right?
Yeah.
It's easy to go for. It's very obvious advantage that you can go for. So I mean, for now, I think Pure Shig's probably the only way A tier.
Okay.
And I'll put Armor in B. I think Santorin has been playing better.
Santorin has definitely had some better games. He's had some
Yeah,
pretty
he's
bad
been playing
ones this
better.
split too, though,
Yeah.
and his spring was really rough.
Yeah, he's inconsistent.
Which is so weird to say because I feel like his reputation for his whole career has been the opposite of that. That he's like always
Well,
going to be like smart, early pathing, you know, really consistent,
even
solid
in
guy.
spring, I felt like I saw him making a lot of like the classic, like level 3, he gets a kill for his bot lane,
That's
but
true.
it
His early
doesn't
games were actually
matter.
really good in spring.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then I actually thought his early games were bad a couple games, but then I think he's
summer,
been a lot better.
Yeah, I mean,
His
he's a
Poppy
lot
games were good. His
better
Ivern game was
split.
good.
Yeah.
Against us, yeah. I mean,
Against who?
it's not that good.
Who?
His Ivern game wasn't that good.
No, I don't think
His
so.
Ivern game wasn't that good. I mean, I feel like
It was the pause.
all the other junglers are just so inconsistent, so I feel like it's hard for me to rank them.
So Santorin, it's just one
it's
in
like- it's
A,
like
one in
contracts,
B,
right?
one in A,
Contracts.
one in B. Are we going to C already?
It's like contracts is inconsistent. I feel like Santorin has been more consistent, but before, you know, in the
Okay.
beginning split, he was more
So are these guys in C?
inconsistent.
Well, I do agree that it does feel like there's a pretty obvious
Yeah,
top
it's
4, and
hard
then
to
it
rank.
drops after that into just like this, like sometimes contracts 1v9s. Like I think
You can go with
today-
your gut here.
Okay, I want to say if you're talking about the highest, contracts should be in B. Because sometimes, actually this week he was completely running it down on Poppy.
Oh,
But okay, put Boogie. I think I'll put Boogie. I feel like Boogie plays
Boogie in
really
B?
good in B.
oh, and B. Okay.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I feel like he's been playing pretty well as well
Yep.
for his team.
Okay.
And then
Who we got in C then?
I don't know. I will probably put contracts and Santorin on B as well. It's just very
That B tier,
inconsistent.
yeah,
right? 'Cause
yeah.
It's hard for me to rank all these 4 players because they have some really good games and then they have some fucking stinkers. And then for C tier, am I missing some players?
You have Closer, Kenvi, and yourself.
I'll put Closer and Kenvi. Wait, we're not ranking myself here, right? Surely.
Well, I just said in terms
surely.
of left on the list, Closer.
And no, I will
there's
put
no
Kenvi in D
Kenvi.
tier. I'll put Kenvi in D tier.
Stika.
So Closer's in C and Kemby's in D.
Yes.
Yeah, Kemby is a little bit sad because
Yeah.
I feel like there was so much expectation with him because he was so known for like all his carry picks in NACL and
Yeah.
amateur and stuff, and it's like I don't know. It's sad for me to see that when he has come to LCS, he's almost exclusively just playing tanks and stuff,
Yeah.
and like I don't know.
I mean, honestly, I feel for him because it's like what we talked about before, right?
Yeah.
You know, a promising talent on a bad team can honestly hamper your development by a lot.
Yeah.
You know, when I was on TSM, I felt like, honestly, I had like the best scenario I could get. Whereas I feel like Beer was super supportive. You know, I wanted to play carries. You know, he was like, oh yeah, you can play carries, I'll play support characters, right?
Yeah.
And I would just play whatever I want. And I feel like, you know, honestly, that helped me a lot. I feel like if I was on the worst team, I would not.
You wouldn't have had the opportunity.
Maybe I'm just a bad player. I'm like not in the league, you know, even.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a zillion rezzing you all the time. Be like, all right, get back up in there, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, it feels bad for me to put in D because I feel like his situation is not great, but he's also just not playing well.
I mean, all of Immortals are really not playing well. They're struggling. I mean, they're on a 9-game losing streak
Tactical's
now.
not playing that bad.
Tactical,
Tactical, I felt so bad for him today.
Tactical, I think, was playing really well in the first couple weeks.
Yeah.
I feel like lately, more up and down.
Yeah. He's always been, well, he wasn't always. His initial stint was really great, but then since then he's been inconsistent. So like, there's games where it feels like he's kind of 1v9ing. Today felt a little bit like that, where he was like 6-3 or something, and could have maybe won. He didn't flash the Ori ball at the end. I was like, bummer, but whatever.
I mean, at least he was 6-1.
Yeah,
right?
or 6-3, whatever he was.
Whatever he was. Yeah, I didn't watch that game.
You didn't watch Immortals? First C9? That was a close game.
Early game.
That was a surprising close game.
This is your playoff competitors here, Spica. These are the guys you gotta take down.
I watched the early game, and they were actually playing well. And then in classic IMT fashion, they find a way to lose just like us. So yeah, I mean, I feel like this list is fair. I mean, what do you think?
I don't disagree with it too much.
Yeah.
I think I would probably be nicer to Romeo. You're a bully because you're.
Well, do you think he's the same skill as Pioshik?
I would say community perception wise, like I'm just trying to think of like what the community perception would be. I think people would have Pioshik lower, they would have Armeo higher. I think Boogie would probably be lower than you had set him to. I'm not saying like this is what I think, but I feel like community perception on Boogie is not good. It's not good on Pioshik.
I think that's a pretty fair what the community would say. I personally like Pioshik. I would bump Armeo up, maybe over him.
To A tier?
Yeah.
Or,
I mean, it's always true that like if you're playing with winning lanes, it's like I showed up and they were at a health deficit, and I just clicked the buttons. And it's true that I think I saw it.
Feels also just so hard to judge, man, because they're so bad in the mid game.
I feel like Pioshik contributes so much to the early game, though.
He is,
like, just from playing against him in scrims, I feel like he finds a lot of the opportunities other jungler wouldn't look for. Maybe if you're just watching the game as a viewer, right?
Like
you
the
don't
Summit
see that.
Fiora game?
Yeah. But I feel like he actually plays the early game super well. I mean, sometimes he, kind of runs it down in mid-late game, but I feel like a lot of times the games are already in a lost state anyway, where it's like he has to do something desperate.
Yeah. And to be fair, in spring I thought he was also really inconsistent, but this time I felt it was more like Harry who was struggling and like sometimes Summit and stuff. But
he's been way better.
Pioshik hasn't been him and Core both I thought leveled up.
The 2 games with APA they looked really good.
Yeah. So I have to pick your brain a little bit about Closer because he's like a lightning rod in the community right now.
Yeah.
He I'll look up the stats in a second, but like we were talking in the last episode that got lost was about like he was at 0.6 KDA
and he had
or kills and assists
involved
at 14.
in 0 first bloods.
I want to see where I am.
Oh boy! No, don't look.
So Closer had been involved in 0 first bloods the first 9 games.
0 first blood.
0 first bloods.
9. What about the next?
I don't think he got one this week.
I'm gonna check it right now.
And I don't think he even had a kill and assist through any of the games.
He still has been
either.
involved in 0 first bloods through 12.
So far.
Through 12
And I
games.
don't think he found a kill or an assist. This just means like, okay, not first blood, but like, did you participate in a kill for your team in the first 14? Which is like,
wait, first 14 minutes.
First 14.
It's 0.
This week I think it was 0. Here, let me.
What about like in general? Because I feel like that is just shocking.
Yeah, well,
it is shocking.
And this is something that happens with him a fair amount, and like I've gotten flame for pointing it out.
You said that, but like I don't think it's ever been this extreme.
It's not been this extreme, but it has been below 1 before.
Yep.
And like he's on. This means every other game he'll find a kill basically in the first 14 minutes, which is what I'm like.
31.8%. That is crazy. The next person is Kevy at 56.
That's for kill participation, but yeah, that's also terrible for a
14,
jungler.
yeah. I mean,
It's like the kills just happen around you and you're not doing anything. So like. I personally, for especially what I usually want out of a jungler, it's like you're the engine for the early game, bro. Like do something. Especially since I don't think 100 Thieves lanes are like insano, and you just like leave them on an island. And because Blabber, can like I think he can probably take more time to farm if he wants. But like I think Closer has just not been very effective this split.
I mean, 100 Thieves is kind of sad to watch. I feel like they just are like praying Doublelift will carry them.
Yeah.
It's like they're drafting full late game, only 5v5 comps.
Yeah.
They never try anything early.
Yeah.
Mid and top are generally losing. Bot is kind of evenish, and you're like, sure hope Doublelift can carry us.
Yeah.
I mean, at least for me, I think early game is definitely most up to the junglers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
the
laners as well.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So from a jungler perspective, I want to sympathize, where it's like, setting up a gank needs 2 players.
Yeah.
It's not just a jungler, you walk in, it's like, not like in solo queue, you walk into a lane, you get a kill, right? Your teammates need to communicate where they warded, right? The wave state and things like that. Obviously, as a jungler, you have eyes, you can see.
So the question I would raise though is like I really liked when I watched junglers who have like a very distinct like this is my plan this game because we have been struggling with this. Like I think River on Jarvan in certain picks is like I'm gonna do some cheese shit.
Yeah.
Or Santorin has these like interesting paths where like clearly
people also talk about
there's
it,
an intention, right?
Like,
some thinking.
Yeah, he's like I know I'm gonna do something to jumpstart my team in this game, and I don't see that intention ever, despite the fact that they should clearly need the help based off the early games not being well. And I think like. Having some more of these like set plays where you're like, no matter what happens, this is kind of my clear because we've picked these champions, and like you have Ari and at level 2, I'm gonna go. And we're gonna
Closer would be in my D tier.
Yeah, I think I would actually put him D tier too. Is kind of what I was setting up for.
Yeah.
I mean, at least from my perspective, a lot of times when you're prepping for a team, you know the jungler's tendencies, right? When you're playing against River, you know he wants to try to gank early, so you ward different, you play different, right? But I feel like a lot of times when you play against closer, you know he's not going to try to affect the lanes as much. And I feel like it's definitely, both, right? Because I've heard Sunday is also very quiet. But I feel like he could definitely, look for more of that.
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. It's tough too because the other thing is he has incredible highs, which I think is not to be lost in the conversation. It's like I feel like he's super clutch in playoffs. He's made tons of game-winning plays. He has had insane early games where he runs all over them on his champions that he's really good at. So it just feels like
his champions that he's really good at also don't seem very popular right now, right? It's like Lisa and Viego.
Yeah. I mean, Viego's slightly meta, but Viego right now it feels like more.
Even Speaker couldn't win on it, and you were popping off. So
I mean, Viego's more like you're playing for tempo early game, and you got to play with the team, right? Your team kind of have to set you up.
Yeah. People are doing a lot of like the anti-Viego Renekton topside stuff. Where you're trying to get a one shot, try to get Herald, try to get reset.
But I mean, it's also interesting because you said that. I feel like Huhi also contributes a lot to that. Because he had a really great early game with Huhi. And now GGS actually has a really good early game.
Did you watch the C9 game? Because that was
against IMT
or against Golden Guardians versus C9, where like C9 tried to ward out River early. Because he was going to do.
He swept it.
Yeah, he swept it and then came back around again, and just like, God, this dude is just like, I'm ganking bot lane. Fuck you, Berserker. Like I know you're the carrier of this team.
He was sitting in that mid bush for like 40 seconds.
Yeah, that was actually crazy.
Yeah, I feel like that's overdoing it.
Yeah, I thought so too.
There's a degree where it's like, oh, I want to cheese, I want to affect my lanes, but sitting in that same bush for 40 seconds to trade flash.
He was 3 camps behind.
Yeah, he was 3 camps behind. I feel like if you're playing against like, maybe he wouldn't play that way against international teams, but if you're playing against great junglers,
you're
already setting yourself.
Oh, so Blabber's not a great jungler. Got it. No,
I
feel like if you're playing against great junglers.
I feel like Blabber made a mistake that game.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's a bad player, but I feel like he could have punished that.
Yeah.
I hear you. No, I mean, for sure. I don't think anyone's going to argue that he stayed in the bush too long.
Yeah.
He spent a lot of time. But he seemed like,
he won the game.
I mean, he won the game.
Clearly. Maybe
he was player of the game, right?
Yeah.
My bad.
I think maybe you should sink some more brushes.
He's like second.
Sure.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But I didn't see the angle.
Your ninth place jungle brain could not understand.
Camping the brush for 40 seconds.
It's like that, when they have the bell curve of like iron.
Yeah.
And then it
goes back around.
The average jungler and then the challenger jungler.
Yeah, exactly. Like iron jungler waiting in brush for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Challenger jungler, efficient pathing. Best jungler in the world waiting in brush for 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way he's still here, right? And then you walk up and you die.
I mean,
that's when
I expected. No way the enemy expects it.
So, thank you for the tier list. Appreciate it. Let's move on to some LCS stuff in general. EG did lose today. Cloud9.
They lost to Golden Guardians earlier in the week, so both those teams took L's. They were tied coming into the week.
EG lost today as well, though.
That's what I'm saying. EG and C9 were tied for first, and then they're tied for first again at the end of the week.
Yep. And Golden Guardians is now 8-4. I think the standings that I pasted in aren't actually updated because they
no,
lost.
they're
they're
8-4. You're right. They could have tied for first if they won their game versus TSM.
But they lost today. So these
they lost to TSM.
Yeah, last game they should have won.
I'm the problem, actually.
Dude, River would have won Player of the Week if they won that game because he was having a good Poppy game again, and then his team just kind of they had Zach support for some reason.
I don't even think the Zach support was that big of a problem. There was a lot of things going on in that game.
He seemed hell-bent on picking Zach support this week, though. He was, like, talking about it.
Yeah, they were cooking. I mean, I respect that, have some fun on stage.
Yeah.
But so the top 3, I mean, looks pretty clear. It's Cloud9, EG, Golden Guardians. Then we have Liquid sitting alone in 4th. Dig is alone in 5th, 6 wins. And then we have TSM, Energy, 100 Thieves, all at 5. We have you guys at 3, and then Immortals are at 2.
Yeah.
Is there, so besides yourself, is there any, big surprises that really stand out to you?
Probably Dignitas. They've been a lot better this split compared to last. And they swapped out 2 players.
They got Rich, and then they swapped out. Well, I guess it depends. Tomo came in later in the split for Spawn, so if you count him, then that's 3. If you don't count him, it's 2, right? Because they swapped in Diamond and Rich.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that team is really surprising for me at least, because on paper it seems like Diamond is up or a downgrade to Ignar, but maybe he just plays with them better. And I mean, Rich has obviously been playing super well.
Rich is doing really well. I also think Santorin and Jensen.
Yeah, they've been playing much better than last split.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, for me, at least energy is just super weird.
How did they beat?
They've beaten all the best teams and lost to everyone else. Like they've beaten Cloud9, Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves, I already said Golden Guardians. Who else did they beat? Did they beat EG too?
They beat EG.
Yeah, they beat EG as well.
They destroyed them today.
Yeah, so they've beaten like all the top teams, and then they just lose to they lost to you guys, right? They lost to Immortals. They lost to TSM twice, I think. They've lost to.
They lose to all those horrible teams, like they lost to you.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but then we made
I'm not even gonna say anything.
I'm sorry.
I mean, we're at the bottom, so.
Stats are not always indicative of performance.
Yeah.
You know, don't worry
of
about
course.
it. But you know, it is weird, right? Like they were kind of joking about their consistency and stuff too. But like, I don't know if that's like a playing to the level of your opponent thing or what the heck it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, for me, NRG, right? They always have this period of they just don't know what they're good at.
Yeah.
I feel like they should just play, you know, these skirmish heavy style, play through top lane, you know, like Dokula play like the Bruisers, whatever he's good at, right? And just play to fight early game. And then sometimes he'll just go back to, Ornn, Sejuani, Control Mage, which I feel like just doesn't fit their style. But I feel like even last split, they were trying that.
Yeah.
They lost a bunch of games and then they revert back, right? I feel like they should just, you know, just play what suits them.
Yeah.
I feel like that's like the biggest problem. Obviously, they have consistency issues, but I guess that's kind of good and bad thing. It's like you could beat the best team, but also lose to the.
Your potential is high. Like
Yeah.
at least that's
You have
the
a high
glass half
ceiling,
full.
I would say.
I will say that I think FBI, while he's had some really good early games, I feel like he has had some monster end moments in team fights and stuff. And I think that's one of the things that's causing them problems too. Is like, let's be honest, the meta is still very bot lane focused. And if your AD makes a mistake and gets picked in a big fight, it's like there's almost no winning it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a game where he lost as a 15 kill Zeri.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the full game, but like I feel like that shit
That was the IMT
never
comeback,
happened. Like
yeah.
my mom can play Zeri Yumi with 15 kills, and she could probably pen the kill, right? Like I feel like in my mind, and they were up 15k gold,
10K.
Yeah,
10k gold, where
yeah.
it's like, how do you even throw when you have Zeri Yumi? That's the OP version of Zeri Yumi. I feel like that's just crazy.
Yeah, but the thing I will say about Energy is this feels like the third split in a row they've done this, where like they're hanging around like the 6th place spot and then they finish top 5 and look decent kind of while doing it by beating good teams. And like, well, you have to be good to consistently beat good teams.
And then they play C9 playoffs, go 2-2, and they lose the 5th game.
Yeah, it's like the third split in a row. Yeah. So
Dokula also, I don't think has been having as good of a split. I feel like in spring he had a lot more standout games. I think that like mid jungle has been, I don't know. I mean, I guess they're inconsistent.
They're kind of inconsistent because Contracts has some pretty bad games and some really, really good games.
Yeah. In their wins though, I feel like it's rarely about Dokula. It's kind of like what I guess I'm getting at. Whereas I feel like in spring he had a lot more like really good individual performances.
yeah.
And I don't know if that's just because the top lane pool has gotten harder. Because like when you think about the top laners, top lane is actually friggin' hard now, right? Like we had Revenge was pre-recording a top lane tier list. I won't spoil it, but it's like even just you're thinking through. It's like okay, you have Summit who's an incredible laner. You have Fudge. You have Someday. You have Impact. You have Rich now. Revenge is playing well. Like Dokula, etc. Right? Like there's like you quickly. Like if you're just saying, oh yeah, the guys that like kind of like the players you would expect are at the top, then like everyone else is like 7th and below because there's like a lot of
it's
good
hard.
top
Like if
laners.
you have a top lane all pro, it's like it's super hard to rank.
It is really hard.
Even Impact, he's 9th place, but I feel like a lot of games he's playing really well for us.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I was gonna say for FBI too, he always posts really good stats. And I was just looking quickly before
He's had some really bad deaths.
and that's I think the thing that makes it feel super inconsistent for this team in an 80 carry meta. There's been a couple games where I'm like, damn, his Aphelios is like 8 kills, and then he'll like get killed, die. Sometimes it feels like trying to follow up on the top side of the map because they're doing crazy stuff. And this game that they won today against EG, he got a pentakill.
Yeah, 13 minutes.
And then I was like, oh, FBI's got all the gold again.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I was scared about that, but he actually did a good job this time. So I think this team has potential to shoot up the standings a little bit.
We can talk about the top of the table a little. So like who do you think is actually the best team in the league? Is it just Cloud9 is the best team in the
Gun
league?
to your head, who wins the league right
now?
Yeah, like let's say playoffs happen right
tomorrow.
now.
I would say if I had to rank C9 GG and then Liquid.
C9 GG Liquid. So
Yeah,
EG
that's the
isn't
top
even
three.
top 3.
They're top. I think they're 4.
They're 4.
I think
Frauds at 9 and 3.
I think they're frauds.
What do you think about Cloud9 right now? Because like earlier in the split, it's like they were winning all their games. Everyone's thinking, okay, like this team is just like so clearly number one. It's like Cloud9 tier, and then you're on a new tier before you even start talking about someone else.
Yeah.
They have dropped a couple of games now. They've tried like a few different styles
Some
of
weird
comps.
stuff, yeah.
They got blasted in the TL game. Like so they've picked up a few losses now. Do you think that they are like still clearly the number one? Because I know you said they're number one, but is it actually close amongst those other teams, or should they still be considered the best team?
I would say in a BO5, right?
Yeah.
They would be number one.
Yeah.
But like by a significant margin, you'd be like, or is it close?
Like if it's a BO5 against C9 and GGS, like I would say it will go like 3-1 and maybe 3-2.
Yeah.
If GGS is playing super well.
So you're still giving them heavy odds to win.
Is 3-1 heavy odds?
I think that's pretty.
Right?
I mean, it's if you're saying they win 3 out of every 4 games, if that's the average, that's 75% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think GGS has also been playing super well. So I feel like it could definitely be close.
Yeah, I mean, I was casting the C9 versus GG game, and if I remember being like, this feels like a playoff game. Like people are doing really smart things, like that warding in the early game, and like River was very intelligent about where he was attacking on the map, and it felt like everyone was being respectful of all this stuff. And I think it speaks to the fact that like, yeah, Golden Guardians can beat Cloud9, but like, do I think every game's gonna go that way? No. And like,
also they've just beaten them so many times in a row now between regular season, playoffs, MSI.
Yeah, it just feels like that was really cool that Golden Guardians beat them, but I think it's going to come down to best of 5 before people will, unless they Cloud9 drops a bunch of games and C9 or Golden Guardians Smurfs. But I think the C9 losses too are not super scary. Like they got absolutely steamrolled bot lane, and then they did the exact same thing the next day, and it just shows that like, hey, if you int level 1, like you can lose the whole game.
It's BO1, like sometimes it just happens. You're just unlucky.
Yeah, and then they lose a really hard game against Golden Guardians. Yep. Like they played well, no shade there. I forget what their first loss was.
First loss, I think maybe.
It was to Energy.
To Energy, probably.
They're mortal enemies. Yeah.
I think it actually is. It was Blabber was playing Vi. So that's probably a free lose.
It was Blabber Vi. It was they were playing Aphelios Yuumi bot lane.
And the second.
Oh, this was Yuumi post nerf when they played back-to-back.
They played Zeri Yuumi, and they're like, that worked. Let's try Aphelios Yuumi. Oh shit.
Yeah.
That one didn't go so hot.
No, so I'm with you on C9 being the best.
I think the knocks against Cloud9, I don't know if you agree with this, but this is the knocks that I hear from most people, is still some people will knock Sven for they're not as confident on him on engage supports.
Yeah.
And then the other one is I don't think Fudge is playing as well this split. Fudge is, I feel like, playing worse than he normally does, because I have felt like for a while he'd been looking like actually just the best top laner in the league. Maybe someone was better in lane, but Fudge was better in team fights. And Fudge has definitely not been, I think, having nearly as many standout performances. Are you laughing because the C9
the couch interview? Did you watch that?
I just remember the Renekton stuff.
Yeah, basically they're just screaming, and Fudge is saying, shut the F up to his whole team about like, they're like, you need to come bot. And he's like, no, I'm playing Renekton, come top. Then I think
they came top today.
Yeah, today
they came top and they won the game. So it's not his fault.
Yeah.
It's actually Team Gap.
I feel like they've just like Berserker won the MVP, and now you got to coddle him. He's got this ego, and Fudge isn't getting the resources.
Sometimes it's hard to know though. Like, is it just like these random one-off mistakes? Like he had the game against Rich where he auto-attacked a minion, then got solo killed, then got solo killed again. Like he had some Kennen games where he's getting picked on a lot and dying inside lanes and stuff. Like he is getting punished more. It's always hard to know though, right? Because it is like it's only over a couple of weeks. He's had more bad games. It's not like I think he's bad or anything.
And they're not even like int games. It's not like, oh shit, I was like 50 CS down, died 3 times.
If you're on a worse team and you make those little mistakes, then it is an int game.
Yeah, it's like his team is 10-0 and he's like 2-1, so he's inting. Like he should be 10-0 as well. It's kind of like that. But I mean, I would say he's not playing as well, but
Still really good.
Sometimes when your team's 10-0, you get a little bored.
Yeah.
you want to do something, you want to feel like you contribute to the win.
Blabber decides Gromp is more important than a Renekton for some reason that game. Yeah.
I feel like that stuff's hard though, right? Because they've talked about, Cloud9's talked a lot in interviews about focus on international and trying to like improve as much as they can and be able to compete on that level and stuff. And it's like, well, at a certain point, you almost like can't have those like for fun games because you're trying to like. You're almost like racing against yourself in a way where it's like, even if it's a team that you can beat, you're trying to focus on what can we do better, right?
Yeah. I mean, for me, I feel like that mindset is really dangerous.
Yeah.
Of trying to focus on internationals.
Yeah.
Because in spring split, I was like, okay, we're 9-0 now. Let's focus on MSI. And then we didn't make it, right? That's just a one-off example, but it's like, I feel like you just got to play as best as you can every game, even against like worse teams, right? Because if they're worse teams, just beat them in like 15, 20 minutes, like, Mad Lions, T1, I think, 16 minutes, and just go home, right? And then just play as well as you can against teams that you perceive as like just not good.
My favorite thing about that, I think we lost this in the previous episode, so I have to say it again here, is that now anytime anyone gets stomped in the post-game thread, you'll see.
I see that.
Yeah, they're like, Wow, that game was such a stomp. How the hell did Mad Lions lose in 16 minutes? This game was still 21 minutes.
Got pounded. It took 22 minutes.
I don't even know how.
Yeah, it's actually a good point. You're like, yeah, how did they lose in 16 minutes?
It's hard to lose in 60 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy. What was I going to say? Oh, about looking too far ahead. I also feel like the experimentation thing.
Yeah.
I remember watching, it was actually even TSM, like they started experimenting with Galio Jarvan comps and they like mastered them and then they never played them when it mattered. I think well, the idea of like, should you try hard 24/7 and just like learn how to learn to get good, or should you branch out and try and have a bunch of like things in your tool belt for when playoffs hit? You don't know what the meta is. And it's like, well, good thing we practice winning top.
Yeah.
Like, what is your like approach? You think when you are doing well to like keep doing well? Should you branch out or should you try and stay more narrow and just follow the patch?
I mean, I would say in terms of draft, I feel like straying too far away to just play like weird champs. I feel like a lot of times is not too useful.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Just because like the meta changes so fast, right?
Yeah.
Like the static shift stuff where I think M&S was playing the electric.
Zeri, yeah.
Like sure, it's good, right? Like it could be good. I'm not saying it's bad. But like, do you think it's actually gonna be like
best of 5, time to bust out my Zeri?
Play that, right? I mean, it's fine to have, to experiment maybe once, but I feel like sometimes you still need to have a consistent like logic of what you're trying to practice.
Yeah. And is this going to be around in a couple patches?
Yeah.
Makes sense. It's interesting. I want to talk about EG a little bit then, because you put EG like outside of your top 3, right? Most people, I think, are in the community and on the outside are more negative on Liquid than pros are, because people say Liquid's really good in scrims, right? So
they are. Like if they play like they're in scrims on stage, or like I guess how
you guys will be the top 2.
Like we will be top 2.
Yeah.
And we're not 2. But they're honestly really, really good in scrims. So
Go ahead,
I mean, they play way more aggressive in scrims just like us.
It's hard to imagine a more aggressive TL because their early games on stage do translate from scrims. It seems like they are super aggressive. I'm watching this game. I don't know if you saw it, where Summit's like flashing over the wall, getting a kill, taking a hex,
taking the portal. That was cool. I mean, every time we scrim TL, right? I just remember one time we're fighting over Rift Hero for like 5 minutes. We had a 3v3 top side.
Back, yeah.
We spawn, we run back. Oh, support's here now. We fight. Oh, we died again. We go back, and then it's just really crazy. Maybe it's not good practice, right? But I think recently they've been playing really well on stage as well, and they're still playing aggressive early game, although not as much, right? But they're still making it work. They probably have like the highest goal gap early game. I want to say, like,
definitely
just top of my head, I feel like
Let's go find
they have the biggest gap.
Let's see. So Cloud9's goal difference of 15 is 1778. That's the other team that would probably be the top.
Yeah.
I'll check Liquid. Goal difference, biggest one is TL at 2000.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, and that's not that surprising. It's also interesting because it's like APA came in and they just had 2 really good back-to-back games. Maybe he's randomly magically the solution for this team. But like, I mean, to me, like the reason that I wouldn't have put them in my top 3 is just because I feel like they've had the exact same problems the entire year. And have never shown that they could actually fix their mid game and like all these random losses they have, even though they pound teams in the early game. And so to me, it's like that's a hard problem to fix, right? Like,
I mean, it seems like having Core on the team, you would not have mid game issues. Especially the game against NRG, where I think Summit was like super ahead and they just randomly started taking 5v5s and just dying.
I didn't get that. Yeah, he built Hullbreaker Fiora, coached a hard camp top, got him giga ahead. He's literally just taking the base in the face of Cassante, and then they're like,
it's like,
force a 5v5.
Fiora just, took the whole boss side tower inhibitor and everything, right? And then let's just group for Nash. And then they lost the 5v5.
Yep, they took a 5v5
lost Nash, and it's like,
lost.
now our win con's gone. Now they have Nash, they just push mid, and we have to group now. Right.
Yep.
So that just feels like really.
That was
really
crazy.
Weird.
I'm not gonna lie, that game was crazy that they lost that game.
Yeah, and Harry was like missing a lot of stuff on the Akali and whatnot. So
I
don't know. Hopefully they're better with APA. I am a closet TL fan this whole season. I put them relatively high compared to some people in spring, but like I do believe in the potential of this team that you're kind of talking about, where like projecting forward, like attending at Worlds or something like that, like, I don't think they would get blown out necessarily. I mean, who knows about APA against like Faker or whatever happens, but.
Well, Faker's not playing now, so.
Oh, that's true. His arm exploded.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
There's other good mid laners out there, though.
I seriously do hope that he recovers in time for Worlds. I haven't followed that super closely.
Yeah, wrist issues are rough.
They suck.
Yeah. But I do think like Team Liquid, if they can shore up the weaknesses that they had, and they have looked better since APA came in, that like I would be very excited about this team.
I mean, I'm really excited for APA's debut. Obviously it's cool for him to come in and have like 2 really good games back to back. He has the Ziggs game, which is kind of unique.
Yeah.
The Triss game, his lane wasn't very good, but then he got a lot of kills. I wouldn't say that like he was the cause of those kills. He was just kind of picking.
He did his job. He right-clicked.
You undersold him. I rewatched that game because I missed it because I was filming something during that time. I went back. He was pretty good. You were like, oh, he did his job. He just like followed up and got kills. He was like the thing that sold me was there's a time where Pioshik threw a hook and he jumped in at the same time, and like clearly they're not speaking the same language. That's just like seeing the game the same way, and like I was like, okay, he's not just like following up after the hook.
He did anything bad. I think he played a solid 80 carry game. But he was not a playmaker in that game. That was one of those ones where it's like 80 carry on a winning team. If you're right clicking, you're getting a lot of kills.
Those back-to-back Dragon fights, he was doing better than a lot of Tristana mids do.
Yeah, he had a good weekend. Like I said, good weekend.
I didn't watch that game, but I just watched early games.
Yeah. I mean, he had a good weekend, but I'm not really ready to like pass judgment on him yet because it is just 2 games. But Liquid, my questions are still just going to be, can they actually fix their mid-game problems? What is it about EG do you think that pushes them out of your top 3 then? Like, what do you think is wrong with EG? Obviously, they lost today.
Yeah.
They played a bit of a more experimental draft, I felt like, for them, where it felt like they were playing, like, NRG was playing the draft that I would expect from EG, where EG normally plays like 3-4 threats, and they try to play more like early agency stuff for JoJo. They're playing Azir. They're playing, was it Jinx bot lane? I can't remember. Or no, it was Xayah. It was Azir, Xayah, but then like 3 frontliners, right?
I mean, for me at least, they don't have bad players, right? But I feel like JoJo is overperforming. JoJo is playing super, super well right now. So I feel like a lot of times in playoffs, it becomes easy to just focus a player, right?
Just ban him out.
Just ban him out, give him less priority, you play a stronger mid-jungle. I feel like he facilitates a lot of the plays, and I feel like if he's not ahead, I feel like,
the rest of the team can pick up slack.
The rest of the team is just going to play a lot worse.
Okay.
I had a similar concern in like week 2 after they were, tied for first or whatever. I think I've come around on it though. Because my question was exactly that. It's like, okay, what happens if JoJo's not the best player every single game? And the first time they lost to C9, I was like, oh, even that, like, he was playing fine. The Eminez just like went bottom because bot lane exploded.
Yeah, I talked to him after the game. He was like, if he's Faker, he will carry.
That's what he said?
That's what he said.
Damn, JoJo's like, I could have done more.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's a good mentality, right?
Yeah. That is a really good mentality. I think what's brought me more around on the team is like Unforgiven has basically been the best version I could have hoped for.
Yeah, he's playing really well, actually.
Yep.
Yeah, I think him and Berserker are 1-2 in the league right now for 80 carries. I think their bot lane's not super dominant.
Not at all, really.
But Revenge has been very good in the top side too, better than I thought it would be. Because I thought for a similar thing, it's like, oh, well, JoJo's getting all these resources mid, you just leave him weak side. He was playing a lot of Scion the first couple of weeks or whatever. But I think he's also stepped up with more unique picks, so I'm pretty confident that this is just like kind of a triple threat team right now, and Armeo just runs around wherever is going to make the biggest play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like, they have bad players, they're going to get exposed, but I just feel like compared to like other teams, especially compared to like Cloud9 and GGS, I feel like they're just, fundamentally better.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cloud9 and GGS would be the teams that people would most bet on. Yeah. I think some people would just be surprised by Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Liquid over EG right now is a little sus,
controversial.
But
it's spicy.
I mean, if I would have to say, I feel like Liquid just has a much higher peak. Or ceiling, I would say, right? I feel like on their best day, Liquid versus EG, as long as mid doesn't get shut on, I feel like Liquid will win.
Yeah. What about some dark horses? So those are the favorites. Team Liquid's a bit of a dark horse, but what about like a Dig, TSM, NRG, 100 Thieves, FlyQuest?
Not a dark horse. You're clearly
look at the power rankings. Yeah, second place team.
You're the second best team in the league. You guys are on the up and up.
Are there any teams that you think?
I mean, if we flip this around, we are the second best team in the league, actually.
Immortals is so good.
Immortals number 1, we're number 2.
But there's potentially 4 seeds this time. We talked about the top 4. Is there anyone who you think could break
into top 4?
Yeah, break into top 4. Go play Europe for that 4th seed potentially.
I can't imagine Dignitas or TSM doing it. I could see if Energy got their stuff together.
Yeah, I could see Energy.
Energy is the only team to me that's like,
I'm not sure because they play bottom teams too, so they would just go 50-50, right?
Well, I mean, it's just like when I'm trying to think about like potential, right? Like who, because it is dark horse because they're not. None of the teams below them are that consistent. They all have clear problems. I think if you're lower in the standings, but it's like 100 Thieves feels so one-dimensional. I don't think that's really going to change. I haven't been super impressed by Quid. It doesn't feel like they have a true second carry. TSM. I don't know, like maybe with Insanity, they're doing pretty damn good with Insanity. So maybe I'm overlooking them.
6-3 with Insanity.
True.
Yeah.
66% win rate.
That's not bad.
Maybe TSM actually. Yeah. Now they say it, maybe TSM.
I mean, for me, I just feel like they can't break into top 4.
Yeah.
I just cannot see it. I feel like all the top 4 teams, they just have better players.
You just think they don't have enough like.
I feel like they could definitely make.
Basically?
I feel like they could definitely make 5, but it's just really hard for me to see them breaking into top 4.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because number 4 is actually super important this year, right? Because number 4 gives you a shot at going to Worlds. So it's like there is that extra slot. Obviously, you have to win a BO5 against Europe. But like that is going to be really.
That's pretty
exciting.
easy.
It's gonna be Mad Lions, right?
Yeah, Mad Lions will be
If
there.
it's Mad Lions, it's just like why even play, man? It's a 3-0 and you're out.
Yeah.
I will throw a little bit of weight behind Dig, man. Like I think if they really got their shit together with Rich being pretty good, Santorin and Jensen should be good.
Enough. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I believe in Tomo.
I don't.
I think he is.
I think Tomo's playing well.
Tomo's playing well, but like,
playing well.
but like, if you're talking about like, man, the game has just been about bot lane for like 2 years. What bot lane would you want them over, right? And to me, it's like when the game slows down, which it usually does in playoffs, is people play more safe.
Yeah.
It becomes more about how your bot lane is performing in 5v5s and stuff. I feel like their bottom couple bot lanes, if not worst bot lane in the league.
Yeah, but I don't think it would like. If they do make a push, it's not going to come down because like Tomo just suddenly became Berserker. I think it's going to be because like their mid jungle's playing well and Rich has like this party pick of whatever it is this week where he cheeses you and like in a full best of 5.
You can make it not about bot lane and just play Ashe and stuff. You mean?
Yeah, but especially in playoffs, right? Games are slower, so it's gonna be a lot of times about your 80 carry of bot lane.
If it goes 30 minutes, it's just about how your bot lane plays.
That's because you guys don't believe enough in Rich, I guess, is the difference.
Yep.
I mean, top lane is top lane is actually pretty strong right now, but still kind of weak compared to bot lane. So I don't know if he can, make the gap.
Tell Impact to play Alawi.
If the meta changes, then this could be out the window. But like, I don't believe in their bot enough in current meta to be able to get there. But if it was like more of like a split push meta or something crazy, where it's like, hey, then things change, right?
Yeah, but it's like even if the meta changes, right? It's still a team game.
Yeah.
Bot lane is 2 people, right?
Yeah.
Even if it's a top lane meta, your bot lane still needs to play well. It's like playing weak side is actually a very hard skill to have, right? A lot of people underrate that. It's like you have to play well to not bleed and not give the enemy, a win con for your other side to carry.
I agree. You guys have weak side king. You got Impact, right? Like that's historically been one of the best things about him. Like I play a lot of top lane. I think it is super hard. It's super hard to not die. Like
it's hard. I play weak side jungle too.
Yeah.
It's hard.
That's like we were making jokes about.
No, I'm getting counter jungled. I'm on my weak side.
We're talking about like weak side of the map, right? It's like not top bot. It's like blue red, right? They're playing weak side.
Oh no.
Yeah. All right, well, I think that's about it, man. We won't hold you any longer. Appreciate you coming on, giving your opinions. Hopefully we'll have you back after you're on like a fatty win streak.
Yeah.
And you
For
can just
Worlds.
be styling on everyone.
The 4 Worlds will get them on.
Yeah.
I mean, last time someone was on the dive, they start winning. Was it River?
6A and Licorice were on. They went to finals. Sven came on, went to finals. So both people that came on.
Jan and Core.
Oh, that's true.
But they weren't here.
Well.
They weren't here in the
still the dive.
Yeah,
right.
Still the dive,
It took a split, but it kicked in eventually. For
it was a delayed dive pop for them. Yeah, but good things definitely going to happen for you. We'd love to have you back. Thank you so much for coming on. You were one of the pros who actually said that they wanted to come on and reach out about it. So I know we were trying to have you on in spring. Didn't work out.
You would have won.
Yeah, you would have won. Yeah, I did actually tell your GM that. I was talking to him, and I'm like, you guys screwed yourself.
That's why we.
That's why you guys didn't go to MSI.
Well, but now.
Worlds and Spring Slips doesn't matter. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but it's fine. We can win 9-0 or 6-0.
There's only 6 games left, so 9-0 might be tough.
9 incoming.
Yeah. You can definitely do it.
I believe.
I mean, as long as you get into playoffs and you're in good form, the hope is alive.
As long as we win every game,
the hope is alive.
Nexus.
You can do it. All right, well, that's going to do it for this episode of The Dive. Thank you so much, Mika, for coming on. We really appreciate it. And that'll wrap it up for us for now. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. Keep tweeting us the questions. Use the hashtag DiveLOL. We're on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Anchor.fm. And LCS Summer Split continues Wednesday, July 12th. It's FlyQuest facing NRG in Game 3. We'll see you there.
Where we should be winning.
Yeah,
free win. That's a free win.
That's a free win. Yeah.
going out.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge.
Loud.
Yeah, you need to quiet down, Jack. Too much energy there.
Drank it a little too much.
Back to the LCS Lounge. Is
You're
that
good. You're
for
good.
you?
No, I,
Oh, wait,
it
we
was,
got a
I, didn't-
wake
I said it was
markup.
my bad. I didn't say you need to quiet down. I said, "Oh, welcome to the lounge."
Yeah. I gotta be careful what I say now.
Yeah,
You're good. Just do the show. I didn't. I just reacted to my own mic
Calm
pack.
down,
getting a little
Mark.
angry.
Let's
Mark.
check out the
Wow.
standings heading into week 5. 6 games left, 12 games in the bag. We got a two-way tie for first with Cloud9 and EG. Golden Guardians hot on their heels, skipping all the way to the bottom. FlyQuest and Immortals trying to keep their playoff hopes alive this week.
Playoffs time.
Not yet.
But I think
Playoffs excitement time.
I'm with Raz. All right, there's 8 teams in playoffs, and the 2 teams who might not make it in could be eliminated this week if
Yes.
they're not
Yeah.
careful.
You know,
basically,
40% of our scheduled LCS split is playoffs.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big playoffs.
So
Yeah.
this week is actually going to be, like, even though we're like, oh, it's almost the end of the season, it's more like, it's kind of like halfway through watching the LCS summer split.
That's
Only
inspirational.
for those 8 teams.
Yeah, it's
and
it's a new
viewers.
chapter.
Well, and it's the teams that move on. They start getting eliminated. So, like,
Yeah.
we're, lengthwise,
Yeah.
schedule-wise, we're halfway through. You could argue, but
Yeah.
half the teams will be dead by 3/4 of the week.
We'll be looking at their
Yes,
games
but,
with a
like,
side
you
eye.
have that attitude going in. You're like, if we're not even halfway through the split. We have so much room to grow, everybody.
I would be like, we are in deep trouble if that's how
Yeah.
we're thinking.
Okay, these are the standings. We have had a question from social media
Oh,
for the hardcore fans.
which one? Which social?
So
are we
last
hitting
week we flipped a coin
Oh.
when we had 45 games left in the split. Emily flipped this coin 45 times
on? Look at the consistent form.
to predict every
Thanks,
single
Rez.
game.
So how we doing?
It happened because we have it on video. This is definitive proof. How is it doing? We're going to check it.
know.
Is
How
it
are
beating
we
us? Is it
doing?
losing us? Because we're 15 games of the 45 in. So I'm not expecting it to be 15-0, but I am
Guys,
expecting it to be worse.
Stop making fun of me.
I believe that Emily did indeed. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, we got to the point. There we go.
Oh, no, Mark.
rip.
I'm tied with the coin. But, Mark,
Huh? I don't know. We'll get there.
that's rough.
We'll get there.
This is a roughie.
Honestly, LCS Discord crushing it.
Jat being tied with the coin.
So-
When everything comes to light, Jat, one of us will actually be more embarrassed.
This is going to turn around for me.
Yeah?
Because I've been investing in FlyQuest.
Yeah.
Buy low, sell high. So I've just been buying FlyQuest. And that's, if I didn't buy FlyQuest at all last week, I'd be 10-5. But I
did the
bought
stats.
FlyQuest 3 times. And I'm going to keep doing it.
You're committing to it, which
I'm
I
gonna keep
I
doing it.
appreciate. I appreciate that.
Well, that's
The-
depressing. I'd be in first if I didn't buy FlyQuest.
So the coin is
Realization
kind of
set
in the
in.
middle, yeah.
All right.
Thank God I'm not.
I'm
being overtaken by
surprised
that thing.
only because obviously the coin was not. There was no consideration for like
Yeah.
what team is actually better. Like it's literally just you're flipping a coin.
We just had a
and it's
ton of
50%.
upsets. That's
Yeah.
the one that got me.
Yeah,
That
we have had a lot.
We have a lot of upsets.
Which brings
Here,
us to the
Cope.
question, who will actually make playoffs? We're going to bring back the playoff percentages
Ooh.
full screen.
Huge.
This is not a probability. Mark, what would you call this?
This is a, what do we say?
Percentage.
Doctor Strange number of scenarios in existence where this team makes playoffs.
And in every scenario, Cloud9 and EG are locked at least to tie for 8th. Congratulations.
And Golden Guardians is missing 0.02% chance. They are so close to
There's
lock.
still a chance.
Yeah, still a chance. It's actually surprising that how 90-ish percentile most of these teams are. Like,
Yeah.
it's actually pretty crazy how close to being finalized for the top 8 is.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the most concerning thing because after their 0-3 week, like we saw how much of a demonstrable impact the 3-0 week had
Yeah.
on their chances. But now this pretty much looks like, okay, top 8 and then bottom 2 with how like that's a huge variance between about 85% and about like 29%.
FlyQuest and Immortals trying to break out of prison. This is prison. This is what this is.
It's a tough prison to break out of, too,
Escape
because
from the
Alcatraz.
LCS
when you see
prison.
the actual the scores too, FlyQuest is 2 games back on 100 Thieves and NRG,
Yeah.
and they have a 0-2 against 100 Thieves, so they would lose a head-to-head.
3 games back of
What?
them.
Yeah, and
Yes.
then they're playing NRG today. If they lose that one, there's 0-2 against them as well.
Yeah.
So they're in deep, hot water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deep
and
doo-doo.
one thing I want to point out as well is with the playoff format, seeds 1 and 2, to me, are really, really important. They
Yeah.
get a bye through the first upper bracket round, and what it essentially means is you just have to win 1 best of 5, and you're in Worlds. obviously, it doesn't win you the split, but that is a long-term goal for most of these teams. So
Yeah, that's huge.
there's going to be a big fight for that number 2 seed, I think, to keep the competition hot throughout the rest of the split. Another thing that happened last week is we had APA.
Appa.
Always playing
Yip,
ahead.
yip.
What is the Yip Yip?
Oh my God, you boomer.
from-
Here it is. Yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender, not Avatar: The Blue People.
Yeah, the good avatar.
Yeah.
The good avatars.
Are they trying to get unobtainium?
No.
What?
Okay, I'm
No.
sorry.
I still haven't watched that movie, but I
so
understood that
this-
reference.
So we had this nice tweet about APA's stats from the first 2 games. He's 11-0-14, which seems really incredible. So our stats guy Liam actually did a poll of the first 2 games of like every player, and he thinks these are the best ones. And it's actually kind of cool. This goes way back. Remember, this is Sneaky.
Yeah, wow.
who
Deathless
had his,
debut.
like
Bloodwater
2013
in there.
summer.
Yeah, but still, highest KDA basically of all time outside Ignar, who's tied him at 25, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, let's try and think like what company does this put him in, or do the names on this list make it seem like, oh wow, only the greats have done this, or is it kind of a little bit less consistent?
I would say it's a little random.
It looks a
Yeah.
little random.
I think most of these players have had good careers. I think, Luger's the one with the least history, you could say, but like Ignar's actually had quite a good career. Sneaky, obviously. Rainover's been pretty good. Tactical
Yeah.
has had his ups and downs, but had some high
but
moments.
started consistently strong for like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think
Yeah.
like it's pretty good territory.
Yeah, I think it's good territory. Emily?
Oh no, I was gonna say I think it's interesting that that Luger had it for 2 splits straight, right? In terms of like debuting in the split, he had 2 splits on there. He's the only player with like 2 splits. I wouldn't have expected that. He's not
Debuted twice?
in the league.
Yeah, now I'm
apparently.
confused.
Yeah, I don't
The goat
know.
of debuting.
Did I miss?
I
Did I
did not.
miss double Luger?
Every new day you come in,
we pull
you're a
that
new
back?
Okay,
you.
so it was 1 game. Producer got in my ear and said it was 1 game, 1 split, and then 1 game the next split.
That does not count, guys. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's why I was a little bit.
No.
Yeah.
But he.
No,
yeah.
It's
so it
his
says
first 2 games.
yeah,
But they were split.
2021 summer and then 2022.
Thank you for clearing that up, because this is only your first 2 LCS games ever. It just so happened that Luger's first 2 LCS games are split apart.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
I
got so
misunderstood.
confused.
I was like, how does that count?
Yeah.
Never
Thanks for the
mind.
We got there,
clarification,
everyone.
but-
Yeah,
Thank you, production.
I
Appreciate it.
On the
misread it.
topic of APA, though, he went at it a little bit with M&S.
Did he?
Oh.
M&S
He
went at
asked when
him.
LCS went hard. I mean,
Wednesday will
APA
be your
actually went
last
the whole
LCS
LCS
day.
first.
It's true, and to be fair, it hasn't looked that difficult for him yet. He did not play the hardest teams, but 100 Thieves in the playoff hunt.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Mid laners were not strong. So, like, this is his actual test, in my opinion. Yes, you're going up against Balulu and Quid in your first 2 games. So, clearly, it was a good test for him. Also, the big shout out for me was the fact that he had a good mid jungle synergy alongside Pyosik. Pyosik has
Yes.
had a really good split so far.
Same
but
brain.
There it is.
They share a brain cell or something.
Yeah.
Because again, I know we
Because
pointed
they
it
don't
out.
speak the same
Yeah,
language.
in that one team fight where it's like they just both want to go in.
Yeah.
And they're obviously not talking about that. It's just they're both going in. I actually really appreciate that attitude from APA generally, from what I've seen of him, because the thing I do like about this TL team, even having criticized them for going too hard, is that they are incredibly aggressive. Like, they do like to go in. They do like to pick these fights. They do like to chase people down. And it seems like APA's style of play fits in really well with that.
Yeah.
I do want to look at this next thing, and then we'll continue, because we're still on the topic of APA. We're comparing his first 3 to Quid and Ruby this split, and I think this is really interesting in terms of setting the player you were bringing into the LCS in for success.
Yeah, you want to read this basically left to right. So Quid, his first opponent was JoJo. His next opponent was M&S, and his third opponent was Balulu.
I would argue those first 2 opponents are rather hard.
Well, and you can see the scoreline in the bottom right next to JoJo's name. He went 1-8-3 against JoJo, and then 2-4-1 against M&S, and then Balulu actually had a better game. And I think that's exactly the point that we're making here.
Right.
The first 2 opponents out of APA are not necessarily the most difficult opponents, potentially, in the LCS. And he's about to go up against M&S, who was the one throwing the smack talk at him. So
Absolutely.
It's a much bigger test here for APA to see who he has to play against.
Raz?
Yeah, and so I know that Emily was talking about the team fighting aspect of how well they're kind of on the same wavelength, APA and Pyosik. In lanes, I feel like Pyosik has found good times to gank or just to be able to hover around when he's getting his wave pushed in. They just seem to be on the same page. Maybe it's as simple as what APA said. All you need to say is Pyoshik help, and he's in your lane. But that has been a positive. And also the game versus Bolulu, he didn't have a good laning phase. But the fact that you didn't have a good laning phase, but were able to recover and play well in team fights is actually impressive to me, to be able to not have that stuck in your head and be on constant nerves. Like Quid has mentioned, like he was nervous throughout his games and didn't necessarily play well. It felt like APA literally said he was nervous, but then recovered from that pretty quickly as the game went on.
To be fair, there's levels to not playing lane well. Like, okay, you jumped in and took a bad trade. It wasn't like the Quid's first game where he was pushing on the turret getting dove level 2. You know, like there's levels to being nervous and not playing well. And Quid obviously bounced back later on in his week. But I think the Bolulu game for APA wasn't like his lane was bad. It wasn't like he inted. He didn't die in lane. He didn't die at all in the game. He took a bad trade or two.
Yeah, I would also I hope this can be a learning experience for people that are making mid lane substitutions. You really do want to set the player up for success because, when you sub in what we had on that graphic, like Ruby, or even when Quid first comes in and you're immediately against the very best players. The Quid situation is a little different because Nuke Duck was never in competition for the mid lane spot. But when you're demoralizing a player by subbing him out, and giving a new player the first impression that is going to stick with so many people in the community, which eventually will make its way around to sticking with his teammates, you really, really, really want that to go well. Yeah. So it is actually, I think, worth it if your first game was supposed to be against JoJo to wait. Just keep your roster together for the hard game. See if they can pull it off. If you win, great, right? But I feel like this gives APA such a better chance for success, the fact that they started him, because it felt like that substitution did feel rushed in the moment. Because it was a Thursday substitution. They lost the Wednesday game, then put him in Thursday. But I think the fact that they got to play Immortals right away, really good.
True.
That's all I'll say. We have another mid-lane sub, by the way.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
FlyQuest.
That is the relevant context for this.
Boom!
This is shocking news if you missed it, but Spyrax from their NACL roster is being pulled up to be the starting mid laner. There's been a lot of problems that we've seen with Vikla over the year, the split, A lot of people in the community had noted. He himself said he felt like he was the 10th worst mid laner. Speaker on the Dive this week was talking about some of the differences between Scrim Vikla and Stage Vikla. Yeah. And it kind of felt like the writing on the wall.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Spyrax obviously, he comes initially from Maryville University, but then has been with FlyQuest for a while. One thing that's really interesting is that he did not have a super hot start to this particular NACL season, but in their most recent games, he has been incredible. This entire FlyQuest Challengers team is actually quite good, and he has been a major part of their success. I think what he can hopefully bring to the mid, or what FlyQuest might be looking for him to bring to mid, is a little bit more stability on meta picks, potentially the Azir, obviously, which you just saw, the Tristana, and then to the stuff that Spica said in the Dive that I thought was super interesting, actually, Mark, was how he talked about how he'd only worked with experienced mids. And another interesting thing was that Vikla, not only is there a communication barrier, but he doesn't have a lot of experience, right? He just started playing on KT last year as a rookie, and that was his rookie split. That is not necessarily something that's going to be solved with Spyrax, but he has a significant amount of experience in collegiate and academy.
Yeah, and the communication aspect, I think, is going to be a big one. Being able to work alongside Speak is going to be that last replay we showed of them basically collapsing on Maokai going into their jungler. It was instant. Him and Yuji, I thought, were on the same page pretty quickly. And I felt like that's been something that Spyrax has been good on from the Maryville days and on to FlyQuest Challengers, is working with his junglers well enough and having the diverse champion pool to make it so any mid-jungle duo can kind of fit. And I think that's what they need right now. So even if Vikla in Spring Split, I think, was a pretty high bar. I think Spyrax probably won't be where Vikla was in Spring, where that was the strength for them as a team. I think for sure he will get to that point. He's working towards it. The journey of Spyrax has been a strong one. And that's what they need to actually get the engine going.
Well, yeah, I feel like in terms of what they need out of him is just stability and kind of like a honeymoon phase to kick in for the rest of the team. Because I definitely don't think you can put this guy in and be like, okay, now save our season. This coming in, young North American player, mid lane, hey, just go fix all our problems, of which there are a plethora to pick from. I think what he hopefully will provide them is a bit of a refresh for the whole team's mentality. He will be able to play stable in the mid lane, not have some of the run it down moments that we've seen out of Vikla, and then Spica can actually play better, and Prince and Vulcan figure out whatever the hell is wrong with them, because they're supposed to be one of our best bot lanes, and they're absolutely not, and you can't just pin that on Vikla. Same way there, it's there's a lot of problems with this team. and it's on them to fix them, while Spyrax just works on his own stuff in the mid lane.
Absolutely. And that's why, to me, the first thing to take note of is how they draft. I want to see if they draft differently around it, because right now they're a pretty slow-paced team. And a lot of it is like there's not a lot of action happening from jungles.
I don't think they're going to pick it up with Spyrax in the mid lane.
Might not.
No.
He is somebody that is, I think, a little bit more of a risk taker. Maybe not as Vikla. Vikla was the risk taker.
I was like, I don't know about that. I was gonna say, I liked what Mark said in terms of they are just looking for stability. If they want to play this slower paced style, hopefully he would be able to be a little bit more stable in mid while also looking for those plays with Spica.
Well, that was the weird thing, because in Spring Split, Vikla sure was a risk taker and was dying a few times, but he was doing well. In this split, it feels like he has been playing. That's one of the things that they've talked about, which is
playing
like
scared.
He's been playing scared, a lot safer, and I feel like maybe Spyrax coming in is going to be different. So I'm interested to see what the draft will look like if they actually play around mid a little bit. That's going to be usually the newest voice is the most silent.
Yeah.
So.
I want to look at the schedule for today as we continue talking about the FlyQuest conversation, because we've seen who everyone gets to debut against. Spyrax will be debuting against Palafox.
Palafaker.
Which is
and they mid
it's
battle.
an okay game to open against, because this is also kind of the biggest game for them in regards to playoffs.
This is the most important game remaining for them. This is your direct competition, someone who you're probably going to want to leapfrog over the standings, as well as someone who, if you lose to, you're 0-2 and you'll have to win by over an extra game now if you lose the head-to-head.
I'm liking the corrupt prison guard analogy here. Because they're the one that's keeping FlyQuest down.
I'm liking
and
the
Immortals.
corrupt prison guard analogy.
What is the analogy?
Who introduced the corrupt prison guard analogy?
Well,
Me, that's why I like it.
wait.
I have to make the analogy.
What is it?
I did. I said it was a prison guard.
Right, but if you're in prison in your FlyQuest and the corrupt guard, are they helping you or hurting you?
Oh, they're keeping you down.
Okay,
but if they get ahead of you, if they get above you.
The abuse of,
Yeah, they're trying to keep you down in the prison.
They're not helping you out of prison.
Prison is
They're keeping you in.
Okay.
But of course, they have to be put in prison themselves. That's when, if they get outed as being corrupt,
interesting.
then they're back, they're in jail.
Right.
I mean, this is any playoff race ever. though.
I've connected the dots that you made, and I don't like this analogy anymore. This is a bad analogy, Raz.
That's a great analogy.
It's a great analogy. It's a bad analogy.
I've connected the dots. You haven't connected.
Yeah.
I need to start doing that. I'm liking this analogy. Right now.
It's like, what's the analogy?
is the
Once I followed the breadcrumbs Raz put down, I was like, wait a minute, where did you lead me? I don't like where this.
So speaking
wow.
of NA mids,
Let's go.
I mean, honestly, there's been a huge resurgence. What was the stat you had earlier, Emily?
Oh yeah, so I looked it up. This is the first time we've had more, 50% or more mid laners in the LCS be NA mids. So this does not include mids like Jensen and Bjergsen, who were obviously like grandfathered in, right?
Yeah.
And it's the first time since 2021 summer, I believe, which Insanity was also a part of. He was just part of
Which
Immortals.
surprised me, because I didn't remember 2021 summer as being the summer of NA.
I didn't remember it being as recent. And then I looked up, or not I looked up, shout out to Liam, who actually looked this up for me. We found out that only 30% of total NA splits have had 50% or more NA mid laners.
So it's still a big minority of times that it happens.
Yes.
It's just been a little bit more often than we realized.
At least right now, though, it does feel a little bit different, because I think they're finding more success. Insanity was 3-0 last week and is now 6-3 with TSM, APA 2-0. We'll yet to see what Spyrax does, but let's talk a little bit about Insanity, because he had a pop-off week.
I think that's a great point, is that this is the first time with JoJo potentially being first team All-Pro. You know, Gory and Eminence are obviously in the conversation, but then Insanity is kind of the second place guy that you're talking about.
Yeah.
In terms of like North American pro history who have been in All-Pro conversation, it's like Poe Belter in like high. And that's realistically it. Like Demonte, Golden Glue,
2015.
yeah, these guys who were the other NA mids during these kinds of times where we had plenty of NA mids, they were not in the conversation as best mids in the region. I think that's the case right now, that a lot of them are actually stepping up and performing extremely well. Insanity being maybe the most surprising, given that we all knew JoJo could be a superstar.
Yeah, and we were concerned going into the last week that the vibes were ruined. You bring Insanity back, and the damage had already been done, and that wasn't the case whatsoever. It felt like, yes, a lot of the strength in those games were through Insanity, and I think one game in particular, I think it was the Yone game, where he was really lifting a lot. He was 1v9ing a bit. So it's, to your point, it's nice to see for a player like him who's been around since the last time when he was on Immortals to find improvement that he's vocalized, he's talked about. and still grinded, and now he's here again. And it's the fans are supporting it because they recognize he's here and he deserves it.
Yeah.
And I also think another demonstrable impact he's had is kind of around draft and what they're drafting him as well, but just his ability to push in mid has allowed for so much more creativity from Boogie, right? Because coming in, we're like, Boogie is going to be this jungler who looks for opportunities, is going to be a lot more like River, where he wants to interact with his lanes. And having pressure in mid from Insanity has been massive for Boogie also looking significantly better this split.
Yeah, Insanity won Player of the Week last week. I know Emily sat down with him. That'll be later on in the show. But on the topic of roster changes and this game, Poom
Gang!
He's actually back.
He is.
So he was playing last split. Now he's on Dignitas. He's jumped out of the plane. He's finally landed.
That's
but
not a secret anymore.
Now, Poom's mission, if you choose to accept it, is to get Jensen to Worlds.
Why did the picture we picked for Jensen just have him laughing with the metal detector?
Because he just found his ticket to Worlds, and it's Poom.
And he sees him skydiving down.
Yeah, I know. It's a mixed metaphor.
He's landing on the beach.
Like, this could be the document of, like, top secret, get this player to Worlds. And it's just this dude on the beach with a metal detector.
I mean,
that's pretty tough.
It is one of those also weird scenes where someone finds this at the same time the parachute comes in. I don't know. But I will say, for people who don't know, Jensen is the most Worlds attending player of all time,
8
actually.
consecutive Worlds.
And yeah, consecutive is the big one, because him and Double-F are tied, I think, at 8 for the players who have attended Worlds the most of any region, any player. But it's the consecutive thing, and that's why, you know, it's on Poom here to kind of help Dignitas get over the hump right now. They are in a hunt for that kind of 4th-ish spot, it feels like, with Team Liquid in teams, TSM as well. So with Poom coming in.
Yeah, I think this is another team that's hoping to get some level of honeymoon phase, because they've actually been much improved from Spring Split.
Yeah.
But Diamond has been dying a lot in their game, so they're bringing in Poom. They're going to lose the Tomo Diamond synergy, which they'd actually been building up for over a year, but they will be bringing in that fresh face. A face that is not as fresh, but is very familiar, is Wild Turtle.
What a segue. I appreciate that.
After this game starts, he will actually set the LCS all-times game record. And to commemorate the occasion, we actually sat down with Wild Turtle to get a little bit of a history on how he got into League and some of his fondest memories.
I still remember the first game I played League. I played Sivir because I thought it was like a champion similar to a Dota hero called Luna. I think you unlocked like Flash at like level 12. Like your summoner level had to be like level 12. And I was like, how come I don't get Flash? I'm like level 1 summoner, I just can't. And then I looked at the Rise's items, I remember, and he had like an Amp Tome. So I'm like, okay, I have to buy an Amp Tome to Flash. So I buy an Amp Tome and it's like, I just can't Flash. I'm like, I don't know what's up with this. That was like my first memory, like my fondest memory, like first starting League. My mom was definitely against it. She didn't want me to like drop out of high school to do this thing. It just didn't make sense for her. And English is like not her first language too, so she's just like, what is this thing? This doesn't make any sense. Like, how are you flying across the world and like doing whatever? And then but I think at the end, I ended up convincing her, so it just worked out. It was more just like, you get high ELA and then like, you know, there's like a lot of people just like forming random teams. Like I was like forming teams too. I think on Monomaniac, I actually started off as like a mid laner, like an AD carry, but like there was like those are like really hot roles, so like you couldn't like become like pro at that role, so I'm like, fine, I'll be a fill player. And then I decided to play like professionally as a top laner first. For me, it was kind of like, I never really had the dream of becoming like a pro player. I kind of just like to be good at video games, just like to have fun and, you know, learn things every day. So that's kind of what it was for me when I was like starting off in League. And then when I found out like, hey, I could actually maybe become a pro, it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna go for the opportunity, so I went for it. Back in 2013, I thought it was like, hey, this is like my last year playing pro. So that went on for like a while. I was like, all right, this is my last year. Like, if I don't make it this year, I'm done. And then it just keeps going. So yeah, it's honestly been a little bit shocking that I've been able to hold a career in esports for this long, because I know many other players have like very short careers and stuff like that. So,
what's your favorite memory of playing League?
It might be in one of the finals. It was against TL when I stole the Baron on Jinx. I think we were like losing that game and then just like stealing the Baron. I think like I just felt like so much pressure that entire game. It's just like we were just like losing, and then I ended up stealing the Baron and we just turned it around. I think it was a very important match too. I think they were up 2 games or something like that as well. I think for League, at least for the LCS, it's like you have an off season and you have an on season. So during the off season, I try to, you know, learn things and become a better person and just open my mind to the world, I guess. So I think that's like the major difference for me. I just like exploring a lot. I think even in 2020 or 2019, I think I had that little segment in like when I came to interview and just tried to do new things. So that was like one of the things I like to try. So no, I think for me about my legacy is like I've always wanted to win Worlds. Obviously every player says it, but like for me it's like I always wanted that trophy. And honestly, the only time we were really close was I think 2014 to like potentially like winning more. We were like top 8, and I just want to have that taste again and make it back there. I think I was always a little bit chill, but I think the biggest part about, you know, a contributing factor to that is like I've actually never had a break like in LCS ever. So like 2022 when Immortals dropped me, I didn't even look for like another team for the summer split of that year. I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna take a break. And then I had TSM reach out to me about this opportunity again. And I was like, maybe, yeah, I'll give Academy a try. And then, you know, work my way up again. And I think staying in Academy definitely helped like reintroduce like my love for the game. I just love the competition. And I think going from Academy, going back all the way up to LCS, I just feel like I'm on the curve to improve now. So it feels pretty nice. I mean, I guess I can just say the turtle never dies, you know? Just keeps on going very slowly, but surely wins the race. I mean, I just want to do a big thank you to the fans for sticking around with me for so long in the LCS, and I hope you guys can still enjoy the entertainment.
Great to see Wild Turtle still at it. I remember his first game of the LCS back in 2013. Pentakill in his first game.
I remember the first time he was playing competitive matches on Gragas mid.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah.
It was in San Francisco. Anyways, we are 2 minutes from watching Wild Turtle break the LCS record that Bjergsen had previously broken last split when Turtle wasn't in LCS.
Taking it from his old teammate.
He's taking it back. But let's look at the predictions. Do we think he's going to win in this game?
Oh, there's a lot of changes.
Some people think so.
50-50. Right down the middle.
Oh my God.
I mean,
this is a banger day. Look at this.
Wow.
It is a very good day. Obviously, Dig versus TSM, I think they're tied at 6-6 in the standings. GG versus EG is also battled near the top of the table. Then Fly Energy, we talked about the prison guard situation that is going down right there.
And
C9 versus TL is close. Like, this is an insane day.
We have a lot of close matches. Mark, we're still on to you.
What do you mean? TL has a chance. They literally beat them last time, and now they have a more consistent mid laner.
I think the one that's
Immortals,
more
100
egregious
Thieves?
is Immortals.
You look at some 100 Thieves early game stats, it's not that egregious.
I mean, have you seen their bloodiness rating? You know, these kinds of things.
But I still predict 100 Thieves. Mark is trolling. He's last place in predictions for a reason. That's why we're trying to make the comeback.
What? That's my counter argument.
That was not a strong one.
I think the more important thing to focus on is game one. I really think TSM versus Dig is a huge match for playoff implications in terms of who will have a leg up in playoffs to try and chase. I mean, they're not out of title contention. I think we all just kind of ignore them for some reason, but it's more like, okay, Worlds is the number one thing on your checklist.
Yeah.
Number two is, can you make it to the finals?
Yeah, and I'm interested in just the consistency of either teams. Dignitas has been a perplexing one because in some games they look really good. Some games, you know, they're running it down. So I'm interested to see the consistency there as, you know, Evil Geniuses, a few of those players, Revenge and Unforgiven, just watching the games.
The juice boxes were a nice touch. I want to see if Insanity can keep his hot streak alive. I mean, he's 6-3. He's really been pumping out wins.
Dark Horse MVP!
Interesting.
That's the darkest horse of a lifetime.
It's a pretty dark horse.
It's a pitch black horse.
Sven Skjæren, played with him for 2.5 years, I would say. We have a lot of brotherhood and bonding that we've been through together.
He was a really good teammate of mine in 2017 spring. One of the best junglers at the time.
I mean, me and Hansa have both won 3 trophies together. We were both stuck in the past on TSM. Wild Turtle as well won 1 together.
Made a pretty historic run.
And here he is now doing the coaching stuff. So I hope he's a good addition for Dignitas.
Rich, knocked back onto 4 players, and immediately all out back over the wall. Unforgiven's dead, Ayla's dead, Armeo's dead, and Evil Geniuses are all down.
So we're going to be going up against TSM. They have Hansa and Wild Turtle, who I really want to beat. Yeah, I mean, I think they're great guys, but I have way better team now.
4JJ gets a nice grand entrance on the backside of it, and they're trying to take out Jensen. Summit scoops him on up, and Jensen's gone. 4JJ gets traded on out, but Tomo's still alive, and he's firing right off back.
TSM is one of those teams that we need to get a win over for our playoff standings, so every game matters right now.
Kenby wants to get away, and there's just no hope. Treats dies next, the double kill back over the turtle.
I mean, TSM has some cocky players that we can definitely take advantage of. I think Rich is gonna really humble Kevin aka Hansa.
Dignitas is an interesting team. I think they have a really good top laner, but the rest of the team doesn't really match up to his level. I think their bot side is going to have quite a bit of trouble.
They need to find this. There it is. Flash engage finds 2. Haunter's letting go, and Sean follows up. 2 immediately killed on the side of Team Liquid, and TSM just got paid.
It's a good day to play some League of Legends here at the LCS. 2 more weeks to go on the regular season, and things are getting tight for these teams. I'm Gabby. This is Azael. How's it going?
It's going well. It's kind of crazy that we're coming towards the end of the split already, right? It feels like it's going by so fast. Both these teams tied in the standings right now, 6-6. But it has to be said, TSM with Insanity is actually 6-3. So they have been really, I think, surprising a lot of people, especially compared to the preseason expectations. I had TSM in 10th. I think a lot of people had them down 9th, 10th, 8th. But with Insanity, the team I think has really been working well. Insanity has brought a lot of proactivity to the table for them. And Dignitas is going to be a good challenge for them. We're going to be able to see, can they take them down, continue their climb, up towards the top of the table, or is Dignitas going to be able to get an important win for themselves? Both these teams battling around the middle of the pack, both of them going to be fighting for that upper bracket advantage. So these important wins, they've got to be grabbing them.
And both experiencing those changes in roster, but different ways. You just noted Insanity coming back into the fold in mid lane, but Poom on the opposite side, taking to the stage for the first time since he was back on CLG. I think I missed the sign. What was so funny?
Said I was forced to be here.
Forced to be here. Oh no.
Poom swapping back in. It's going to be an interesting change for them. Unfortunate for Diamond that he has been subbed out. Diamond obviously had a really good run, every time he's been in the NACL, but has not really been able to make it work to the degree that he wanted on the LCS stage. So Poom going to be coming back, was with CLG last split. Did get replaced there as they changed over to Energy and replaced the bot lane. So now he's going to have an opportunity to move in here, and we'll see how he's going to work with Tomo. I can't imagine they've had a tremendous amount of time to actually play together. So, have to find out exactly how well they will be working together.
Yeah, both of these are players that we have only recently seen with those kind of long-standing duos. Of course, Diamond and Tomo working on their previous synergy, but Poom, even when he was on CLG, it was he and Luger together for quite some time. And if you remember back to when Poom first made his appearance in the LCS, he was one of the fastest rising from amateur, coming into the LCS as a fresh face and really off of the name that he created as being a strong engage. And now with a different look, a different partner, we'll see if we get a different player or the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Dignitas overall has also had a pretty good split. I know some of these players have very high expectations of themselves. Jensen in the interviews is quick to kind of downplay how they're doing. They are at 500. He's obviously been on a lot of good teams. He's won a lot of championships, so his expectations may be higher than that. But again, I think Dignitas is another team that people did not really see doing a lot of damage, especially after their spring split where they looked really weak, where some of the veterans on this team were not performing to the level that you would really expect from them. I do think both Jensen and Santorin are overall having a better summer split. Rich has been a big addition to the team. He's really been performing well. And, Tomo, I think, is definitely outperforming what we saw from Spawn in spring split. So have been some upgrades for the squad, and we just have to see if they can kind of build upon that consistency, and try to climb their way up, because it has been kind of up and down, I think, for both of these squads at times.
Yeah, and both of these are teams that have some fresh talent coming to the table, but also working off of these veteran duos, just in different regards, right? We have Santorin and Jensen on the Dignitas side, but for TSM, Hanser has been a consistent player in that top side, of course, sticking to the Malphite to start off the season on a good footing. And then over on bot, Wild Turtle, whether he's on Jinx or kind of catering to whatever TSM is looking for in terms of draft, has been that consistent player, a carry for them to work around. And Insanity being that proactive mid laner that you mentioned, and having that lens on this squad. But we'll see if TSM can continue their streak. They're coming off of the 3-0 of the previous week. Dig did, of course, pick up that victory at the tail end against FlyQuest, but are looking to make more as we finish out the banning phase.
Yep, it's going to be the 6th straight Renekton game, actually, for Hanser now. So he has just been, he was on the Malphite a lot at the start of the split, and he's just been going towards Renekton nonstop every single game since then. They did ban out the Rumble, one of those counters that we're seeing become a lot more popular up in the top lane. Rumble is getting very popular around the world, is a strong answer, especially when people are playing those kind of more aggressive lane styles. Ignite, Comet can be pretty difficult for the Renekton to deal with. so he will not be having to deal with that. I'm interested to see if this is going to end up being, Poppy top. Are they going to go for something else for Rich? What sort of a matchup will he bring to the table here?
Yeah, I mean, Rich has been somebody who's willing to play to the meta, whether it's playing a ton of games of Cassante to really kind of build that good rapport and that, basically confidence the team has in him, or bringing in something different here with the Gangplank.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he already drew a couple bans, for a couple of the picks that he's brought out that have been different. The Rumble, as I said, a number of people are playing it, but he was banned out on both the Quinn as well as the Alawi, and now is going to go towards the GP. So really cool here. We are going to have Rel, almost guaranteed to use Rel support. No reason to really put Poppy down there. But Rel, of course, still waiting for a first Rel jungle in the LCS. Has been really popular in solo queue. Is talked about pretty highly as one of those flex picks, but has not been getting grabbed up for that role thus far. Insanity going to be bringing out another marksman in the mid lane. Has really been kind of known for his Graves, I think, in the LCS. He was the first person, I think, to ever play it in the LCS, to play the mid Graves, and has played a number of games of it already. Has the 3 games on it. Brought out the Tristana last week, which looked quite good. So now going to be bringing out the Kai'Sa. Very likely will be the AP Kai'Sa variant. It's really popular. We're seeing it in mid lane. We're seeing it in bot lane. Going for that early W evolve. Static Shiv can be really powerful here as well. I'm not sure if he's going to go Static Shiv. I'm assuming it's just going to be Static Shiv Nashers, which is kind of what we're seeing most people go for. But there are some people who are just doing Mythic Rushes and like full-on W poke. But it'll be interesting to see how he's able to pilot it.
I mean, coming off of 2 full weekends of NACL casting, I gotta tell you, it feels like Kai'Sa was in every single game, but most likely leaning towards that mid lane positioning, and that's where we will see it in this matchup between Dignitas and TSM. As we mentioned, they are neck and neck in the standings, 6-6. So this is their chance to kind of put themselves at the top of the table or start fighting towards some of the bottom. I love seeing Poom wave from the stage. I'm sure it's a good feeling for him to be back here.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice for him to make his return to the LCS, and we'll see if it's going to be a victorious one here against TSM. Both teams with some pretty strong engage. I will say TSM has a lot of engage options, though. Not only can there be flanks from the Renekton, but Nautilus jungle, really powerful engage. You have the Rakan as well here. You have the Ash Arrow, so a lot of tools there for TSM to find fights, to choose them on their own terms. But they are, I would say a little bit lower as far as the damage kind of is concerned. Ash, I think Ash from ahead can really do well, but Ash, when you get put behind, can really struggle to actually put out consistent damage. Renekton is kind of hit or miss. It's more, I think, going to be emphasis on Insanity, whereas the GP is going to be bringing a tremendous amount of damage to the table here on Dignitas' side.
As all members of Dignitas await to see if TSM attempt to come for an early invade for some vision acquisition.
And Wild Turtle now with this game, I think surpasses Bjergsen for most games, LCS all time. So 612 games played now for Wild Turtle in his career. A pretty incredible career. We saw that piece on him earlier today. And I'm so impressed by the longevity of the career and also the consistency with which he's been able to play at that level. It is not easy.
Oh, and a good start for TSM to attempt to get Jensen here, but Poom stepping in front of Tomo as TSM venture into the enemy jungle. Ward thrown down by both sides, but will get swept out.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to actually force Jensen back to base. He's going to have to use his TP at level 1. That is a terrible start. And they're going to be able to steal away the Raptors here. So really good stuff from TSM, getting aggressive early on. We'll see how many camps Boogie is going to look to take on this bot side. Of course, he did start Q to do that, so that is why they were helping him so much on that leash. But this is not a good trade for Jensen either, and you have to be so careful after having to force out that TP early on. Boogie will at least do the red buff as well. Likely just going to do 3 camps bot and try to play split map, but we'll see what the response is from Santorin, because Santorin right now, he just immediately gave up the camps on bot side, knew he wasn't going to be able to challenge when Jensen had been pushed back. But if he can't actually cross map and go towards top side and steal away the Raptors or something, he's going to be very far behind.
Tomo getting a bit chunked. Chime still going for it, and now both summoners taken away from Tomo and forcing the back as well.
Yeah, able to actually get that pretty easily. The early ignite went down, he had to cleanse it, he's getting slowed up by Turtle, and those slows ended up forcing the flash, and it's going to force the base as well. It's one of those things where you're just disrespecting the level 2 that is coming through. TSM hit that earlier, and it's going to be pretty punishing for Tomo because Boogie's down on that bot side, so he's going to do that 3-camp clear. And honestly, Boogie and Chime should probably just move between the pillars.
Oh, Santorin, flash for flash, does manage to root with the ethereal chains as Santorin's here for the follow-up. First blood drawn by Dignitas.
Nicely done by Dig, but like we got to look back though as the bot side because they're just going to stand between the towers, right? They can't even approach the wave. So he's still level 1 against a level 3 Wild Turtle. They lost a plate, and this is going to be 4 or 5 waves that are actually denied. Santorin's going to come down, but I don't even think they can walk to the tower with Santorin, to be honest with you, because they're still level 1. They can't fight.
Manages to grab Poom up and tries to tag him with a Riptide.
So
Santorin
bad.
has rotated towards his bot laners, but still, TSM have asserted the pressure. Look at those plates go down, Azael.
Yeah, they get 2 plates already, 3 minutes in, and a 2-level lead. It's going to be nearly 2 full levels ahead here for Turtle. A ridiculous advantage, plus all the farm that he actually has in pocket here. His buy is going to be much more powerful, so TSM go back to base here, push out this wave. It's going to be a huge advantage for them on the bot side. So yes, first blood does go the way of Dignitas, but way more was gained from TSM on the bot side, and that is pretty devastating here for Poom and Tomo. Not the start that they were looking for, you know, get pushed out at level 1. And then because the map had already been split, Boogie was already clearing on that bot side, they can't even get back towards the turret. So they are just almost completely out of this game.
And TSM's bot lane having that lead when the Dragon's going to be spawning in 5 minutes. It's a good way to keep that pressure up. Wild Turtle, a focal point of this squad. Disrespecting, what is it, the 615th game buff that he's got. Trying to follow up with a play with Boogie, making a visit towards his bot side, and Tomo still does not have the summoners from that previous aggression, so Wild Turtle draws a kill of his own.
Yeah, great job there by Boogie, just attacking that weak lane down on the bot side. They were already put way behind. They knew he had no summoners, so they find the flash hook, and Turtle gets the kill, adding insult to injury, so Tomo is just so behind. Now, this is going to be a tall mountain to climb here for Dignitas if they're going to be able to get back in this one, because their AD carry is just almost completely out of it, and Poom can actually just straight up die here. He's got to be a little bit careful.
Crash down from Poom, but delayed in his chance to get out of that one, marked so low by Chime, who was just having a support on support crime.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. It was good at the end of the day by Poom because he holds the wave, so he saves a couple more minions there for Tomo. I was just getting a bit nervous because, you know, maybe one more Q, one more auto. Chime had the Ignite. So potentially, if you get hit by a little bit more damage there, the Ignite could finish you off even through that crash down shield. But Poom had it calculated, does stay safe, preserves a few minions there for his AD carry, and he's going to need every single one that he can find.
Now, when there's been that much pressure on the bot side, a recent visit from the enemy jungle, then good on the support to make sure that he minimizes losses for the lane to give Tomo an opening to try and bring it back to an equal point. Though, of course, there has been significant warding from TSM around this dragon, which is why they feel the confidence to be able to draw it out. Poom making sure to sweep on the backside of this pit, but not enough confidence from Dignitas to be able to step up towards this dragon.
I mean, there's just no way. Your bot lane is so far behind, and you look at the buys, it's tier 2 boots fully above what your opponents have. So it's like 1100 gold in combat power above what Tomo actually has right now this early on. So no way for them to really walk up and try to fight. Tomo also still has no flash, so it could be a very easy kill if he did actually show up. So at the end of the day, they will just push out mid. Rich doing okay up here on this top side. You know, every time we come up, he's kind of winning out in some of these trades, but of course, Haunter has had the push, and Haunter is up some farm as a result. I do think this is one of those games that's going to potentially come down to that like first GPL, you know, trying to get a play on bot side. It looks like they may look for some sort of a fight down here. Try to use a cross map ulti, try to find a big play where you can get a shutdown potentially on Turtle, you know, slow him down. Because I think if they can't get Tomo back into it, it's going to be so hard in the 5v5s later on with him this far behind.
But you are exactly right to call out when Rich is going to use that first cannon barrage and where it's going to be, because that is a great way to just affect a whole nother portion of the map without having to unlock yourself from that top side.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rich, I think, is doing fine so far on the top side. So, you know, if he can get towards a quick first item, you know, you can be a big game changer on that gangplank. Obviously, LeBlanc got that first blood, so Jensen going to be working towards his Shiv, which has maintained its popularity despite all of the nerfs. Not going to be able to connect with the chain, but nice sidestep there on the Void Seeker, so Jensen will stay safe. So it's going to be a lot of emphasis on the solo lanes here for Dignitas, and they just have to make that decision. Can we salvage bot lane, play towards Tomo, get him back in the game, or do we just kind of have to abandon ship, allow him to try to just get whatever farm he can, and focus more towards our solo lanes?
What have you been making of how the junglers have spent the time thus far? Because obviously Boogie having that focus towards bot to get that early lead, and Santorin maybe looking towards these solo lanes for something.
Yeah, I think Boogie did a really good job. Obviously, was that team plan? As Boogie looks for the Hex Flash there, trying to find Jensen, couldn't do it. Boogie has been fairly proactive, and that's what you want to do on this Nautilus. I really like the game plan. Level 1 invade from TSM, split the map, go down towards bot side. Even if they hadn't actually been able to force Tomo back, they could have threatened to dive there because they were zoning him off the XP. He still would have been level 1. So I think the game plan was there from Boogie, and I like the attempts over towards mid now, just protecting Insanity, trying to put him in a good position here, as he had been the one that was focused by Santorin. As for Santorin, I think he did a good job kind of recovering from that early game. Not much you can do to defend your bot side from that dive when you've been pushed out of the bot side jungle, but got some camps back, got a kill for first blood in mid lane for his LeBlanc. So I think doing the best that he can with a pretty bad start.
Right now, pushed off of this Rift Herald because Chime was ready for the collapse from mid as Boogie was rotating from that top side. So just making sure that presence was known so that TSM could ensure that Dignitas couldn't have too much of an advantage up here.
Yep, absolutely. Boogie now playing up towards that top side. Chime has rotated, and they're going to try to use Haunter to just push out this wave, take that Herald, but Dignitas is moving over here. If Turtle is bot, there's not a gold lead. He is the gold lead.
On it, going in for the stun up, knock up onto one, and the return from Chime. All the while, the enchanted crystal arrow coming from downtown. Where does it land? Up top towards Rich. Can Haunter make something of it? Meanwhile, Poom setting the play up for Santorin and Jensen. Santorin achieves a kill onto Boogie, which means there's no jungler to contest this Herald. Chime has to be careful. Haunter coming in for the assist, stunned up as he slices and dices out of there, but Jensen gets the lockdown, returns the kill. A double offered by Insanity, though, for TSM, as they are still thirsty for blood, and bring it back with another onto the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, TSM able to get a big fight there. Turtle actually moved up. He came all the way up, and Tomo stayed down on bot. So even though the initial play was looking pretty good for Dig, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow forces the flash out of Rich because he didn't actually have his orange available. I believe he had already used it on a Renekton stun. So he's forced to flash back. Turtle makes that long distance rotation. You can see on the minimap, the early play was going towards Dignitas, but here comes Turtle. He shoots the arrow, and he's actually moving up from bot lane. Tomo has no prio. The wave is at his turret, so he can't actually move. This connects and forces the flash. Haunter's able to turn around, so he's pushed out. Then, it's just this long extended play where Dignitas do get a kill. They do go back onto the Herald. They're able to collect that. But all of a sudden, Turtle arrives. Rich has been pushed out. There's not really a way for them to actually take this fight. Sure, they're able to get that kill down onto Haunter, but they have no sustained DPS, and both the AD carries here for TSM are safe. And Haunter's feeling good about that, knows the fight is looking pretty good. And now both your ADs are really fed. 2 kills on Turtle, 2 kills on Insanity. TSM are right where they want to be.
Yep, over 1,000 gold for the TSM side off of that, though Dignitas was able to pick up that Rift Herald. We will see where Santorin decides to throw that. There's still 3 minutes available for these plates before they fall. But good play from TSM, good use of the ultimate from Wild Turtle, and I think that when celebrating a player like this that has been so long standing in the lead, you love to see it. Pausing on that thought, though, as Haunter runs into some trouble. Has to use the Dominus here to heal up, and Rich does have Jensen coming this way.
Yeah, that was actually really close because Haunter popped the ulti right as it came up, so he didn't actually have that ulti in the early moments of that fight when Rich was getting pretty ahead. It was a tier 2 boots rush for the Renekton, so pretty standard, but it meant that Rich had the earlier first item completion, has that Essence Reaper already done, so is going to be pretty strong in these trades, and it can be difficult for melee champions if you're getting constantly poked and prodded away at. Turtle here just farming even more plates on that bot side while Chime and Boogie are there to zone. Tomo knows that they're around, so he's got to walk up slowly, but it's another plate going the way of TSM, and you can see a 1,500 gold lead already going to Turtle. They're going to have to drop the Herald mid to get some plates back, but it's not going to be anything close to a full tower. It is just going to be that crash for 2 plates. So a little bit of gold for Jensen, a little bit of gold for Santorin, but not making too much of a dent on the lead that TSM still have established for themselves.
Yeah, all the turrets are currently still standing, so some standing gold on the map, but TSM, they do have the Dragon advantage, the gold advantage overall, and the gold in the right pockets, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Wild Turtle feeling pretty good as he finishes off the Kraken Slayer just now.
And Infernal is going to be really, really nice, if they can actually get up towards that soul. So easy to apply with the Ash Volley, with the Kaisa poke. So a lot of tools to just kind of poke and prod with that. Will be very difficult for Dignitas to come back from if they do, in fact, end up giving it up. You can see Insanity just constantly shoving out through mid, trying to keep Jensen pushed in. He doesn't want Jensen to be able to move into Fog. He doesn't want Jensen to be able to kind of link up with Santorin and look for plays, because that's one of the ways that Dignitas could get some purchase in this game.
And if you're on the TSM side, though, feeling pretty good about trying to sustain the advantages that you have created. I think also when emphasizing the power with which Wild Turtle is coming through. Insanity, there's been a lot to celebrate about his return to the roster. I will make note, though, a bit after Hanser tries to follow up on this play by Boogie, the keeper's verdict to send him downtown. So Hanser all alone can't stand up against this.
Yeah, that was a great ult from Santorin. Knocks 2 members out. It looked like it was going to be a TSM positive play. They had the extra man up on the top side, but a huge ult from Santorin knocks both Chime and Boogie away and allows them to get that kill onto Honster. That was perfect play from Santorin.
And Santorin, when looking at Dignitas's victories, I think it's that return to that proactivity that we want to see from him, being a playmaker for the Dignitas side, and especially with Jensen having some standout performances. I think on the recent game against FlyQuest, on that Jace 10-1-3, and showed that not only can he be strong on the classic picks we like to see from him, like the control mages, but really beginning to vary it up. But Santorin's at the core and really being able to kick these off.
Yeah, and this is just perfect because you want to create this 2v1. It's actually so much better to be able to get this knockout than hitting all 3. So he gets the knockout on 2, finds the stun onto Hanser, who's already in that GP ulti. They get another kill on him. And this is the 3rd straight Poppy game for Santorin where he's looked really good. It has been very, very solid stuff from him. Across all 3 of those Poppy games, one was in a loss, but has been really looking nice. Already has his locket completed. Seeing some people tech into this, still do see a lot more even Shroud. Generally, you see Locket, against comps that are very burst heavy, trying to actually protect your backline from getting 100 to 0. So potentially just thinking, all right, they have a Nautilus, they have a Rakan, they have a Renekton, they have this powerful kind of initial engage, and the Locket's going to help save my carries.
Chime in some trouble, though. Dignitas, they found the support, and they want to take him down. Battle dances towards Boogie, but it cannot save him. Dignitas really making sure that gold lead has minimized.
Yeah, another kill there. Great job. Santorin finds it, and Jensen's able to pick up the kill. So Jensen going to be working pretty quickly towards his 2nd item here. Has tier 2 boots, has his Shiv, has that Hextech alternator, and a good 700 gold or so in pocket. So keeping pace at the very least here with Insanity, and does want to be that big threat because both these mages, in the mid lane, well, it is an AD carry, but kind of functions when you're playing AP more like a poke mage, honestly. When you're just spamming out Ws once you have that W evolve. So both these guys are going to be looking for heavy poke, and if Jensen can get ahead to the point where he is dominating in that, we're going to see Santorin die.
Ends up getting the Rift Herald here, and the last smack sends Boogie away, but he still got what he came for.
Yeah, that's tough. Going to be able to actually get that steal and kill off Santorin. And now this means you're going to lose your tier 1 for sure, and you're probably losing your tier 2. So great play from TSM. Going to be able to actually just push down mid. Not even actually going to commit the Herald. Instead, just going to take the free tier 1, save that Herald for later. Could be used top or could be used very likely after this reset to try to get access to this 3rd dragon, because the Infernal is spawning here in about 5 seconds, and TSM will want to continue that stack towards Soul.
Yeah, I was looking for a moment, Isaiah, like Dignitas were starting to grasp some control over the game. If they could pick up that 2nd Rift Herald, having that ahead of Dragon means that you can try and draw the attention of your opponent somewhere. But right now, it's TSM's attention on the top side. Teleports from both ends as Rich stands alone, but not for long. Chime under the turret. Rich burned down and popped by Insanity. Stunned up. Jensen tries to get out of this one, but the turret does eventually fall as Shelly has been thrown. A kill here, as TSM managed to grab 2 and make this push on the top side an effective one.
Yeah, it's a great play from TSM on the top side. They drop the Herald, they get the dive, they kill off both the soul laners, get the TP off Jensen, the flash off Rich, the ulti off the GP, everything going TSM's way. They'll take the tier 2 as well. Yes, Dignitas do get a Dragon back, but honestly, who cares if you're TSM, because you are 4K up 17 minutes in. They've just created such an enormous lead. Objective bounties even going to be spawning here pretty soon for Dignitas. It's been a tough game for Dig. You know, their bot lane got so far behind early that they're kind of just relegated to playing on the back foot. You know, Tomo is likely going to be behind the entire game unless something really miraculous happens. But now TSM have been able to use that lead and spread it around the map. You know, Chime has been very active on the map, knows they were already winning heavily through bot. They just links up with Boogie, kind of repays the favor of Boogie spending so much time down towards that bot side, and they have been able to make really good things happen for TSM.
I think both pillars of that game plan for TSM are working out very well. Of course, Hanser doing everything he can on that top side to make sure that he sets it up when you can bring a Rift Herald over. But you've got two different damage threats in Insanity and Wild Turtle that are feeling very, very rich right now. And then Boogie and Chime working in tandem with their engage. One of the things when it comes to picks like the Nautilus, like the Rel, that yes, can flex into that jungle position, but are often seen in support. When you put them in the jungle, that requires a lot more proactivity, a lot more of a game plan from the jungler to best utilize these tools, since you're not necessarily standing in a lane to have that defensive capability just to protect your carry. So also props to Boogie for making sure that they garnered these early advantages against Dignitas, in which they've had to try and find these Rift Herald plays, but were only successful half of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Boogie has been doing a great job. He's been having a good split here with TSM. I think has surprised a lot of people. I don't think there was super high expectations for him coming into summer, and has been doing a very good job. 4 kills now, though, for Insanity, 3 for Turtle. These guys are super strong. And you can see them playing towards that topside river. You know, it is 19 minutes in. They're starting to claim vision on that top side of the map to potentially play for a Baron. You just look at this area. It's just fully blacked out. There's nothing for Dignitas to see up in that top quadrant of the map. And with double AD carry, you can kill Baron very quickly. So if Insanity and Turtle are off the map, Dignitas is going to have to respect the chance that they could be looking for a rushed Baron here very quickly after spawn, and they're going to have to be willing to respond to that, but there's the engage.
Over the wall, out of the darkness, 2 members fall, and Dignitas lose their top laner. TSM making the play and keeping this pressure on this mid turret, chunked down to half, but they'll take that kill and feel good about it.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. They find him over the wall with the ward. Chime goes over. The killer instinct is there from Insanity to follow up. And they get a quick burst kill there onto Rich, and then just move back into Fog. Dignitas is going to have to play out through mid before they can even get access to some of this vision out through river, because they're nervous. They don't know. Potentially, there's people playing over towards that Baron. It is a really dicey situation for them. More items being completed now. You know, Turtle has the Trinity Force already completed. You can see the Nashers has been done for Insanity. Looks like he's working towards a Luden's third, so going towards that more heavy poke style. Some people like the Ludens, some people do go towards that Rage Blade. Both, you know, have their own kind of strengths and weaknesses, but if you're playing more heavily towards poke, of course the Ludens does make a lot of sense, and you can see how short that cooldown is. Every time you're tagging with the W, you're cutting the cooldown in half, so it's so important to actually dodge these, or the poke just never stops.
That damage very much stacks up, and just also granting that intel to TSM, having that long range seeking ability means that Dignitas, who are already worried about stepping into their own jungle, have to be that much more scared.
Absolutely. I mean, you're so far behind, so there's a massive vision advantage already on TSM. You have Void Seekers to actually be able to scout things out. You have Hawkshots to be able to scout things out, and now they're just going to start up the Baron with double AD carry while Hanser fights Rich on that bot side, but this is going to go down really quick. Dignitas are aware of it. We'll see if they can make anything happen.
Teleport's available on both sides, and Poom goes into the back line. Keeper's Verdict means that Insanity's not here to deal the damage, but you still got multiple members of TSM to do exactly that, as Santorin is ripped away. Tomo soon to follow, does manage to get out of range of Hanser, who had already expelled his flash, but TSM set their sights on the Baron once more. Though Dignitas do have a rich teleport in the books, he already used his ultimate. Jensen collapsing from the opposite side. Can you get a lock onto Turtle? Some big blast damage from Rich here. Chime going in before he goes golden, and Wild Turtle setting it up for Insanity to knock it down. Double kill for TSM as Wild Turtle and the squad end up just finishing off the Baron, and Dignitas is nowhere to be seen.
Nicely done by TSM, destroying Dignitas by the Baron there. Rich had a couple of good barrels, which made you think for a moment maybe something can happen, but they all pile in on him. They finish him off before he can burst anyone down. And the initial fight, again, you know, it looks like a good engage here from Poom, but he just insta-dies. There's so much damage on the other side,
And Puma is so far behind. Yes, there's a great keeper's verdict, knocking out an Insanity. But in the back end of the fight, Haunter has already pushed out Tomo. He's fighting off Tomo and Jensen, forces the summoners out. Rich comes in with the TP, and he hits back-to-back barrels that do soften up a lot of the TSM members, but there's no one really there to follow it up. Jensen already uses spells. This first one connects on Turtle and Chime, then he actually gets another one right here that connects onto Insanity. So Insanity almost dies, Haunter almost dies, but they pile in, they kill off Rich, and as Jensen tries to go in to make something happen, he doesn't have the health and he gets burst down as he's distorting forward. And this one is pretty much all but over now. TSM 3 dragons already to their name. They have the Baron, they have an 8k gold lead. They can clear off the remaining outer towers here from the map. And with Rich split pushing on top side and having no TP, TSM can threaten any sort of dive they see.
Yeah, there's some bounties available for Dignitas, but not much more than that, as TSM feel like they have all the power in their hands with the Red Bull Baron buff still in effect. But Keeper's verdict for one to be thrown away. Poom attempting to get right into his backline after taking way too much damage, but has now fallen. So Dignitas corralled under this inhibitor turret. Haunter venturing forward with Dominus pop. Boogie's nice and healthy. Multiple members that can just stand with this cannon minion to make sure they take that inhibitor turret and then some.
Yeah, it is going to be a couple of towers traded back on the top side, but again, TSM knew there was no fear to dive here. There's nothing that's really going to go wrong when Rich is on that top side, so they pull the trigger on the dive, they get a tier 2 of their own, they take down that inhibitor tower and the inhibitor. And yes, the gold lead has been cut down a little bit because of those objective bounties, so it's going to be a lot of gold in the pockets of Rich here, who's Rich's member on his team, but is still quite a bit behind where Insanity is. It's still so much in control of TSM, and they're going to have full map control now with supers crashing down through bot. They can look to play 2 lanes, just play through mid and top, and look to potentially finish off this game here relatively quickly. Even if they can't find an angle for a dive or something to close it out, they can easily play towards Soul. So TSM has all the cards in their hand.
And while there are many flashes missing on TSM side, they have almost all their ultimates, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow was just thrown down, sidestepped by Dignitas. But look at how much damage Tomo was able to take from that poke. And these Void Seekers are gonna keep coming from Insanity to zone off the weakest of the Dignitas members when it comes to health. But this turret's just gonna keep getting knocked on.
Yeah, it's tough. They're struggling to even actually take down the cannon. Now the Baron buff finally expires, so Baron buff cannon minion is gone. Nice little distort back to dodge the hook from Boogie, but now TSM sees the turret is incredibly low, sees that supers are coming in through bots, so they can just walk forward, knock down this turret. Likely just going to be going back and not playing it too risky, just continue playing through top, let the supers crash through these other waves. They don't need to do anything too risky. They have a lot of gold in pocket, and they know they have that soul win condition still here in 2 minutes, so just continue playing through these lanes, forcing down towards the inhibitors. Insanity can keep fishing for poke, keep fishing with volleys and potential arrows coming through from Turtle. If you find the angle, you dive, you win the game. If you don't, you just play for Infernal.
Yeah, all of the options available for TSM. It's their own choose your own adventure, whereas Dignitas are just trying to get back to their single ending. Hopefully a happy one for them, but it's difficult with what TSM has been able to do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking pretty grim for Dignitas at this point. It's not much of a choose your own adventure when all the men in defeat, you know?
I do feel like they've stepped somewhat into a horror game, you know, with the darkness around them. They just can't see far and are just awaiting that sweet death by the hand of TSM, who have felt pretty good in this game, really capitalized upon their early leads on the bot side. And you know, those early dragon stacking meant that even when Dignitas were able to get some sort of trades, they lose their potency.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the biggest difference here. Insanity has been great through the mid game, but so much of this game, so much of this lead really did stem from the early game, from the lead that Turtle and Chime created, from the level 1 invade that TSM orchestrated, and then were able to slam home that advantage by just having Boogie zoning Tomo and Poom off. Then when they finally were able to get access to some minions, Boogie straight down towards bot, you know, uses his flash to actually get a kill on Tomo, who was missing his flash still. And sure, Tomo has a lot of farm now, but he has not been a factor in this game whatsoever. He's still down an item. And Turtle was able to, you know, move up towards top side, win a Herald fight for them. Chime was really active on the map. And it was all these things that really started to spill over. And TSM did a great job to extend their advantages from what was created in that bot lane 2v2.
And right now, making sure that they keep up that pressure. Haunter has been ushering the wave down bot, which will now be answered by Rich. But you can see the way Boogie's throwing out those Qs. All of TSM just awaiting the opening against Dignitas, who don't have any coverage. They don't have the security of the turrets on mid or bot, and are much more vulnerable. You see what happens anytime the Void Seekers connect with Tomo.
And you can see what TSM are doing, right? They're just trying to play in this section of the map. They're trying to clear out as many wards as possible. There's that one pink ward, and that's about it. That's giving vision over to their opponents. They want to control this area, and now they're going to be able to find a pick.
Of Santorin, the first knock by it, and as time goes in, he attempts to bring down Dignitas, setting up for Hanser to get into the backline. Rich has taken a lot of damage, a good chunk onto TSM through that cannon barrage, which means that his sanity eventually gets knocked down. Hanser attempting to flash over for Rich, but cannot find it, will be punished as soon as he comes out of stasis. Does he want to bring one more life down with them? He does! Jensen locking down with the ethereal chains, and Tomo finally getting to put some damage up in this fight. 2 for 2 traded. But in the end, TSM, they grab that dragon.
Yeah, they get the Infernal Soul, so they get that big prize, but a nice engage from Poom. I think catching TSM a little bit off guard, and that counter engage came through. And Tomo did get a couple kills, including a 1K shutdown from Insanity. If they can find even more here.
Jensen's going for more onto Boogie. He throws down the Riptide. Chime and Wild Turtle both get locked. Jensen goes golden, and the root onto Tomo means he has to just take the damage as it's ditched out. 4 taken down by Dignitas, and TSM still have Wild Turtle and Boogie to push on in.
Yeah, the initial burst was good there from Dignitas, but Turtle cuts through them, and TSM looking to end here in sub 30 minutes, move to 7-6, move to 7-3, more importantly, with Insanity. This team is on a tear.
One last arrow to do it. 2 teams entered this match as equals, but in the end, it's TSM out on top.
Another great game here from TSM. Insanity 11-2-4 on the Kaisa. Turtle with a huge game as well, 7-0-8 on the Ashe. Deathless for him. Chime was everywhere. The level 1 plan was really good with Boogie. And he was able to link up with that bot lane and slam home the advantage, create a massive lead for them through that bot side, and TSM never really let it go. Just smooth sailing, it felt like, from the early minutes from TSM all the way to the victory.
And while Dignitas did have some moments, I think Santorin with some key targets with the ultimate. And last time around, in fact, Santorin and Dignitas did defeat TSM when he played Poppy, but this time it was a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, I think TSM should be really happy with their performance here. Dignitas, obviously a frustrating loss for them. They want to be able to take down these teams that are around them in the standings. They want to continue to climb up towards the top of the table. But things went very bad for the bot lane early, and it's difficult to recover from that. You know, TSM, I think, did a great job to snowball that lead, but it is tough, and that's kind of one of the risks I think you run when you are bringing in a brand new support here, potentially haven't had a lot of practice together. This was a good fight, though, from Dignitas. You know, they were very far behind at this point. The counter engage from Poom was really nice. And we could see Tomo, you know, was able to kind of find an angle here as TSM looked for the re-engage. Flash, Gale Force in, 1K shutdown on Insanity. Tomo finding an opportunity for aggression here as Hanser was in the backline. There wasn't really any damage around because Turtle was over on the Dragon. Hanser, though, you know, flexing his muscles, able to get a kill in what was a 1v4 as his team does claim the Infernal Soul. But it was a small victory for Dignitas. They knew they would need way more for this. So they wanted to try to turn it into a bear and see, okay, can we actually go from here, get a bear and get an objective bounty, you know, maybe actually have a real chance of coming back. But of course it was not to be as Turtle chopped them all down over by the Baron, and that secured the victory for TSM.
Yeah, Turtle, congrats again to him for his most played games. It was 615, I think it was. Or
maybe 612, like right around there.
Somewhere around there. It's been a pleasure watching him throughout all these years. But a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper right now. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. When it comes to this game, we are joining Emily and Wild Turtle on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much. It could only be an interview with Wild Turtle after you broke the all-time games record. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
One thing that I don't think I've asked you yet is if you right now could go back and tell your younger self back in like season 1 that you were going to break the all-time like pro play games in NA record, what would you say to yourself? Like, or what would your younger self think?
I think it's to be expected. You know, he was a little gamer. You know, he played a lot of video games. So here I am, still playing video games.
Nice, let's go. Obviously, you and Chime absolutely crushed the bot lane early off of, I guess, a few mistakes that Dig's bot lane made, but also off of an early level 1. So in looking at this kind of double AD carry comp with the Kai'Sa mid and then Ashe bot, was this a plan from the get-go, or it's just like, oh no, we got this, we can just absolutely zone them off the wave and keep them at level 1?
It might have been our coach's plan or Boogie's. I don't know who it was, but like, you know, I just went into the game, playing the game, and I'm like, oh wow, we can dive them bot now. That sounds good.
In terms of like team communication, one thing that we've kind of wondered, especially with Chime going in a lot of like the engage, like as the primary engage for a lot of this, who is making, I guess, the biggest calls on the team, or like what your communication system has been?
We don't really actually have a huge shot call in our team. The loudest voice would definitely be Boogie. But for us, it's just kind of like democratic, and whatever we see, we kind of do.
What plays does Boogie call for? Because it seems like both him and Insanity are kind of like, they just want to go in all the time.
Well, he just streams go, 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 like every time, like even when we want to run, so.
Nice. Well, I mean, as long as you guys follow up, that's all that matters,
Yep.
right? All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And honestly, congratulations on the achievement. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
And on the other side of this, I believe we have Evil Geniuses taking on Golden Guardian, so stay tuned.
Like, I feel like I'm 40. I have to retire or something, bro.
Maybe. No. I mean, you're actually Faker, though.
Like, me and Faker are twins, bro. Like, he plays the same thing as me. When his wrist is hurting, my wrists are hurting. Like, I don't know. Faker and Chovy actually just copied me. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
It's kind of weird.
No, it's actually weird.
You're becoming old.
True.
Yeah, we should help mid.
Yo, watch me here. I can TP. I'm TPing.
Don't listen me, yeah.
I shift mid.
No flash? What do they have?
No
What do they
flash,
have?
not no ult.
Look mid.
He has no flash 20 seconds.
Okay, I'm sure.
No flash 20 seconds.
Yeah. No E.
No flash for ult.
He should be dead.
Good job. Can we just finish?
Yeah, we can finish. Mine together. Fricke. Okay.
Yo, watch my position, I can flank.
Look, Puppy's looking to ult.
Yo, look my position, I can flank.
No, they flash me. Help me. Oh, yeah, we need Rel.
We win.
They flashed me. They used everything on me, guys. They used everything on me. You should win. Help Trace.
Yeah.
Trace.
Keep going. Play with me.
No flash.
I'm gonna base TP behind them.
No flash.
Listen, no flash.
No, too much.
Yo, let me in the fielders farm. We need the stats.
Wait now.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? This speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Today we have a special treat, Revenge top lane tier list. Now, there is a bit of a story here. Revenge has had to watch other top laners do top lane tier lists, but now that you are in first place, you get to do your own top lane tier list.
Yes.
Take it away.
Okay, I have watched all the tier lists, you know. They've always come up on my timeline, you know. I've always been like on losing teams. Now's my time. Summit, I'm gonna put S tier for sure. I would say he is the best laner in LCS for top. As an overall player though, I think he has improved a lot between the splits, but he's still not like better than, for example, Fudge is slightly worse at laning than Summit, but I actually think that he's a better overall team player and just like player in general. I think he has a bigger champion pool and he plays better with his team. Someday. I actually think Someday's having a pretty decent split. I did kind of troll and get solo killed by him last week, so sucks. I do feel like he's strong on fewer champions, and I feel like he's a lot easier to lane against. I don't always actually think he takes many risks in lane, but he's very good at team fighting. I actually think he's like always consistently good at team fighting, which is very important. Solo. You know, it feels bad. I am friends with a lot of top winners in the league, so I don't like to do this, but if there is a D tier, he is very meta reliant, and his team fighting has not been very great this year. So I'll just base it solely on this split.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
absolutely. That's fine.
Good to me. Rich, I feel like he does have a decent amount of weaknesses, and I do not feel like he's as strong of a laner as Fudge or Summit. But he's creative, and I don't think he's a bad team fighter. So I'm going to put him actually in A tier.
Ooh!
Yeah. Licorice. Honestly, huge improvement from last split, especially during the split. I'm actually going to put him at S tier.
Oh!
Yeah. I think that as an overall player, he's good at team play and team fighting. He's not as good at laning as Summit, but he's like a better team player and as good as a team player as Fudge. That's my take. All right, impact. You know, I will say he's a solid B tier right now, which hurts to do because I do think he is a really good player. It's hard for me to like rate him higher, especially with how much they've lost. Hanser. I don't know what happened. I mean, I played Renekton into him one game, and I 5-plated him, 1v1. And then ever since then, he has locked in Renekton every single game. So I don't know how he keeps getting Renekton, but I mean, I do think he is not very good though, okay? Dokla.
Dokla next.
Is this the beef?
Well, I don't know if I would call it beef, but he does make tier lists a lot between friends, and he always rates me super low in the tier list, which is triggering. It's not that, like, you know, what am I gonna do about it, right? Like, it is what it is, right? But I do think he's been having a very rough split. If I'm going to take into account the whole split and how he's playing right now, I would put him above these two, but I would put him C tier.
Okay.
All right.
Unbiased. I will individually put myself right now at S. I do think I still have a lot to prove between these two and Summit, but I think I can lane versus Summit well. I can even beat him. I think I can contest Fudge and Licorice with team play and champion pool. I still have a lot to show, I think. So that's where I'll put myself right now.
All right. I thought you were going to do the long Kong on us and just put yourself in the inflated S tier, like above everybody else.
D tier?
But yeah, did this lock it in? Final tier list?
Yeah. Yeah. This is like my most measured tier list I can make. Unbiased.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much, Revenge. After 4 weeks of LCS, this is Revenge's top lane tier list. Thanks for joining us.
And there's Revenge right there on the stage, ready to take on this matchup against Golden Guardians. And the other face that you saw in that piece of content is now with us in the casting booth. Hello,
I teleported.
Jet.
That was definitely live. No,
Very
I'm
fast.
happy to be here for this game. I think this is such an interesting matchup because EG is where I see Golden Guardians last split. It's this team that people didn't expect to be at the top, who is at the top, and everyone's kind of waiting for them to turn back into a pumpkin. But we have to see if it actually happens because Golden Guardians has been able to maintain that level for 3 months solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is really interesting, right? Like, even on the dive, Speaker came on and we asked him, you know, who's his top 3, right? And he didn't actually have EG in the top 3. He had Team Liquid there. So a number of pros have even been publicly saying they don't think EG is as good as they appear, right? They don't think that this is actually a sustainable pace. And largely, most people are saying because they think that JoJo is having such a monster performance that he can't possibly keep winning games like this.
And he's just lifting everyone else up.
Yeah, that's basically the take.
I think JoJo is having an MVP level split. The thing that I find most fascinating about EG is how well the bot and the top lane perform in lane.
Yeah.
In their wins, they are just blowing people out in the early game and then seem to have a lot of confidence, which could be led by JoJo. So if that part of their game starts slumping, then I'll say, hey, they're not a top team. But for me, as long as they stay dominant in lane and motivated, they do actually feel like a top team to me.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree. I think they do to me as well. And I think, as we're getting further and further into Split, everyone should know, the level of performance that JoJo is having, and he's going to see more focus in picking bans. He's going to be more focused in game as far as, teams developing strategies to try to shut him down. I think we actually saw EG fall prey to that a little bit last week, where there was a lot of bans towards mid lane, and they did this draft where it was like a 0 for JoJo, and they had this like late game scaling. It was like 100 Thieves-esque, 2 carries, 3 frontliners draft, and it didn't work out for them, right?
Yeah.
And JoJo, I think, still played really well in that game, but there was a lot of focus on him, and he wasn't on a champion with a huge amount of agency, so it didn't look like the same EG.
Actually, a really interesting anecdote about that. After their loss on Friday is when we filmed the Revenge tier list. So I know what went wrong in the draft. Yeah, they're basically saying they messed up a little bit in pick ban, and they didn't have any LeBlanc counters ready, and they had to go into the game without having a good matchup for that. So that's not one of those things that you expect to repeat itself, but it could be in the back of their minds.
But it is interesting for that loss on the side of Evil Geniuses to be against Energy when Palafox was talking in a recent TGI interview about the need to focus JoJo in draft, always taking away the Ahri and making sure to limit his pool. So it's obviously something that all the teams are coming into these matches with consideration on how strong of a pillar he has been for the squad.
Yeah, and I also misspoke. Looking at their last game that they were defeated in, I believe... I'm sorry, I may be trolling here, but I believe it was Azir that they didn't have the counters for. But either way, we're into this game. And
they played Azir. They played Azir and it was against LeBlanc.
It was LeBlanc.
Right.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong screen.
Yeah.
I'm always interested in Gory as well, because he is a bit of an inconsistent player to me, but when other mid laners have a bad game, it is often against Gory and River. So it's one of those things where I think he's sneakily underrated, but there is an abnormally high amount of games where you're thinking, man, that other mid, he's just having a rough one. So I think there's something special about Gory. I think he's a highly underrated player in early game.
Yeah, I think he is a really strong player for sure. And it is interesting. You look at the most banned champions against EG. It is Ahri, that's the #1 most banned against them. That is pretty atypical from what you see in other teams. When you look over at Golden Guardians, it's not even in the top 5, top 6 banned against them, right? So this is specifically a JoJo thing, but it's also tough because, when you think back to last year and you think back to spring, it's like, LeBlanc is also one of the champions that he's best known for. So you can't really give him that, even though it's been nerfed. You can't really give him the Ahri. You have to take away multiple picks to start answering him. And then that becomes really difficult, especially if you're on red side, because, you can't really give him Nico either. And, then you're leaving up a lot of other OPs if you're just going to only triple ban mid lane. So, even if you can kind of target someone and pick and bans, it still creates opportunity for your team.
Well, and speaking on what some of the strengths and weaknesses, what have you, have been on Evil Genius side, and you noted, Azael, that when Spica was on the dive, he was kind of in that boat of not quite believing in this roster, but he did have a lot of belief in Golden Guardians, having a lot of confidence in their ability to play as a team, the way that River and Huhi work together with their early game proactivity. Even if every team knows how to read River and the way that he is going to play for early game, he still manages to find a way for it to be victorious for his squad. And even when they have a defeat, he looks good on the Poppy, for instance, in their recent loss against TSM.
Absolutely. I mean, I think River is just really creative in how he finds angles. And he's one of those players that you have to really worry about him. No matter what champion he's going to play on, he plays around these angles really well. So we could talk specifically about how he utilizes Hex Flash. And you have to be really careful about surprising ganks because he really loves the Hex Flash into brushes. He tracks vision well, so he circumvents wards by utilizing that rune and finds these surprising gank paths that people aren't really prepared for.
Another first pick LeBlanc, but it doesn't appear that as many mid lane bans were targeted for JoJo. So they will likely have what they consider an answer to it here, but LeBlanc's still an extremely powerful pick.
That sucks, man. It's working after this. Yeah, we'll see what they're going to go towards. It would be interesting to see if it is going to be a look towards Ahri. We've been seeing a lot of Kai'Sa as an answer into LeBlanc. We just saw that last game from Insanity. People are pretty comfortable in this matchup. So Kai'Sa, as well as Rel 1-2 coming through.
I would be pretty interested to see if this is ever going to get flexed toward jungle. We keep talking about this. It's really popular in solo queue, but we haven't seen Rel jungle in the LCS just yet. Armeo, though, was one of the early adapters of some of these kind of more new meta picks. He actually did play some Ivern, so potentially he's been practicing this and could bring it out. And at least it's a threat when you pick it early.
It could actually be a double flex if they wanted to go Kai'Sa into the LeBlanc. That was one of the bans that EG had in their game when they said they had no LeBlanc counters left. So I think there's a decently high chance they're actually just throwing the Kai'Sa mid.
Yeah, I think it is. You know, that's what I was saying. Like last game, we saw the exact same matchup, right? Insanity bring that out. So I think it's pretty powerful in that matchup, and you can trade fairly well with it. Going to be Renekton locked in here for Revenge. I like Renekton on 3, you know, and just top lane on 3 when you're on red side, because they throw a couple of protection bans here. And yes, you are going to be picking blind, but you're going to have a little bit of safety of these couple bans that are likely going to come out. I think we're going to see, you know, Rumble's already banned out, so Jax comes out. They don't necessarily have to throw another ban up there, but Licorice has been having a really good season.
Yeah, in my mind, they may as well keep throwing top lane bans that way, because they can still flex the Kai'Sa and the Rel. I actually think of the junglers that you mentioned that would play Rel, Armeo is right up on that list. He plays so much League of Legends, and we're also in a tank jungle meta. So I think they'll wait until we'll see, but I think they'll wait until 5 pick to decide whether their jungler is a Rel or something else.
Still holding some of the cards of concealment here.
Yeah, and it is interesting, the Ahri ban coming through. So clearly Golden Guardians aren't sure that Kai'Sa is going mid. It is played bot still as well, obviously. But in the LCS, it has been played a lot more mid lately. So still giving respect to that Ahri ban, despite the fact that, you know, it did go through that first phase. Another ban protecting towards top. Kennen, another good pick there for Licorice. It's something that he really does enjoy playing. Can be a difficult matchup. So I'm going to be interested to see if it's just going to be like with all these top lane bans, it might just be Cassante, right? We might be just getting the 2 most popular top laners, despite having, you know, so much attention and picks and ban thrown up towards it. And Jace as well as a ban, which to me feels, potentially, you know, could be flexed around, but it's basically another JoJo ban, right? So they're double banning mid lane. So Golden Guardians is really not sold that it is actually going mid.
Well,
okay,
the mystery's been solved. They're doing Draven. We were fairly sold, but definitely Golden Guardians understanding that it was a flex and respecting it as such.
Yeah, you cannot discount that against evil geniuses who could kind of lean into the flexibility that has been the name of the game, especially on 13-13 with picks like Kai'Sa coming into the fold, though they did, of course, go for some of what we saw on like the CSM game just prior with that Renekton locked up top. But Golden Guardians coming in with, as you predicted it, the Cassante locked. And we'll see what River decides to bring in. The Prime Hover, of course.
I mean, Jarvan makes a lot of sense. You know, Vi also a really good option. I just think you want Dive when you're playing against Draven. This is a champion that can really struggle when people are piling in on top of you. You don't have a lot of mobility. You just have that speed up from your Blood Rush, I believe it's called. So it can be pretty difficult, you know, if you are getting piled in on top of. That's a pretty heavy dive comp, but potentially, you know, from EG, but potentially, you know, could be used kind of as counter engage. Feels like the team fights are going to be very bloody because both teams, I think, want to do pretty similar things. They're going to kind of have their main target, but I feel like, you know, given
there it is,
Melio coming out, so it is going to be Rel jungle. Nice.
Yeah, good job. You called it.
I mean, it's really interesting, right? Like, given the 2 compositions, I feel like I favor what Golden Guardians have drafted because both teams want to do similar things, but there's like better dive targets for Golden Guardians, right? The Draven, the Kai'Sa, I think are a lot more vulnerable than the LeBlanc, than the Xayah. They have a lot better anti-dive. So I do think it's going to be difficult for EG to actually find their targets.
I agree. I think it's one of those games where EG kind of has to overperform in lane. They kind of got to pick all their matchups based on their 1-2 being Rel Kai'Sa, where they can flex that as a bottom lane, and they ended up flexing it to jungle mid. So in theory, the Renekton is the only thing that they blind picked. Everything else they got counter. So you would hope that they're happy and comfortable in those matchups and they can display some of their individual laning skill.
All right, I'm excited for it. We've been kind of waiting for that moment where the Rel does get flexed into that jungle position within the LCS, as it has been erupting in other leagues.
I hate to say it, I don't think this is the best slot for it. Maybe there's some Rel Vi interaction I'm not knowledgeable about, but I feel like Rel would best be served against other tank junglers as we're moving towards this meta where we're seeing tons of Maokai, Sejuani, Nautilus, the slower farming junglers. Vi can get right up in your face, can farm fast, and can maybe outpace you. So I'm really curious how EG is going to try and navigate this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think generally when you are playing Rel jungle, you're looking more towards your utility in the 5v5s, powerful engage. You're going to be able to get the levels. You're going to be able to get active on the map. But there's just not great dive targets. Maybe you can kind of just lock down the LeBlanc and burst it 100 to 0. But Stixxay is going to be really tough to dive on this Xayah. So a lot of pressure, I think, on the early game. Unforgiven playing barrier. So it's a barrier heal from the bot lane of EG. They know he's going to be a massive dive target. Wow. It's going to be mostly about actually trying to take him down. Yes, there is the Cozy Campfire. You're going to have that with double 80 carries, which is really, really nice because you're giving range potentially to both those marksmen in a fight. And you do have the shields from the Warm Hugs. You have the Breath of Life. So there's a lot of defensive tools there to try to keep him up. But I still think even with all that, you have to be playing from ahead.
Evil Geniuses making sure to take away this early ward that Golden Guardians had put defensively.
Looks like Golden Guardians want to contest this.
Yeah, they're circling around it. Stixxay and Huhi making sure to hover from the bot side.
Licorice is coming as well. So Licorice is actually coming all the way down from top lane. So Golden Guardians are definitely going to fight this. We could have just a straight up all-out brawl here at level 1. We'll see if either team does kind of blink. It's a bit of a game of chicken right now.
They're here, I think, and they're starting it, so let's go.
Okay.
Putting the fish in the barrel right now. Revenge is holding off Licorice to make sure it's not a complete circle. The red buff starting to get burned. River gaining the level, channeling to get towards the back line. Root onto Armeo, who flashes away. First blood drawn by Gory. Golden Guardians stand up against the invade.
Man, it's just really all down to the smite. Both teams are kind of just down to flip the game. Level 1, I guess. It's 5v5 action at level 1, all for the red buff here. Armeo gets outsmited by River, which means he put in so much work in that subsequent fight. They get first blood onto Gory. Armeo's down a flash. He is going to be starting so far behind. He has to cross map to start on his Raptor, so he's already 2 camps down. And Jojo got chunked out in that as well. They used the heal from Ayla. They used the flash from Revenge. EG are in a terrible spot.
It's just so wild that they did this. But also, if they win the smite, Armeo gets level 2, then he has the extra spells for the engage, as River had here, because he gets the smite, he hits level 2, he levels up Q, and then he just goes with Huhi, so they have the damage to just straight up one-shot and get the first blood. So they're really flipping the game on the jump ball. That's what it feels like there, and they lost it.
I mean, that is crazy. Also, you can see Armeo was trying to Q smite it. At about 700 health, he went for Q smite, and River just pressed smite same time. They both smited. There was no health shown between 700 and something and dead, and it does 600 damage, so they're trying to go for that timing. That is just purely a flip, right? Like, at that point, it's not as though, either of them really mistimed it.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult situation.
I would say that's actually extra well done by River. Like, that's always my argument if you're talking about, like, Nunu and his, who does 2,000 damage? It's like, well, not really. The other jungler can read your consume animation and just press at the same time, which is what an experienced jungler like River would do. So even though Armeo got to combo it with his skill for, like, the quote perfect hit, that's not how it works if the other jungler is reading your animation.
Oh, so now off of that early success for Golden Guardians and River winning out, quite the lead they were able to set up for Gory in mid lane, and lots of pressure against Jojo, who was consistently rattled and poked down after that.
So anyway, when we talk about EG getting counterpick in all their lanes and wanting to play from ahead, they're still going to try and do that. They just don't necessarily have what we would consider the same jungle pressure. I would say Armeo did a pretty good 5-camp clear, still has the ability to hover Jojo in mid lane, and they're generally just down that 700 gold.
So they're
in an okay spot.
Channeling it up.
No.
Yeah, I think he was trying to find a little bit of a weird angle where he was trying to go max distance but still get over the wall.
Yeah.
Like, I think he wanted to get really close and look for Q and then W, because if you hit the stun, then you guarantee the crash down. But now they're going to move down towards bot. They have 4 men coming here. It is going to be River trailing the play. They're going to try to threaten a dive.
Didn't work mid, so saying, hey, can we make something happen, bot? You can see River starting to follow up. Armeo and Jojo slightly backing off of this, and the ward does give them intel on River's positioning. So Armeo is the first to go in to stun up River and just make sure that Huhi and Stixxay cannot follow up on this.
this is a rough start for EG. They just invested so much time. They gave up mid prior for that. Armeo has heavily delayed his recall. That feels like one of those things where they've actually played the Draven, Melio, Rel in scrims, and they've stacked the wave and they've dove perfectly. The play just wasn't there. They're a little bit behind the pace from the level 1, and they've wasted even yet more time.
Yeah, and they're trying to problem solve, obviously, from a terrible level 1, trying to find plays. You know, Armeo spending a lot of time there trying to look for action, but can't quite find it, as River was on that side of the map. If River hadn't been trailing, I think you can make that play happen, but because he is, they don't want to risk it. If you go for that dive, he's too close. He has flash. He'll get there. It'll likely be a disaster. So I do think it's the right call to pull it off. But as you say, time invested there. And Jojo, who's normally massively ahead in lane, like he's been dominating in the 1v1s. His opponent got first blood. He got chunked out. Now he moves from the wave. And Jojo in the lane is kind of screwed. Like he's down 20 CS at 5 minutes.
And now River starting up on that dragon. Gory falling into some trouble to get that passive popped, but Huhi's hovering. We've seen Huhi always be ready to unlock himself from lane to create this pressure across mid.
Jojo's level 4 and Gory's level 6.
Isn't it weird how other mid laners keep having bad games against Gory? I think we talked about this in Champ Select. It's so strange.
You don't say.
This one is it's a little biased because of the level 1 gave him the first blood. That's a big difference.
And he was chunked out as well, so I think this game was pretty doomed from level 1 for the laning phase, but we'll see what Jojo can do to try to bring it back. Obviously, it's going to be very difficult, you know, and that's why I think Armeo was playing around mid. They want to be able to look for these kills, but especially now that Gory's 6, it's so hard to be able to actually kill this guy. When you're behind, you can't 100 to 0 him. He has double distortion. Like, he would have to use both his Ws, and then Armeo would have to be there at the immediate time, and they'd have to look for 100 to 0 play, which I think is just never going to happen.
I will also say, though, if Gory has a huge game and EG lose their second game in a row to first pick LeBlanc, they are not letting LeBlanc through the next time they're on red side. I guarantee you.
What is it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
They won't let the third time come around. But still early enough. We're at 7 minutes into the game. Dragon was not claimed because of both of the supports kind of hovering around that mid side. But it's difficult for the position that Jojo is in. We've seen what Kaisa can do when ahead. We've seen the difficulty when behind. We've seen the plays that can happen on top side when River is given this attention to Licorice. Revenge over, and Dominus does manage to slice through Licorice, and River has to flash over towards the River himself.
Oh my
God. Not going the way of GG.
No, I mean, Licorice missed his Q3 and then used his all out so early when Revenge still had all his spells. You're supposed to tank a little bit of damage. He uses his spells, then you go all out, you sustain through it. But when you just put yourself low like that, it can go so bad. Gory does spot Armeo with the sweeper, but the 1v2 kill for Revenge gets him a lot of pressure on top side. Now they're looking to dive bot.
Exactly, the pressure translates because it's like the gank happens, so maybe they can win on two sides.
Now Armeo trying to get the lock onto Stixxay. Airborne he goes, but the damage coming out. He sets it up for Armeo to be drawn down. Stixxay with no summoners available. River trying to focus onto Unforgiven. Gory coming over the wall. There's no Jojo to be seen, and Unforgiven sees two members of EG. Nice on his tail. One more pop will do it. Gory grabs the kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to force that dive, but it's kind of a swing and a miss there from Armeo. He goes for the Q to set it up, but Stixxay flashes it. The crash down comes down anyway, so you can tell he's kind of just mashing the button. Xayah was 6th, though, and that's going to make it so hard to play. Plus, Unforgiven, he just lost 150 sacks off that dive because he did not get a cash out, so this one really hurts. Just the ulti spent, I think, way too early there, not respecting the damage, was Licorice, and Licorice tries to go in, tries to make the play happen. Obviously, he wanted to hit with the Q3 and then ult him back towards tower. That didn't happen, but then they try to force dive on the other side.
Yeah, as you can see here, Stixxay is level 5 at the very beginning of this dive, but then as they go in, they get the kill, which gives him level 6, which just makes things bad to worse. It looked like it could have been a momentum swinging sequence, which is why EG went for the big swing, but they bite off too much. 2 kills going to Rakan is a little fortunate for EG, but then at the end, the lost stacks from the Draven, as well as the extra kill for Gory's LeBlanc, make this, again, Golden Guardian's favor.
Exactly. I mean, it's so much potential gold there that is lost. You know, it's 2.5 gold per stack on the cash out, so we just lost 150 stacks. That's like an extra kill worth of gold right there, you know, more than. So it is pretty punishing, but they are going to be at least able to get the Herald back on top side, and they have this pressure from Revenge. We'll see what they can make with it. Oh, no.
Got him with Licorice once more. Under the tower he goes, and Licorice gets revenge from the previous play gone wrong.
Yeah, gets revenge on revenge as That was kind of the only winning lane for them right now, and he just gets solo killed with that lead.
Who he charmed directly under the turret. JoJo rooted, and Gory, 3 kills. Bouncy feeling good about it. Over 2,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Gory is having a game. The first blood into the free kill bottom lane into that. So he gets the static shiv that allows him to shove in the lane. Beautiful coordination and skill shots from Gory and Huhi. He is off to the races.
I think TriCast are seeming a little cursed for EG. We did a TriCast when they were going up against C9, and they got absolutely pounded in that game. We're like, oh, another big match up at the top. Let's TriCast it. And EG are getting smacked down right now.
Licorice, though. Ayla and Armeo are lurking. Can get out of that one. I do kind of want to look into if the other 2 losses from Evil Geniuses were TriCast or not to see what the percentage is.
Yeah. I think there's also a level here as Gory is just eating plates on the bottom side. He's going to be a big problem in this game. But I do think there's an element of the start of this split. EG comes in with low expectations, wins a bunch of games. It's very exciting. So everyone talks about it. All these players have something to prove. They're the underdogs in almost every game. Once the first round robin is complete and they're tied for first, those expectations reset.
Yeah.
And now other teams are actually a little pissed off that everyone's talking about EG so much because Golden Guardians just finished 2nd in the LCS Spring Split. They had a pretty good showing at MSI, and they're 1 game behind them. So I think there actually is an extra element when these other top teams play against EG of really wanting to, quote, put them in their place.
Absolutely. There's more effort put towards prepping for the teams as well. You know, when it is a team that's expected to be at the bottom, you're not going to spend as much time thinking about them when they're at the top. You will bet your ass that's circled on the calendar, and you're going to be really trying to get ready for this squad. They will crash the Herald top side, so they're getting a little bit of gold back there. But JoJo's just so far out of the game, you know, with what happened level 1 and the pressure that he's been under, the failed dive on bot side. He's down 3,000 gold in his individual matchup. He's nearly doubled by where Gory is. Gory has a ridiculous amount of gold to actually go back and spend. He's 3,100 gold in pocket, so he's going to go back, buy an entire next item, and it's just going to be pretty unplayable, I think, for both Unforgiven and JoJo from this far behind, and with so many tools that Golden Guardians have to dive.
Absolutely, and the level 1 was important, but it's not this level of important. Gory and River have been playing really, really well. Luden's completed at 12 minutes, 20 seconds with static shiv. That's absurd.
Which is why they feel so comfortable just taking ownership of the map in the way they are now, making sure that Evil Geniuses narrow the places with which they can move freely. And multiple members of Golden Guardians have talked in interviews about how River and Gory in a lot of ways do lead the charge. Obviously, the early game plays coming from that jungle position, coming from that pairing in that mid-jungle duo. And when they're feeling on it, you can see the rest of the team follow.
Absolutely. Gory's just going to play through sides because there's not really anyone that can answer him at all. He's a full item up on everyone.
Get, man? He got solo turret gold bottom. He's already at, it feels like he has more than 7,000 gold, but that's because JoJo only has 4,000.
I mean, 7,000 gold is ridiculous for 13 minutes, right? Like, this is an absurd amount, yeah.
For some reason, I was expecting to see 10K, but like, we're not that late in the game.
Which is why when River gets the lockdown onto Revenge on the top side and everyone's here to follow, Gory can just easily rack in his 4th kill of the game. And that gold is going to continue to skyrocket.
Yeah, it's just not going to stop. And he even has now 6 stacks on the Dark Seal. This is one of those games where maybe you just actually go for mid guys.
Yeah.
Because you are so far ahead, you can kind of style on your opponents a little bit. I think EG are probably just going to keep fighting because that's kind of their style. When they fall behind, they usually lose quick because they're just going to fight every single opportunity because they know only way you come back in this game is somehow just outplaying a bunch of fights in a row. So they won't sit back passively. I think they're going to show up, you know, at some moment, whether it's a Baron or whether it's Dragon, and they're just going to send it all, look for a 5v5. If that goes bad, the game is well and truly over.
Yeah, I want Gory to initiate the Soul War. Like, the best time to initiate this war is when you're 4-0 and your team is massively far ahead because it's just going to make things go from bad to worse. He's going to get another solo turret here.
14 minutes into the game, so just missing out on some additional plates, but was able to get all of them knocked down on the bot side, so the outers have been taken out, and 5,000 gold for Golden Guardians.
I mean, we had this TL Immortals game earlier, this split, which set an LCS record for like a team gold lead at 15 minutes. Once 15 minutes hits, especially if Gory can get this one, it might be a record.
Who he's saying, I want you to get as rich as possible, Gory, who does manage to get the root and out of it cleanly.
I mean, it is crazy. It's not even just that he's this far ahead of his opponent. He's this far ahead of his own team, too. He just has such a ridiculous amount of gold for this early in the game. He's been getting absolutely everything. He's going to get the tier 2 tower, or at least close to it as well, as Ayla's trying to defend mid, but who he is here, so EG are in shambles. His Golden Guardians are just taking everything on the map. He got the tier 2 as well, so he's at 9,500 gold. He's more than double JoJo.
Armeo making an attempt with a Magnet Storm, but gets charmed. River continuing to slap him, but is knocked away into the backline. Revenge wants to make the play, but rooted, stunned up, and more. JoJo coming on in. Can he grab Hui? Can he grab more? It's a double kill for Stixxay. Golden Guardians take out 3, and it's just the bot lane of EG retreating towards the turret.
I'm on 10,000 gold watch currently. He's at 9,800. With this turret going down, he's good.
10,000.
10,000 at 1540. I don't think I've ever seen that. Maybe there's an example. I don't know. This is a really, really hard stat to pull because I don't think we can check. But that is absolutely ridiculous. We came in talking about this Golden Guardians versus EG, JoJo MVP candidacy type of situation. And now we have... He's more than double JoJo's gold. He has 10,000 to 4,700.
Double everyone's gold, basically.
Show me this ever happening in a professional game. This is something I don't know if I've seen before.
It's crazy. I mean, this would be a crazy amount of gold to have for a funnel meta, right? Like, this is even more than we used to see in those kind of games. So this is ridiculous. I'm sure it's happened at some point in some game, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's an LCS record.
Well, listen, 3,512 at 14 is a record. So 5,300 at 1530, I'm going to say that's also a record.
Every time we look at Gory, too, it just feels like who he's here saying, I can grant Hendrens in. Look, they're knocked up for you. You got the damage. Let's get another one in your pocket. And it's not that far off between what the gold lead for GG is and the total gold of Gory.
Yeah.
He himself being the advantage against EG right now, who are attempting to hold him back. But Gory, look, he just lands the chains. Armeo is able to get out of it in this armored form, and JoJo trying to have this pushover on top side and grab some of these bounties.
River wins this, I think.
He's going for it.
JoJo wants ult over the wall.
He missed the
Bolt
Q.
breaker, couldn't quite connect there. But slam it down, takes down JoJo. The win conditions of Evil Geniuses looking very, very slim as River in the 1v1 with the enemy mid laner can take him off the map.
Yeah, I think the win conditions for EG is remaking this game at this point. I think that's their best shot.
This is a go next if you're in scrims, for sure.
This was a go next like 10 minutes ago if you're in scrims. This game is a slaughter.
Soul War initiated,
Hey,
17
guys.
minutes in. Gory Goat, I agree. For now, I think maybe this is a bad time to revisit the conversation about other teams' views of EG. Do you think this game has a large implication on how other teams see EG at the top?
I don't think so. I think almost every pro player you talk to, if you ask them about this game, is going to say it was a level 1 remake.
It was really, really, really big.
It was a really bad level 1. I do think Golden Guardians deserve more credit than just saying it's all level 1. But I think most people will just say, like, this game was toast at level 1, and then EG just kind of do what EG does, and that's just fight and hope something goes well.
I agree, but I do think there's an element now of how bad does it go for EG when it goes a little bit bad.
Yeah.
Because they had the C9 game where it was, again, over really early. This game also felt over really early. Those are really tough losses
actually
when they stack up.
They're stepping forward. They want charges on the Nexus towers.
Inhibitor taken down. The charges have been good so far. Huhi and Licorice are drawing the attention of multiple from Evil Geniuses, though. The back is coming in from Ayla. The charges are good. Golden Guardian saying, go, Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with their Nexus. GG with the win.
Okay, what a stomp. Golden Guardians absolutely blast EG. This one was not close by any stretch of the word. An absolute clobbering at the top of the table here. Golden Guardians with, the level 1 going heavily their way, but then able to just really snowball this to ridiculous degrees. Gory got so much gold in the side lanes.
Yeah.
He doubled basically every single person's gold on EG. Like, this is just absurd.
At the end of the game, Gory did have more than double JoJo Pune's gold. Again, something I don't think has happened before. We'll have to verify, but doubling someone's gold in a professional game is not very frequent.
I mean, he was a couple hundred gold away from having more gold than JoJo and Unforgiven combined.
I mean, he does have more gold than Armeo and JoJo combined.
He does. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So, and
who's a better mid jungle, Armeo, JoJo, or Gory and himself? River set it up. He got the smite at level 1. He started it. They ganked mid, but what an incredible performance by GG.
Absolutely. There was kind of a brief moment for EG where like, oh, maybe they can do something, where Revenge got the 1v2 kill, and then they looked for the dive bot, but the dive bot went so bad. And this is just, I mean, honestly, I would have loved to see them full commit and get Shelly to dance. Yeah. Because that is the ultimate embarrassment for a team, seeing Shelly dance on you. Whereas if you haven't seen that, if you're newer, it is when Shelly's still alive. When you actually kill the Nexus, it just starts dancing, and it is the funniest thing.
Watch this, though. JoJo knows. He landed the W.
Sniped it. It's a moral victory there.
All the players putting so much work into their emote wheels and how they can taunt the opponent. That is the one thing that takes a lot of things specifically in game to happen to try to achieve the dancing Shelly, but denied in this regard.
Very rare. I've seen it maybe a couple times ever in pro play.
Yeah, so I just received word. His goal difference at 14 was a record. 15 was second place all time, so there's some game out there that I'm sure LCS will tweet about it, but a very close to historic performance there by Gory and Golden Guardians.
And it does feel like Golden Guardians, when they're trying to make sure they're in the conversation, the same way people are hype about EG, they're saying, don't forget about us. Don't forget us, we're here. And that is a way to make a statement for sure. But for anyone looking towards the end of the season, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. So head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. We're gonna go ahead and join Raz and Huhi on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
All right, first things first, congratulations on the win, Huhi. That was an interesting level 1.
Yeah, it was.
Tell me a little bit about it, because it felt like those are the type of level 1s I feel like in scrims. Not so much on stage. Tell me about like the reasoning contesting it, because you even brought in Licorice for the protection there for the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, I think River already knew, like, as Vi, his weakness is level 1, and enemy can invade, and we were aware of that, so we already started planning in the loading screen. Like you mentioned, people will do it in scrims, and then if it goes wrong, either way, someone will ask for a remake. Yeah, it's a stage game, so they flipped it, and then it was on our side.
Was it because of the fact you guys challenging? Was it because of fear for the pathing for Vi, or for you guys? Because they felt like heavily for lane with Draven, and they could possibly go for a dive. Was that something that came to your mind when you guys were talking about it?
For sure. Like dive was one of our biggest awareness in the early game, because they had Draven Milio versus the Zara Khan. And you can see it in the game. Kaisa was keep moving no matter what was happening in her lane. So we were aware that they were really desperate after the level 1, and we were just focusing on countering that.
Speaking about desperation and dives, they ended up going for it. And you became a very rich Khan after the fact. What was the comms when they were looking for the dive initially? And then tell me what was the game plan like basically after, just a reaction off of it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not much we just communicated the proper way. Like whenever they're stacking a wave, or whenever their mid is moving, we're just communicating that, letting my mid laner and my jungler know. And yeah, we're just kind of outplaying them as well. So yeah, I just got really rich, and we had complete control of the game. And from there, it was like the fight between ourselves that we don't throw the game, because when people get too far ahead, they'll throw the game,
So then it leads into my last question. You guys, how many wins do you guys have right now?
I don't know.
9?
9? Okay.
And you guys are nearing 10 wins. You guys have never gotten 10 wins before.
Yeah.
How much have you guys talked about it? Because I felt like last time I've heard from Monero or Sam, they've said that you guys talk about it. But it's a touchy conversation.
Yeah, so Golden Guardians never passed the 9-9.
Yeah.
And as a jokingly, we were saying, we're going there. You know, we're getting there. We're almost at 9 wins, guys. We have to start losing, stuff like that. Obviously, it's a joke, but like it's definitely something that we're aware of, and we obviously want to break that, but also at the same time trying to like joke about it.
Tilt the coach as well.
Yeah, they get really tilted whenever we say now we have to lose every game in the LCS.
Okay, that's good. Any message for the fans out there?
We appreciate all the supports I think we've been getting. Thank you guys. Yeah, and especially in a big stage, I can't wait to play in front of you guys again. Thank you.
There it is. All right, thanks a lot again, Hui, for that one, and we're gonna go to the break right after this one. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Making an attempt with a Magnet Storm, but gets Charm. River continuing to slap him, but is knocked away into the backline. Revenge wants to make the play, but rooted, stunned up, and more. Jojo coming on in. Can he grab Hui? Can he grab more? It's a double kill for Stixxay. Golden Guardian fans, go! Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with their Nexus. GG with the win.
Welcome back. Time for another LCS Productions secret exam. Last week, we saw a new website called yearin.lol blowing up on Reddit, and production wanted to see if we could guess what pros year in looked like. If people aren't familiar, like the Spotify year in review type things, it's like that, but for solo queue, and we're doing this for 2022 because 2023 is not completed yet.
I mean, this sounds impossible.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, it does.
I'm ready to sprint it.
It's like from 2022
solo queue
stats.
Yeah.
Can we guess which pro it is? Let's get the first one up. We'll find out if we can do it, or is Jet just a pessimist, or is he right? Okay.
Oh no.
We got a Corgi picture. They played a ton of Silas, Talia.
This is only
it's a mid
600
laner.
games.
Actually, wait, no. This is a jungler with Karthus jungle, Graves jungle, Talia jungle, Italy jungle, Talon jungle.
I'm guessing.
Is this-
I know who it is.
This is like.
I know who
Do
it is.
you? Wait, were you going to guess
Oh, it says their
contract?
games
It's
played,
Spica.
yeah.
For me, it's
Oh,
Spica.
He's
Spica.
got a lot of mid games, or is that thing just confused?
Spica for sure.
You think it's Spica?
Yeah.
The Corgi thing sounds
The
like
fourth
Spica.
thing, yeah. This Corgi, I think I've, yeah. Exactly.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's Spica.
It's Spica for sure. The champions he plays these champions. He also has the Corgi as his icon. So I
Corgi.
knew
You knew the corgi.
Well done, Raz.
Good job, Raz.
As a team.
Let's-
Good
Yeah.
job.
Good job, everybody. Good hustle. Let's go.
Second one.
Raz was the project leader. Let's see the second one. Maybe the rest of us can contribute. Okay, wait, this is Chime. It has Chimes. Is it not just Chime? No, it's a jungler.
jungler.
No.
God damn it.
Chime did
It's a
play
jungler.
jungle during last
Lee Sin
off-season.
Enjoyer. Silas was also just a fun solo queue champ.
1,300 games.
But then
Victor, a
also
lot
the
of
Victor throw-in of like when he gets flexed to mid lane,
This is a Victor one trick.
he's a Victor one trick.
I'm wondering if it's a closer angle,
This might be like a
Ooh.
river angle. Maybe he just plays Victor.
but it wouldn't be Jarvan. I can't.
But he doesn't need to play Jarvan in solo queue.
I
Yeah.
guess, but I see a Lee Sin spammer who's like a Lee Sin enjoyer. That's why I said closer. Maybe.
I'm gonna go Santorn,
Santorin.
but I don't know.
1,300 games is
Let's-
a lot.
let's-
Yeah, it has to be a
1,300
grind.
games is the thing
148
that's
unique
big.
champions is also insane.
Contracts.
I would
It's
never have gotten that.
contracts.
Wow.
I would never have gotten that.
I'm surprised he's
148
a,
unique champs is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Wow.
he does.
He's a grinder.
He did get some Nidalee
Yeah.
coaching on the.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so funny.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, I mean, we're still 50%. Let's
All
go
right,
to the
let's
next
get not a jungler in here. We get another jungler. It's not a jungler. Right? This is an 80 carry. Wait, it's an 80 carry, but their most played the Kali.
Yeah, what?
It's just it's a solo queue enjoyer.
470.
It's a high win rate too.
But it's only 470, so they don't play a ton.
A Kali?
A Kali.
The Poppy is a weird one.
Yeah.
This makes me think
The
it's
Nyla is a weird one, too.
Tough one.
Okay, so Berserker did play a lot of Nyla, but I think
Yeah.
he plays more solo queue than this.
But
These are the impossible ones.
He is
to me.
more of a solo queue spammer, I would say.
What 80 carries play a lot of flexible things?
I'm gonna say Harry.
What?
Harry?
It's a mid laner?
I'm gonna get it wrong no matter what. I may as well guess.
But they have 165 games bottom. Why would it be Harry?
Because he just like I don't know. Give me a better guess.
Berserker. I don't know why
they've
he would
won-
play
yeah,
so
well,
few
they've
games.
won
Maybe there's like a
one
secret
big.
account because maybe this is only one account, so it's not like it has all of his.
Yeah.
Maybe Berserker has a burner.
I'll say Unforgiven.
Ooh, Unforgiven's not bad. Stixay.
Stixay!
Oh.
No, I needed to look at the win rates. The 37% Akali win rate is a dead giveaway.
Oh.
They're terrible at calling.
Wait, in his like 1v1 with Huhi, didn't Stixay say that he tries to have an account for every role?
was
Or
a
like he
clear-
tries to go through every role?
The
Yeah.
stats are clear behind us too if you guys want to use that one.
Oh.
Go to the next one. It just
All right, we'll do one more, I guess. Last
If
one.
you have another one. If you have another one.
These are hard.
Oh.
Oh.
I know who this is.
Profile.
Wow,
I hate
this
you,
is an
production.
actual Phil player.
No,
it's like
I
200
actually hate
games
production.
around everyone.
No. I
Oh wait,
despise
is
production.
this?
No. You
Only
guys
a
stink.
51%
Let's
win
shut
rate.
this up.
Only a
Hold on.
51% win
Who
rate.
on this desk would play
No.
Hey, that Lilia though.
Yeah.
That's a good Lilia.
Also 78% win rate on
Yeah,
Jungle Zed.
your Zed is cracked, apparently.
You told me that you keep winning on Zed.
I was, yeah.
It's
I find a new
Raz.
flavor. I hate
Dude,
this.
what is that Lucian?
I hate
Four,
this.
What is
baby.
that Lucian KDA?
I hate my life, guys. Lucian is not a real champion, guys. Listen.
This is respectable. What do you mean?
Yeah, what? That's not bad.
I love Lilia. So the fact that you have a high win rate on Lilia is.
And the funny thing is, Jad definitely knew because every time I come in, I'm like, guys, Lilia. or Zed Jungle, guys, I'm telling you. So yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right. So that was a fun little segment. Now we're going to transition to the game that's coming up. FlyQuest versus NRG. Maybe, in some sense, the most important match this week.
I think
Yeah.
so. Definitely of the day, for sure, because it's a 2-game difference between FlyQuest and Energy in the standings. FlyQuest already is losing the tiebreaker to 100 Thieves, which is the other team that's 2 games ahead of them in the standings, and they've just made a mid-lane change. They have 6 games left. Their percentage chance of making playoffs is really low. It'll get much lower if they lose another game. So big time.
So let's talk about the guy coming in, Spyrex, coming in for Vikla. Emily, talk to us about him.
Yeah, so we covered this at the top of the day, but to reiterate, he actually did not have a great split at the start of this NACL split, but has performed super, super well for a FlyQuest Academy roster that overall is just very talented. I think in looking at what he can bring to the team from his vast collegiate and challengers experience would definitely be maybe a little bit more stability, especially on the meta picks. As you can see, this footage is Azir, it's Tristana, they want him to come in and be able to play those meta champions, maybe give Spica a little bit more coverage early. And here are some stats from his most recent split. But yeah, I think in terms of what he could bring, stronger forward percentage, maybe more stability, meta picks.
That's the meta pick part, I think, was the most impressive part, because at least when he first came in through Maryville, like you mentioned earlier, a lot of the times I was seeing, okay, they're playing around Spyrax, he's playing Akali, he's playing LeBlanc, he's playing like his champions. He, from what I've seen, kind of just plays everything now.
Yep.
And can be molded to play what they want. So that's another thing that I think is a big win for them. The communication aspect is a big win for them. The second Quebecois on the team is a big thing for them.
Yeah.
It's working out for them.
All right, well, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, because if you take a look at the playoff percentages, the remaining scenarios, it's looking pretty dire. But here's the thing. If FlyQuest wins over NRG, this probability, or excuse me, percentage.
Percentage.
Right about
God, I messed up.
No,
it goes up to 44.13%. If NRG wins, it drops to 11.23%. That just speaks to how critical this game is. It's basically a 30-point swing in total between a win and a loss. So very, very important for them to grab this one.
I think they're going to do it.
You believe?
Yeah.
You believe in
You are
them.
picking FlyQuest for every game.
They
You
are
already said.
super due.
How?
Yeah.
Sunk cost fallacy through the roof.
I wish we prepped your predictions of the FlyQuest games in a row. So how many has it been in a row that you've predicted FlyQuest?
A lot.
You predicted them during the 3-0 week. You predicted them.
It's 6. I believe it's 6 in a row.
The 6-0 during you had the 3-0 and then the 0-3.
Yeah.
Now this is your 7th.
Yeah. I may have predicted them at the tail end of the 0-6 as well. I might have a problem, but either way, they were good in spring. It will depend how tilted they were getting from Vikla's performance, and more specifically, their inability to communicate well and retro things outside of game. So this could just be a refresher, because they still have really a lot of experience and multi-time LCS champions throughout their roster. So I think they're absolutely capable of a turnaround.
Yeah, I think the big thing is also, you talked at this at top of day chat with maybe there's a honeymoon, maybe they're counting on having that honeymoon phase.
Yeah, so I was talking to Spica, and he said his team was doing the whole monk thing, basically, to change things up, to just cut this.
He didn't cut his hair. I can see it.
Yeah, he's not talking about himself. He's talking about everybody else.
Just Impact?
It looks like Impact is one. He didn't mention
saw
names.
Prince still have his hair.
Yeah, he didn't mention names, so I don't know who actually kept their hair.
Speaking of meta mid lane picks, we already have the Azir out against Spyrax, and also just because it's a good champion. And then Rumble vastly rising in the ban prio just because of his prowess topside.
And it's so oppressive to the Renekton specifically.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I see a Renekton or a Rumble with Ignite Flash, once on stage that we saw from Rich, but I've seen it watching just Fudge stream last night or something like that. It's like, okay, I'm diving you solo. It's so oppressive. You just need a little bit of help, so I like the ban here.
We talked a lot about this from the FlyQuest perspective. From the NRG side, also a huge game to try and just make sure they're safe. And they have had a number of huge wins over the best teams in the LCS, and then they will drop. They are truly living up to their legacy of Counter Logic Gaming. Yeah. And we had Speak on the dive, and Azael was talking about oh, well, you guys have a chance this week. You're playing NRG. They always beat the good teams, and then they always lose to the he almost said bad teams, but he's talking to Spica, who he's calling one of the bad teams. But it is an opportunity, for NRG to kind of start actually climbing the standings by picking up wins over teams that we honestly think that they should be beating.
Yeah, and it's hilarious talking to the guys about it too, because they're like, this is fully on us. It's not about our opponents. Like, I don't know if we just try harder when we're facing like so-called tougher opponents, but they fully blame themselves, and we're like, we are more than capable of what our record has been thus far. In terms of draft, I like that FlyQuest locking in the Ivern for Spica. I thought was going to be pretty hotly contested between both Contracts and Spica, considering how popular that champion has been.
It's popular and successful, like 71% win rate of the 7 games being played.
Yeah, it's super strong. Also, the Kaisa coming out, I'm assuming at this point, probably for Palafox.
Yeah, I mean, it's another double flex. This is exactly the same 1-2 we saw from EG, and that worked out great for them, so go FlyQuest.
Yeah, both NA mids going for the Kaisa mid. Also, I guess you can stick Rel in the jungle, most likely going bot lane. I mean, they keep buffing Rel jungle. They want you to do it. I think it was 13-13 that buff came in.
Do you think Contracts would do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Contracts is a man.
Hell yeah.
We just saw his solo queue. They just showed us. That dude plays anything, everywhere.
In his stage interview, he mentioned how he's like, yeah, that's his type of personality.
He's a scientist.
Let's go.
He gets bored. He wants to play a new champion.
FlyQuest, no surprise to see going double kind of like range marksman. Jace's not technically a marksman, but can abuse some of the brush advantages and stuff that you see, and gives prio for Ivern to be annoying.
Yeah, they're definitely building out a poke comp, which will be a slower type of game for FlyQuest, and Jace 90% going mid, so they're pretty locked into what their team composition is gonna look like.
We talked about whether the Kaisa was going mid. I was kind of assuming that because Palafox has been such a mid-Kaisa enjoyer on this patch and the previous patch. But with the Tristana locked in, I am wondering now, are they just going to flex the Kaisa bot, or
you
flex like Trist can be bot as well?
Trist Rel is one of the most popular pairings with Rel anyways. So the fact that you keep this level of flexibility heading into your second phase is pretty crazy, because you have 4-ish positions covered with 3 picks.
Yeah.
Yep.
Only top is not questionable.
And that's the thing. They banned Rumble to prep for a possible Renekton on 3-pick like TSM did, but then they see the comp, and it's pretty bad for Renekton. Like, they don't want to go.
You don't want to jump into that?
They don't want a Renekton going up against that comp. So they're like, you know what, let's lock in the Trist and think about top lane a little bit harder in the second phase.
You could also just, slam Trist top. It's been done before.
By psychopaths.
Is Dokla not a little crazy?
He's a little crazy.
Yeah, maybe.
I think he's someone that I want to see step up during this kind of ramp into playoffs. He was a huge factor subbing in summer.
Yep.
Played pretty well in spring as well, but feels like maybe taking a little bit more of a back foot this split from some of his high-level carry performances on things like Aurelia and Yone.
One thing I want from FlyQuest is like a Scion or a Ornn, something that is beefy frontline to help out Varus and Jace kind of take position if they're going for poke. That's something that I think makes sense for their comp. They could also just put the Jace top lane, but that is not an expected style of impact. I think that's just going to be right down the wheelhouse of Spyrax.
FlyQuest setting up their own potential Renekton angle.
They're doing it anyways.
Yeah.
So FlyQuest banned Quinn.
They're baiting it almost.
Yeah, they're like, hey guys, we're gonna pick Renekton if you don't.
But like, would they really care if they were up against triple AD carry? Like, that seems so bad.
Yeah, I think Renekton feels bad for both teams to play into.
Yeah.
In a sense, right? Like, you don't want to be trying to get on top of the double marksman as Renekton with a Rel peeling you potentially, and whatever other frontline comes in, like a Sejuani.
I like this more, where now you're breaking the flex with Rel, and at least now it's saying, we're just going to take the counter pick top lane. No matter what it is, we're happy with Sejuani and melee versus whatever you pick, which I think is a smart call here.
FlyQuest gonna have to go support in top lane, pairing with Varus. A lot of engage. Nautilus coming through.
Nautilus, yeah. I was wondering what they were gonna pick after NRG banned out the Alistar, which is not only a Vulcan special, but the go-to Rel matchup right now, and then the Braum.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a little bit more of an active comp than we've seen from Fly in the past. Like, we want them to showcase at least a different angle. The Croc is an angle, I guess. But in general, like, Jace and Varus and Nautilus, they have quite a few engage angles from Varus ulti, Nautilus engage, and all that. I think they can play a little more aggressive early.
Yeah, I really like it. A lot of poke comps are strong early, so you want some playmaking to abuse it. And I also think even in like mid game, if you land a lot of poke, it's sometimes really annoying if you don't have any go buttons, because then you're just like, great, they're half HP. All right, maybe we'll just get the objective, and you can't actually capitalize and get a bunch of kills. So if they are able to land a lot of poke, now you have Nautilus able to go in off of Varus ultimate, and kind of try and chain CC someone down.
At the end of it, I still do like Energy's comp if they can get away with the Ornn, right? Like, their team fighting is going to have such massive engage to get in on the FlyQuest poke. So overall, I think they're relatively happy, but again, so much of this can be decided in the early game.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if, I mean, part of it is also kind of calling FlyQuest bluff, where they're like, even when you do pick these early picks, right, they haven't been able to execute it on it well enough without kind of hanging back and being a little bit more passive.
Very early game, lane prio focus comp out of FlyQuest, some scaling for energy. We'll see if they can take this one. That's going to do it for us here. Let's head out to Gabby and Azael for the call.
Yeah, as the Lounge said it, this is a very important matchup between these two teams, FlyQuest and Energy. A lot of differences can be made in the standings depending on the result here. But what do you make of the draft and what we just witnessed? Lots of tools on the Energy side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a pretty interesting draft overall. You know, Energy are playing much more of kind of standard front to back scaling composition. You have 3 frontliners. You have multiple forms of engage. You have 2 types of damage here. The Kai'Sa is going to go AP very likely, so it's going to be AD in the mid lane, AP in the bot lane. And it's kind of somewhat similar in that way to what FlyQuest has drafted. Obviously, Prince, I'm expecting to be going AP here on the Varus, so they're going to be way too physical damage heavy against a 3-tank team. So, I think both teams are going to have similar kind of damage profiles, similar things that they're trying to accomplish. And it'll just be pretty heavily down to execution. If it is what I'm expecting, where it is that AP Varus, it's not a lot about poke, right? It's just really that Jace has the poke.
So we see the majority of FlyQuest grouped on this bottom side, stepping up to Energy. No play will be had just yet. A little rude to seek out Ignar, but I do like that call out from the audience that we saw to Maryville. Spyrex coming from the Maryville system. In fact, APA, who made his LCS debut last week, has also done the same and even tweeted out about it when FlyQuest made the announcement, saying the Maryville to LCS pipeline is still real. Of course, since then, Spyrex has been spending his time on FlyQuest Challengers, which was anticipated to be one of the stronger teams going into the NACL. Did have some uneven start, as many teams did, but are now tied for second there. And Spyrex being somebody who came in with a clear game plan on what he wanted to improve upon as a player to work on that squad, and now stepping into the LCS position to see if he is that breath of fresh air that FlyQuest need to turn their results in the last 2 weeks of the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And he kind of needs to perform right from the word go, because if they're going to be able to turn anything around, has to start immediately, right? Their playoff hopes are dwindling somewhat. They're a couple games back of these teams that are towards the bottom of the playoff table, and we'll see if they can get a good trade here. Prince with that Hail of Blades, so the early trade's always going to be very powerful here for that Varus. But we have to remember, Rel does have a lot of shields to pop here, so it's extra utility with that Q against this one. You can pop Iron Shields, you can pop the Nautilus W, so it can always make it a little bit dicey.
And see if FlyQuest can play unified and be willing to make those aggressive plays. I think Vulcan and Spica and even Vikla in previous interviews have talked about that unwillingness on the stage to go for the plays in the way they do in scrims.
So if Energy win this game, C9, EG, and Golden Guardians all will lock playoffs. So there are some playoff implications for this one, 4 teams towards that top of the table, because that would mean they would not be able to be caught by FlyQuest, of course. So we'll see if Energy can get that win. They really want to secure for themselves that playoff spot, of course. And they are in a pretty good spot to do it. FlyQuest had huge expectations for this team. So yeah, a lot of pressure, I think, on Spyrex right out the gate, which can be very difficult. You're coming into a team, things are not going well. And Palafox is doing really well in these early minutes of the lane phase.
Of course, on that Tristana wanting to get the push up on the lane, and Dokla and Impact both falling somewhat low as Impact is going for that shove over on top side. But there is some similarity in terms of how these teams are difficult to predict in how they'll do in this game, because FlyQuest has always been that, yes, we have so much raw talent. Yes, we do well in scrims, but we're not quite able to convert. And when we did have the wins, they looked good, but we haven't been able to get more. And then Energy can take down the Goliaths at the top of the standings, always being able to go toe-to-toe, but not necessarily in a manner that is consistent across the board. So we'll see how they fare.
Yeah. I mean, they've kind of been consistent in a bad way, where they beat top teams, they lose the bottom teams, and Palafox jumping forward, looking for more there.
Contracts queuing in to zone Spica off.
But last time these two teams did actually meet up, it was a FlyQuest win, right? Energy has been beating a lot of the teams at the top of the table, have been losing teams at the bottom, which does include them. And Spica, is getting a little bit of chunk there on Palafox, helping to relieve that pressure that was being put onto Spyrex. You can see the push was going heavily the way of Palafox, and almost has that first plate knocked down, about half, 2/3 of the HP already taken down from that first plate, but he's going to be going back to base very likely in mid lane.
Though Spica spending some time on top side. The ward and try is for FlyQuest, not for Energy, but Dokla now throwing one down. Emote to emphasize the intel that he just grabbed. Getting locked a bit by Impact.
Yeah, he could get dove here for sure. I think he's actually probably pretty dead. Spica should be able to stop this with a Q, and then this should be a pretty easy kill.
Root to
they
boot.
just have to wait it up because they're going to get the TP in, so maybe now you bail it out, but that now means you've kind of given away the lead that Palafox had in mid lane because he can't actually TP back to mid, so Palafox ends up having to give up some of his advantage to actually save Dokla there.
Yep, and Contract spending some time babysitting across that mid lane as well to make sure that nothing too much is lost. But some work from FlyQuest to try and alleviate some of the pressure and get out a key summoner from Palafox who won't be able to threaten that teleport in the near future, and now returning to lane to clear this wave.
And the laning phase is going great for FlyQuest so far. You can see a significant CS advantage down on bot side. Yes, FBI is going to be able to even some of that out. Impact had a big CS lead up on top side, already 20 CS ahead, and that is where that gold lead is coming from. It's these laning advantages in top and bot right now. Of course, it is going to be evening out through bot as Fly are sending their bot laner home. Prince is going to go back, get his base off, and we'll see if he can keep that pressure ramping. As Vulcan hovering here around mid lane, I think they have a pretty good idea that he's probably there, given the timing of the base from Prince on bot side. So Palafox is just going to cheat towards top, not be playing down towards that bot side brush, and knows he's going to be safe.
Yeah, there's quite some time that Vulcan spent around mid, and it was off of that attempt from FlyQuest to make sure that Palafox didn't snowball too much and take advantage of the time that he spent away. But now returning towards bot side, Contracts has made his way over towards the Dragon. Ignar leaning into the river. And they did get a bit of this push on bot, so they can rotate the bot side over towards Contracts. Palafox also leaning. Spica on the outskirts of the pit, but the sheer presence of Vulcan, when you've got that Q to threaten over the wall, Ignar comes with a crash down. Contract's going for it, but Vulcan has to flash out. Dredge line onto the wall to create some distance. Spyrax throwing the shock blast through the acceleration gate, gets some decent poke. And even waiting from the leaning of Prince on the bottom side, always having that Q charged up to hit if energy overstepped. But no one takes the Dragon, left alone for now.
Yeah, they are able to push them off. They're not able to grab the Dragon for themselves. At the end of the day, it's a trade of summoners. Flash off Contracts, flash off Vulcan. They get the Ignite from Ignar as well. So FlyQuest do push them off and are just going to continue this laning phase. I do favor the Varus in this 2v2 on bot side, so we'll see if Prince can continue pushing, try to create an edge for himself there. Vulcan and Prince, there's just such massive expectations for this duo when they came in. A lot of the blame, was unfairly or not placed on Ayla after Spring, where people are thinking if he can get a support upgrade, surely Prince is going to dominate. And it just hasn't really worked out, which is definitely surprising because Prince looks so good in Spring, and Vulcan has been a top LCS support forever. As Spica is trying to look for the steal, but gets interrupted on his channel. So now going to be pushed out, and this does get a little bit awkward.
Already marked low, and Contracts, he's not letting up on Spica. Spyrax pushing up through Lion Brush in case Spica needed some help, but no summoners blown. Spica able to walk it out of there, and Contracts will return to his red buff for the taking.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. You can see there were spam assist pings coming in around mid lane, so that looked to me like Spica was spam pinging Spyrax to try to get some help as he actually was getting collapsed on, but Spyrax wanted to fully push out the wave first. He didn't actually want to move until that wave was killed off, so he was prioritizing that. At the end of the day, it didn't end up mattering too much because Spica didn't have to blow his flash, didn't get taken down, and now is going to be starting up this Rift Herald, but FBI has moved a lot faster than Prince. Prince is coming out, but he's back in that mid lane tier 1. And this could be bad for FlyQuest if they get engaged on quickly.
Daisy's already dropped down. Impact is trying to ensure that Dokla can't step up. Dokla has to flash away from the Dominus pop Impact. And first blood drawn by Contracts. Ornhorn has come across multiple members of FlyQuest as they continue to push up. But look at Prince on the bottom side, targeting Ignar to take him down. and multiple kills going FlyQuest nade now as Impact gets it onto Contracts.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get that kill back, and now we'll see if they're going to be able to move back into the river here. FlyQuest want to be able to grab this Herald. Palafox and FBI are still around, but don't think you're going to be able to make anything happen as Contracts is just coming out of base now, as is Ignar. So FlyQuest do win out at the end of the day, despite the fact that it's energy with the quicker engage, with the extra man there. Prince shows up, gets a freebie onto Ignar. They push out NRG, and they're able to get the Herald as well.
And good work of Impact, making sure to mark off and match up rather against Dokla at the start of that.
I mean, it's a pretty big commitment to kill off Vulcan. They know he has no flash, so that's why they're looking for him. Dokla's forced to flash out. It's a great backstep there from Vulcan, actually dodge the ulti from Contracts. And then in goes FBI with his ult, and the rocket jump comes in from Palafox. But Palafox, yeah, you kill off the support, but you're losing more than half your health to actually do so, which is why it's so difficult for them to re-engage. And then Ignar was trying to slink out the bottom of the fight, but Prince finally has shown up, tags him with the ulti as he's in that dismounted form and very slow. And then they're able to just reconvene at the Herald, grab that for themselves. And it's a 1.6k gold lead here for FlyQuest very early on, so things going well for them. And especially in that top lane, Impact is very, very far ahead. It is a big gold lead this early on, and he already has the Gore Drinker completed. You look at the other side, Dokla made a pit stop for a Bramble Vest, so he is miles away from his Mythic.
Yeah, and there's just more advantages to be had because of that Rift Herald that was picked up from FlyQuest. So even gold waiting for them, but the Hex Flash from Ignar is an attempt at engaging, and Vulcan does queue away. Daisy brought out by Spica, and Palafox rotating towards Contracts, but Spyrax doing the same. A downtown shot of the Shock Blast makes sure that Ignar is out of there.
Yeah, Ignar wants to go in for that engage, but there wasn't really that many people around to actually follow up. I'm not even sure if FBI was in range for the Killer Instinct, but Spica flashes away on that immediate engage, and then everyone just kind of turns on Ignar and kills him off. Sparks moves down the river, picks up a freebie with the Shock Blast, so another fight going the way of FlyQuest, and you can see, even since we checked in last, the gold lead has gotten that much more for FlyQuest. Now, 2.3k, and they still haven't dropped Herald, so that's going to be kind of bad to worse here. Yeah, FBI, if the replay is actually correct, didn't have the Killer Instinct, and Palafox is very far, so there's just not really any ability for him to actually join quickly on the play, which means I don't think this was ever going to work out. Like, I just don't really see how your DPS is going to follow up. It was just Contracts and him there, so either the Spectre client was wrong, which does happen, or FBI, just didn't have the range to do it.
And now that FlyQuest have gained control, let's see if they can maintain it with a play on mid. Palafox tries to rocket jump out, momentarily drawn back, but still has some safety to him with both his jungler and support Alurkin.
And it was a really good buster shot. That's the key thing there, is he actually buffered the buster shot, is able to knock Spyrax out of the air as he goes in the hammer form, tries to jump in on him. And that's what allows Palafox to survive and to keep his flash critically. Has completed his first item there, has the Kraken Slayer. Spyrax walks forward, does get one plate, and the turret will get crashed on here by Shelly, as Spica just playing very heavily around this bot side of the map. And that's what you really love to see from Ivern's. You can drop your plant, you just channel on a camp, then you just go and you get active on the map, you try to harass the enemy jungler, you get vision for your team, you look for these skirmishes, where Ivern is really, really strong. And because you go for this support itemization, your first item usually comes in really fast, and we can see Moonstone's already completed, he's got the tier 2 boots, so Ivern is good to go from that point on.
And he's not the only one that's feeling good at this point. Impact with a significant lead on the top side. Dokla, of course, on the Ornn is thinking more about what he will offer in those team fights with the Call of the Forge God and being that tank frontliner alongside Contracts. But still, when Impact is getting a lead, to just be more of a threat once he does start joining these fights more often, already having an impact around the Rift Herald, but that is doomed to come.
I mean, it's fine to be behind on Ornn, but you don't want to be this behind, right? This is, closing on a 40 CS lead, so Impact obviously got a lot more than I think Dokla was hoping he would from this top lane matchup. And as you say, the result is that if he can get into the backline, it becomes very, very threatening. If he gets in on Palafox, Palafox could be 100-0'd. And that's tough when you're playing these 2-threat comps. You have got to protect Palafox and FBI. Keep him safe, create space for them.
Contracts goes in, throws a Glacial Prison, teleport coming in from FlyQuest, and the route onto Ignar as Dokla throws the College of the Four God, does manage to get a multiple knockup, but FBI coming in with the Killer Instinct onto the backline, picks up the kill onto Vulcan, and Contracts is still standing, but marked low. The supports are gone, but FlyQuest completing the push. Impact flashing forward before getting knocked back by the Buster shot. Dokla making sure to Searing Charge out of it. Nobody hit with the Q by Prince, and the action ceases. But FlyQuest still with a bit of a wave push here.
Yeah, so many low health bars there on the side of NRG, but they can't finish them off. Dokla, Contracts, and even one other got out there with very low health. FlyQuest had a significant gold lead prior to this fight, so you would think that they would be in a decent position to actually be able to take it. Spica is ready for this play. He's playing to the side. Vulcan goes forward. Again, great buffer as he is able to absorb that initial engage. Spica's here to try to turn things around. The TP comes in very quickly from Impact, but it is FBI making the roam faster. Both of the Herald play and now this mid lane fight, he has arrived that much earlier, and that really is what makes the difference. As he gets in the back line, kills off Vulcan, he's threatening Spyrax, pushing him back. Impact tries to go for the big play here with the flash in, but the cleanse is available for FBI, and Palafox is able to kill him off. FBI, Contracts, and Dokla all get out of there at very low health, but we're back to live and we're back to FlyQuest trying to start up another neutral objective.
And because of those trades of kills, there's not much of a budging in terms of the overall gold lead, but FlyQuest first to this dragon should be able to split it. So 1 dragon to 1. Contract spending time on that top side to try and clear through the jungle, potentially make a play onto Impact.
Yeah, Impact should be fine though. Clears out the wave pretty quickly here. Would be a tough dive without that wave there. NRG though, moving up towards the top side, starting up the Herald, has been seen on their Scuttle Vision, and Spyrax is coming up on the Jace from that bot side, was pushing out towards bottom, now going to be up here around mid. So FlyQuest want to fight for this very clearly. Contract's heading back to base, so looks like it will just be given over. NRG unwilling to fight for this one.
And the first Rift Herald was grabbed up by FlyQuest, so that was much more intended. Dokla now stepping up. The gates are a good way for Contracts to get here a little bit faster.
Yeah, I thought with him basing that they were just going to cede this objective, but they're trying to push in now, and Spyrax isn't with the team, so NRG again have the grouping advantage.
Rush for separation from FlyQuest. Shelly's been marked low. Ultimate coming out from Contracts, and the follow-up from Dokla. It's focused onto Impact, who with Dominus popped is still swinging. And after the heavy knockup taken out of it, Palafox rocket jumping forward to try and finish off the kill onto Vulcan. He does manage to use the brush to create enough distance to get the hook, and then pushed away with the Buster shot. So NRG, they don't manage to grab that kill, but they took down that top laner and pushed back on this fight.
Yeah, they do get 1 kill, and did anyone pick up the Herald? I don't think anyone actually was able to pick up the Herald. Did the eye just expire? Looks like it. Looks
That's
like
where
it
I'm
did,
looking. I don't see.
I think that FlyQuest were the ones who actually secured it, but I don't see it in anyone's inventory, so maybe it actually just expired. We can probably see one more time. FlyQuest, I do believe, secured this. As Spica, focusing it down, they go for the engage. Again, they've been putting a lot of emphasis on just killing off Vulcan at the beginning of these fights. And you can see Herald down to about 900 HP. It is smote, so they do grab it. And yeah, I think maybe they thought Impact was going to pick it up, but then they get pushed back. Impact dies, not able to pick it up, so they get the local gold, but they don't actually get the Herald at all. So pretty bad there for FlyQuest at the end of the day, as they lose a member. They don't grab the Herald. Going to be a bit disappointed there. Impact, it's hard to blame him in the moment, but if he's going to die anyway, obviously would have been better to just go down and grab the Herald. Of course, he does not know for sure that he would be, but Contract's down to this bottom side, trying to pressure Spyrax, who will respect the move and is going to back off, as his team not really out on the map right now, so he has to wait for reinforcements from Vulcan before he can really step up.
Yep, that Herald play was started up by FlyQuest, so good on NRG to push them off despite being able to smite it. And now first towards bot side means that Palafox is set up to take down that turret. Like you mentioned, Azael, Spyrax couldn't step up to it with not enough vision, not enough setup from the team. Impact and Dokla have been left once again towards that top side, all on their own. But we'll see what FlyQuest can do now that the gold lead has been cut down and coming a bit more to that neutral footing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Spyrex, does have a couple kills. He got the assist, but I think he's been maybe struggling a little bit on where he's supposed to be on the map as far as lane assignments, because he's falling behind in farm, down despite the kills. 35 or so CS to Palafox here, who is actually going to be out ahead in the gold lead. Still, there is an advantage up on top side, but Renekton, of course, it's not really where you want all your gold to be. You do have some power if you can actually get in onto those carries. It's 2,000 gold lead for them up on that top side. So the total gold is less than the individual advantage that Impact has, which honestly means Energy are in a pretty damn good spot, especially when the Ornn upgrades start coming through. That is going to go away in a hurry. And Dokla, even from behind, is still going to have a lot of value. Whereas Impact's value is never guaranteed on the Renekton. We saw in this last fight where, sure, he's rich, but he got pretty much instantaneously killed off. And it's very difficult to kind of go on these solo missions when there is so much peel and when there is so much lockdown, because this double marksman comp can shred through you really fast.
And I think on the side of FlyQuest, of course, we have to draw attention towards that change out in the mid lane. But when it looks to the losses of Fly, it's not necessarily coming down to a single player. It's the collective and something that's not meshing on the communication end. So if they're in this position where it's coming to more even footing and you're looking at which shot calling is going to be stronger in this regard, we'll have to see if they're able to come to a unified conclusion in what they want to do, or if they look like they're going towards separate plays. So that's why I'm kind of putting more of an emphasis on when you're noting that Spyrex might be a little unsure of where he's supposed to go. What is happening in those comms for Fly and what they should be doing with their game plan?
Absolutely. It totally makes sense. It's your first game in the LCS here. You're going to be very nervous. I think there's a lot of pressure on you, especially because I'm sure it's a pretty tense atmosphere over at FlyQuest, because they were expected to potentially win the split. And now it's like, well, I hope we can make playoffs. So you kind of have to be getting wins right out the gate, which just adds to that pressure. And you really don't want to disappoint here as Spyrex. You want to be able to have a great debut. We saw APA got to come out, have this kind of triumphant debut. The excitement that is there with that. He wants to be able to recreate that, and we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. But it's easy to kind of point the finger and say everything was on Vikla, but very clearly it was not. There's been so many issues for FlyQuest across the board. They've just, as you said, not really been on the same page a lot of times. They're struggling individually. They're struggling as a team. Their comms seem to be an issue. Speaking of, talk about that on the dive. And if you're interested to hear more of a deep dive on that, you should check out that episode that we just put out yesterday or the day before with Spica, because he talks a lot about what his belief is for their issues. And it's a really interesting chat.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting how much credit he was giving to the mid laners he'd been paired with, having that veterancy, people like Bjergsen, right? Power of Evil. Always somebody there that can kind of lead some of that gameplay charge.
Yeah.
And now with FlyQuest having to find their identity as a team, who is making that call, or as Vulcan said in his Decon interview, who is also calling when they should back off of bad plays.
Exactly. He played with Bjergsen, he played with Maple, he played, with Power of Evil, all these guys who have probably some of the most games played in their competitive careers of anyone in the world. So he played with all these veterans. He also gave a lot of credit to the coaches that he actually had, at TSM to really help him, and talked about how that is such a big difference maker when you're a young player. Being able to come up with veterans who can help to guide you, who can help to kind of set you on that right path, can really accelerate your growth. So we'll see if Spyrex is able to have that, because he obviously has a tremendous amount of experience on this team that he's joining, with guys like Impact and Vulcan around him who have been in the scene forever. And Spica himself is becoming a veteran as well.
Yeah.
Has been in the league quite a long time, but everyone having their own individual things to focus on makes it harder.
All right, now in mid though, route onto contracts as FlyQuest continued to progress forward. Spyrex just came in off of the TP. It was the downtown ult onto contracts from Vulcan. This turret, just a little bit of life left to it before FlyQuest can knock it down with the help of a wave.
Yeah, the initial engage is pretty decent onto Prince, but the problem is Ivern's behind him. If you don't have a lot of damage there to insta-kill him, it all just gets reset. The shield comes in, the redemption drops down, he's healed right back to full, and now they're just going to force the Baron here. There are the Hex Gates coming out.
50% on the Baron. FlyQuest ready to turn it. Ornhorn thrown by Dopa. Gets a knock up onto 3. Impact with the downward pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest as NRG push FlyQuest off of the Baron and take some lives down with them.
That was a huge ulti from Dokla to start it off. Looked like they connected on 3, and then Ignar's there with the follow-up on the multiple members. So now the shoe is on the other foot here. Palafox is going to get a freebie onto Vulcan, and they're going to get the Baron.
FlyQuest lose their lead out of nowhere. Thought they were in a great spot. They had enough tempo on the map that they thought they could just rush down the Baron, make something happen there after a play that went well for the mid lane, but at the end of the day, NRG come out, they wipe them at Baron, they take the Baron for themselves, and that is like a 3.5k gold swing in a matter of minutes. FlyQuest went from in control to now massively behind, and it's really off of this engage. Look at that, connecting on all 3 members there, all these squishy members getting tagged. Prince gets tagged, Spyrus gets tagged, as does Spica. Spica with his self-shield trying to keep himself safe, but Prince is pushed out immediately. Palafox finds the angle to jump on in. They just get put into a bounce house as Ignor had a great follow-up on the ulti, and the carries on the side of NRG found their opportunities. You know, FBI was straight into the backline for a kill. Palafox had so much space created for him that he could dive in as well. And it was just the complete opposite story for FlyQuest, whose carries were just scattered to the winds immediately from the word go.
And coming into this game, Ornn, Sejuani, Rel, so many CC tools for them in these fights to set up FBI and Palafox to be able to follow up with that damage. And that was a great use of the Call of the Forge God into the Magnet Storm on the NRG side to ensure that was possible. And now, with just under 2 minutes on this Red Bull Baron buff, they're putting their sights over on this bot turret.
Impact's going to try to look out of the brush.
Play. He's in the brush. FBI going in the backline with a killer instinct. And Impact, though, even though he tries to go for it, can't last very long when everyone from NRG turns back his way and the rest of FlyQuest is split.
This could actually be the end of the game right here. It went out of control so fast as they try to pull off this risky play through bot lane, but it's against a Baron buff team. They insta-kill 2 members. NRG don't want to risk it, so instead they're just going to push through mid, where Doka already has it set up. Not going to go for the end. Could have potentially made it happen, but they don't need to flip it. They can just take a guaranteed second inhibitor here through mid.
Vulcan just now spawned, but still 15 seconds before Impact comes on through. Spica's thrown down Daisy, and no more Daisy to help. Prince taken out. So big damage dealer from FlyQuest isn't here. Instead, though, NRG, they take the inhibitor. They claim that prize and just gate on out of there.
Oh, no.
Oh, Spica Hex Gate to follow up, then has to flash over the wall.
Yeah, trying to go in there, not able to find anything, immediately has to flash out. And this game just got out of control so ridiculously fast. FlyQuest were in the lead for such a long time here, you know, 1-2K ahead, not able to find anything around that Baron that they try to force. It just was such a disaster play there for them. And now Impact is going to be pushed back. They already have double inhibitor down. They're pushing through top. It is now a 7K nearly advantage coming through here. Dokla has his first couple Ornn upgrades already unlocked, so he can basically make it, you know, another couple thousand gold worth of stats. They're now down essentially 9K from, I want to say it was like 5 minutes ago they were up 1,000 gold. It is a ridiculous turn, and FlyQuest has completely fallen apart, and now NRG, I think, has a pretty easy close from here with 2 massively strong carries, multiple forms of engage, and just a brick wall of a front line.
Yeah, this gold lead got massive so quickly. It was at 5.5 down below, but now Contracts, though, stepping up a bit too much into the brush, shut down by Vulcan. FlyQuest attempting to make their stand, but look at the burn onto Impact. Kill credit going over to Palafox. So now the numbers are evened once more. Top laner for jungler, and the range is still there for NRG, which means they can take down that turret, and the Ornn horn being blown once more. Another triple knockup, but onto members directly under the turrets. So Ignor goes in with a Magnet Storm. Explosive charge onto Vulcan. Double kill for Palafox, and NRG swung it all back real quick and take the win over FlyQuest in a fashion that was not expected.
That was a crazy turnaround in this game. NRG, it looks like it's an absolute stomp. I mean, if you check the scoreline in this game, it's a 10K lead, 27-minute Nexus kill here. But it was not until 22:50 into the game that they even took a lead. Like, that is so fast that they were able to close this out. So they get a lead, and in under 5 minutes, the game is over and they have a 10,000 gold lead. Like, that is ridiculous. FlyQuest completely fell apart. They tried to force the Baron there, got punished to the absolute maximum. Palafox and FBI with some great games here on the carries. And Dokla, despite the fact that he was put behind early, his ulti really set them all up at that Baron fight. Hit the 3-man ulti. Ignor's there with the follow-up. They shredded him, and that was pretty much the whole game decided in one moment.
We were talking about how even though Ornn doesn't mind being behind, you don't want to be that behind, but Dokla made you forget about that real quick. Multiple fights where he knocked up at least 3 members of FlyQuest. And just to emphasize how quickly that gold lead ballooned, when that play happened down bot, when Energy were pushing in and Impact tried to make that play from Brush and they were going towards that inhibitor, that was 5,500 gold lead. And then by the time they're pushing in through mid and then top side to end the game, 10,000?
Yeah.
That's insane. What a turnaround.
I mean, just look at the goal difference over time. An absolute cliff that it just fell off of, right? That is just ridiculous. You know, right before that, they were up again around 1,000, 1,500 gold. At most, they were 3.3K ahead. We can see, in around, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes, whatever that is. And it's just absolutely off a cliff. So the woes continue here for FlyQuest, and their playoff chances are really diminishing now. It's going to be a tough run if they're going to be able to make it. But Palafox just had an absolute monster game. Only his 3rd game in his career on the Tristana. 7-0 and 8, I believe. He was a good 5K ahead of anyone on the other team. Had so much gold, did well in the laning phase, was great in the team fights, really was able to pick his moments to get aggressive. And I think that was what was kind of so impressive about that game from Energy, was how decisive they were in the team fights, right? There wasn't a lot of hesitation from FBI or from Palafox. They were able to find their moments and really make their opponents pay.
Now, all of the players that were on Engage felt like they were setting up so nicely. We saw a lot of good combos of Ornn into the Magnet Storm, but then the reliable damage from the rest to follow up worked out well for Energy. But those watching, remember, it is official. Drops are back. So log into lolesports.com to watch this week's games for a chance to earn esports capsules, masterwork chests, and more. Oh, I definitely want to hear from Energy after that game, so we are joining Mark and Palafox on stage for our Verizon post-game interview.
Palafox. It's me, Palafox.
Oh, it's you, Palafox.
It's me, Palafox.
How was your Tristana today, Palafox?
I woke up and I have a fever and I was really sick, but I pulled through anyway. So give Palafox a round of applause for playing really sick.
Yeah. We're kind of memeing. It's not Gabby's fault. I was gonna pull Palafox, but he actually is indeed sick. Want to give his chance a voice to recover. So instead, we got Contracts here, who just had a great Sejuani game. How you feeling?
Just another day in the books, another Sejuani. I think in the beginning of my career, I was negative win rate on Sejuani, but as you grow older, your hands get more stale and rusty.
But the mind.
Yeah, the mind grows, so the win rate goes up.
Very, very nice. Talking about win rate, you guys are 3-4 in your last 4 games, climbing up the standings. I think a lot of people were hopeful for you guys to make a good push, maybe a slow start. How is the team feeling right now, heading closer to playoffs?
The team's feeling pretty good. I feel like our practice has gotten a lot more productive, and I feel like we've always been so close to ending out a lot of our games. We've had pretty decisive leads, but just missing that final step of actually closing out the games. And I feel like that's something that we've improved on a lot this past week or 2 in practice. And seeing it on stage, it's gives us a lot of confidence for sure.
Speaking of the final step, previously with CLG, you guys had gotten very close a number of times to making late season playoff runs. You'd bump into C9, you'd push them really hard, but then not able to get over that hurdle. Do you guys have a feeling that you're going to go to Worlds finally this year? Are you going to be the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st place representative? Put some big predictions out there right now. Where do you think you're going to go?
That's always the goal. Going to Worlds is always, it's been a while since I've been there. So, I think for the viewers, the most fun thing would be us battling an EU team and then beating EU to get those bragging rights before Worlds even starts. But, I guess we'll just have to see.
Of course, you could always win the championship, but it'd be way more fun to beat Europe for the final world spot. Very understandable. That's nice of you, Contracts. Thank you so much for doing the interview and stepping up. I appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the week. That's going to do it for us here. We'll see you after the break.
Horn thrown by Dopa, gets a knock up onto 3. Impact with the numbers pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest onto members directly under the turrets. So Ignat goes in with a Magnet Storm. Explosive charge onto Vulcan. Double kill for Palafox. And NRG swung it all back real quick.
Essa aqui tu não aprendeu na PEN não, irmão. Essa aqui tu não aprendeu não. In ace for PEN Gaming.
Celebrations are always fantastic in the CDLO.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
I would say my spice tolerance is bad for an Asian, but overall, okay.
I'm like about the widest guy in the LCS, so, and my country doesn't eat spicy food, so I just hope Blabber carries this one. Which one of your teammates would you most like to fight?
Okay, I'll go first.
In real life?
I would most like to fight Berserker.
Why?
Not because he's the smallest.
Is it personal?
Yes, because he pisses me off the most.
The thing is, like, let's say I hate Fudge, right?
Yeah.
But I can't beat Fudge one in a fist fight. Even if I hate Fudge, I have to choose someone else.
But Berserker is like 20 pounds more than me. But there's no one smaller than me, so I have no one to choose.
Yeah. Life is hard. Jungle's weak. I think I choose Berserker too.
Yeah.
Every time I roam, he dies. This is why. Yeah.
Okay.
Which one of your teammates smells the worst? Blabber.
What? Hey, not true. It's because I don't like showering after the workout. Because, okay, listen to me. I like to shower at night, but the workout's in the morning. I don't want to shower twice. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Wait, who smells the worst?
I'm gonna say myself too.
He missed the feed. Who on your team has the most annoying habit and what is it? M&S chews so loudly I can't.
God, yes. M&S chews with his mouth open like.
After our last game of scrims, every day our food arrives at the same time, and M's like. And I told him, yo, M&S, can you maybe, chew your mouth closed? He's like, no, in Korea, chewing with your mouth open loudly means the food is good. So I'm like, okay. What is the most egregious lie you've told to Cancel plans. Oh, I'm sick, bro.
Well, I don't actually need to tell egregious lies because usually.
Are you just that based?
Yeah, usually I don't make plans because I don't like going out. And
that's smart.
if I do make a plan, I usually follow through. But if I don't want to go, I'll just be like, I don't want to go.
You lie to cancel your plans?
Yes.
Blabber doesn't make plans.
I don't make plans to cancel them.
We're not the same. Who in the LCS have you pretended to like but actually couldn't stand?
I like everyone.
Cap.
But I will take a chip because I do like everyone.
Take one for the team.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, I remember when I went to Korea, I asked the Koreans like, "Is this spicy?" And they're like, "No, bro, it's really nice."
It might be too spicy for you.
I take one little like piece of meat and I'm crying in the club.
Okay, it might be too spicy for you, but just try it. It's not that bad.
I'll try next question.
You didn't answer the question.
Like, dude, everyone pretends to like someone they don't like.
So who?
For content.
It's gonna be too spicy for you. I'm already telling you.
Really?
Yeah. Just try it.
Oh, this is messed up.
If you can, don't chew it. But I don't think you can do that, because then you won't taste as bad.
Oh god. Oh, it hurts.
The milk.
It's supposed to hurt, like physically hurt. Ah!
Get the milk, man.
They were like, yeah, it's not hot, bro. It's like it's just hot sauce. Yeah.
It's not that bad. Okay, next question. Last one. We are not taking another chip no matter what. We're answering this one.
Oh my god.
If you could only save one person on your team from a burning building, who would it be and why? Jesus Christ. Can I send
Bro, I'm here. I'm right here.
Okay, I'll save Sven because he's right here. But if I could, I'd save Mithy because I CBA doing drafts.
Yeah, I agree. That was actually hurt.
You good, bro?
No.
We need more water. We need water.
So what did we learn? We learned Blabber doesn't want to do drafts, and he smells, apparently.
We're learning a lot about
well,
Yeah.
Sven is, as he claims, the whitest person in the LCS
Yes.
and struggled with the chip. Blabber seemed okay with it, so like,
Yeah.
I'm wondering where it would be for most people. Like, is Blabber, because Blabber said he didn't eat like a ton of spice, but he's okay with it.
I have a pretty high
I want to know how
spice
spicy the chip was,
tolerance.
but more importantly, I'd say Blabber, he's showing his efficiency in and out of game. Right?
Showering is a waste of time. Big agree.
Yeah, he
Making your bed.
efficiencies his shower. I think it's more efficient to do it after the workout, but he has stuff to do.
Yeah, he doesn't want to
waste
shower
those
twice.
endorphins right after the workout. And then also the not making plans and the pure honesty. All those things are very valuable in League of Legends.
It makes me wonder what else he does for efficiency, because there's some other life optimizations, and there's like a curve between like how gross it is and how much it optimizes your life. You know?
Life hacks with Blabber.
Yeah.
All right, turning our attention to their opponents. APA, 11-0-14 in his first 2 games. And we covered this at the top of the day, but someone tweeted at you, Jat, actually. I'm curious on some stats. Are always plan ahead's first 2 game stats of 11-0-14, the best of any NA player in their first 2 games in LCS history. From JStim17, and you had Liam look it up.
Yeah, actually, Hawkeye Liam saw this tweet and looked it up before
I was going to ask, Jat, be honest, are these your stats just because you got tagged here? You didn't do any of the work?
Nope. Liam did the work.
It's all Liam.
And check this out. I'm going to talk about it now. It is pretty good. So it's tied for the highest KDA. It's the third most kills. But overall, this is all-time first 2 game debuts, so he's right up there in the conversation. I think it's actually interesting there's this many deathless debuts in LCS history, but we're going way back in this, down to 2013 summer with Sneaky's debuts.
I think it makes sense given that, like, okay, you play 2 games, you go 2-0, and your team does well. You know, like, I can see not dying over those, but I think the fact that he's the top of it in terms of, you know, how much he got a KDA means that he was participating in a lot of kills.
Yeah, and we brought this up in waiting room, but that was 4 hours ago. The tier of competition that APA played against, I think, was a smart subbing by Team Liquid, but it's also building the confidence to this level where he's I love these tweets.
Yeah.
When does LCS get hard? M&S responds, but we wanted to look at the first 3 opponents that different subbed-in mid laners have played against this split.
Yeah, so you can see Quid had a pretty rough go of things, looking left to right. He goes up against JoJo. Then Eminez has 2 struggling performances, but then pretty good against Balulu.
Yeah.
APA, you know, you can debate how strong Balulu and Quid were, 2 great performances. Now he's going up against Eminez. who borderline
Yeah.
first team All-Pro last split. A lot of people thought he was the best mid in spring. We'll have to see how he does.
And already called him out on Twitter for being like, yeah.
Oh, just wait till you play the real
You're
games.
done.
Yeah.
I think the big thing, though, to the point that Jack kind of kicked this off with, is that TL, even though this seemed like a very quick substitution from all sides, right? Like in talking to Harry, I know he did an interview in NACL where he talked about how sudden it had been for him. APA coming in, it was pretty sudden for him. I do think they set him up for success really well. And also, I just want to keep reiterating it because I think it's hilarious. He seems to have the same energy and spirit as someone like Pioshik, where they just want to go in. And I think that's very valuable to TL's performance thus far. So we will see if they can somehow manage to topple C9. We'll see who wins the M&S versus APA battle. But now we are going to be joined by Flowers, Raz, and special guest Dokla.
Big Dokes! Welcome, everybody. That's Raz. I'm Flowers. And Big Dokes himself joining us here on the caster desk after the Energy victory over FlyQuest. How you doing, buddy?
Yo, feeling good after that win.
Yeah.
I mean, I was playing Ornn, as a C-tier top laner. You have to take these less than, popular tanks or popular champs. You can't play the Renekton.
Giga Chad. Let him cook. Hog.
Okay.
Oh, that's supposed to be Cloud9. Okay, that was supposed to be Cloud9.
I was waiting for the other team to show up because they always do something to the other team, whether they're dunking on them or burying them or whatever. But I don't know, man. Cloud9 is one of those teams. I don't see them very Monk a W attitude towards most other teams here in the league. They've been at the top of the table for a while.
Yeah, and I was just about to mention the fact that Berserker was just vibing in the crew. I didn't even notice. But to the top of the table point, wanted to talk about both these teams because the last time they faced off, I know you are an Ornn enjoyer now.
Yeah, forced Ornn enjoyer.
Yeah, Summit is now apparently an Ornn enjoyer. The last time they faced off against each other, he actually picked Ornn in the matchup to actually net the win. So, how does it feel being a fellow coward?
I mean, you got to do what you got to do to get the win. Honestly, it's like the coach is like, all right, we need the win here. We're just going to slide you on Ornn. We'll give you another carry game later. We need the Ornn now.
All right, well, no Rumble this game, no Blitzcrank, no Tristana, no Jace. I feel like Tristana's in every game that she's not banned out these days, so I'm pretty glad to see that banned away. I need some sort of variety in my mid lane matchup.
I think Rumble's been banned every single game.
It has been.
So I'm surprised it's banned by Cloud9 because I feel like you could pick that up for yourself, but at the same time, Summit probably has a lot of answers into it, so I can understand why they banned it.
I was about to ask you, actually, Dokla, because before week 4, we saw primarily Renekton versus Cassante nearly every game.
Oh, I've actually never seen that matchup.
Yeah, you haven't?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Pretty rare in League of Legends.
Hopefully you get to see it for the first time. But since in week 4, we've seen Rumble come into the meta a little bit more. We've seen teams willing to pick out Fiora into the Cassante as an example. So we've seen a little bit more diversity. How was the practice week for you? And it looks like a Kindred locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton Cassante is getting figured out, I think, but people are still willing to play both sides of it because they have their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
But I think people just get bored and they're just like, all right, well, it's time for something new. I'm just getting bored here. But I think there are some good answers into it. People have just been experimenting more lately to figure out counters to the meta, because if you know what someone's going to pick, you can just easily make a counter to that. So I think that's why it's happening.
Well, if we're talking about knowing what people are going to pick, Cloud9 in the past in this split, every time they've got the Kindred, they love locking in Melio along with it, running a double marksman comp and just snowballing the game out of control. I wonder if that's what we're going to get this time around. The Aphelios already locked in for TL there for the marksman position. That is one of those marksmen that pairs well with Melio, so they're denying that at least. And the Wukong also locked in for the jungle for Pioshik. And there it is, Melio. I called it, boys.
Yeah, I mean, you should probably be on Team Liquid's drafting team. You know exactly what they're going to pick. Curious to see what they pick here. They're probably going to pick the bot laner here and run out bot lane, but I mean, they're still prioring Kindred after the nerfs to it, so I mean, obviously they still value it highly. Damage didn't get touched, only the tankiness of it, but dodge everything and you don't die, so yeah.
I like the Ashe pick. I mean, just recognizing with the Kindred, you probably need to shore up some engage, especially if you have Emilio, so you don't want to have situations in the draft. You're like, okay, we're good when we're cutting back, but we have no way to actually start the fight. So good pick up here. My only fear now is the looming Malphite with the Rumble banned as well in first phase. So wondering what Team Liquid's going to do in 4-5 and if Malphite gets banned here.
I mean, Renekton looks good on my screen here for either side.
Yeah.
probably a bit better for Cloud9.
On the mind.
I mean, hopefully they ban it so we get something else. But Ziggs is like the pocket pick for APA, so he's willing to just like almost blind it with a couple of bans here. I mean, I guess it's technically 3 bans for mid if you look at it, but I'm sure he'll get some cover bans here too.
It's also got a baby Yeet. I always want to see people pick Yeet champions when you're up against Kindred to just knock them out of the ulti and be able to kill the guy anyway. Satchel sort of moves you like 3 inches or whatever, so I guess technically it counts, but gonna have to be accurate to knock somebody at the Lamb's Rest. But with that, we're targeting Syndra in the mid lane, wanting to keep that one away from Imanes, and the Rel banned out. This champion's been really popular lately.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid should probably look for a Gangplank to run out their ult comp with the big circles, so that's probably what I would do.
We got the Ziggs big circle, Wukong little circle. Wait, is the Gangplank ulti circle bigger or smaller than a Ziggs bomb? Do you
Probably bigger.
Probably bigger.
I think
it's bigger.
Yeah, it's definitely bigger.
Yes, we need someone to run the test, but it's I think it's bigger for sure.
I know that at least the wide range on the
I mean,
Ziggs
I wouldn't know. I
bomb's
only
kinda
play
close.
Orange, so.
Right, yeah, that's just a rectangle ulti, not
Exactly.
circle. You have to make sure we get the right shapes.
I mean, I'm waiting for that Orange Buskin, you know, like the choo-choo.
Yes, dude.
I'm waiting for that.
Ryan,
another
I'm telling
vote.
you, people still love this idea. This is free money sitting on the table. Nautilus banned out by C9, so they're targeting 2 engaged supports. TL really looking to cover APA there in the mid lane, banning out 2 of those matchups that they don't want him to have to deal with. Giving some respect over to Imanes.
Yeah, don't know. I'm not sure what you pick here on for TL here. I mean, they need some sort of engage or like follow-up and some tankiness for both sides.
How do you feel about Thresh? I know the Rakan's being hovered and has been successful, but just general protection for Aphelios. Do you like the Rakan pick over Thresh as an example?
I mean, I'm not too sure. I don't think Thresh has a best lane into Ashe Milio, so I don't think it's really playable. So, yeah, I mean, Rakan gives you that secondary engage that goes with the Wukong, which is really good and sets up for the Ziggs. Like they just need CC at this point, and that's what they're gonna draft.
Sandra locked in for C9.
And that's the engage for C9 side.
There we go. We got 2 different giant ice spells. Okay, yeah, are we gonna get the lizard? And if he plays it, he has to use the
I don't know what else to
What
are we
betting here?
Come on. Where is it?
Oh,
there it is.
You know, he was streaming earlier before LCS, and he was playing Renekton on stream, so.
He's just warming up.
Yeah.
You think it's an act that he drags his feet saying he doesn't like Renekton?
Yeah, everyone likes Renekton. You're on the winning side of the matchup most times, so you're generally okay with it.
Okay, so what's the final pick here for TL? The Rumble's been banned away. That's been a pretty popular counter to the Renekton recently. Cassante is still available.
Ornn looks OP on my screen, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
I mean, Malphite looks pretty good too. Like
You seem enlightened.
Oh,
Inspired.
Hold on.
Oh.
What?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay, they're just letting him have fun, I guess. Like, all right, we'll give you the cannon.
He's not serious. He's not.
I mean, he doesn't want to win that bad, you know?
I thought he was
it's
gonna
definitely a good
swap
lane
back.
bully. It's just that, like, when I see Kennen here, like, they have a list, they have a Milio, so it's like, you have to get your angles off really well, like hide and vision. Obviously, I think the lane is about, like, it's slightly Kennen favored. I don't think it's, like, hard winning.
Okay.
So, he has to definitely play well and execute well.
Yeah, and the tough thing for me that I've seen globally when it comes to Kennens is being able to hover. Just cover it in bad times. Even if you're trying to play away from it, and it's the worst thing you can hear is a weak side Kennen. Like, I've seen JDG run with it and have done really well surrounding just using ulti to cover dives, so Kennen is not under a necessary threat. And when they're committing to a dive, just having your support hover. So there's a few things to keep him afloat, but Summit is such a damn good Kennen player.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's like, his Q's like, you know, it's like they just curve in. They just hit me through the wave. Like, I swear to God, every time I'm playing against it, it's like, I'm hiding behind my creeps, but they're still hitting me. Like, what's going on?
Just whipping them around the side of the thing.
The funny thing is, I watched your Dagon interview when he was telling you, putting you on the spot to rank top laners. And the only name you can get out there was Summit #1.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just really good fundamentally. Knows how to, like, abuse lane. So, a lot to learn from him as well. And I think everyone's catching on.
I always felt like Summit was the top laner's top laner because he does things that top laners respect, like mechanics, 1v1, and it's just the stuff that the other roles complain about is what Summit has had his criticism based around before, overextending or not warding or getting caught. But now let's see how Team Liquid can match up against C9 with EG losing earlier to Golden Guardians after that level 1 bonanza. That means that Cloud9 is in a solid spot here to take over that top of the table spot, but I don't know if we're going to get any of those crazy level 1s.
All right, I'm going to leak some strats here. Cloud9, every time they play melee versus range, they always go 5 top, or like someone wards the top push for Fudge. So if you're against Cloud9, you should start a sweeper and get that free ward for yourself.
Nice. Look at that. The inside strats versus C9. Worth pointing out here, M&S has Summoner Spellbook on that Lissandra. This is a keystone that we don't see taken that often these days by the mid laners in the meta, so maybe M&S will be able to find some good value out of that one. Bot lane, it is Cleanse on only one of our AD carries. Berserker opting to not go with that, wants the extra mobility of the Ghost instead, but it does mean that he could be in some serious trouble if he gets charmed up by Core or Summit locked down there in that ulti later on in the game. I don't know how the Ziggs versus Lissandra matchup goes at all. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I don't see Ziggs ever.
I mean, it's just farm, and whoever has push is probably going to be happier in the lane. And Liss just wants to find angles. Like, Ziggs is not running Cleanse, so if you just get a flash timer off on him, he should die.
Yeah, and also Lissandra just generally does pretty poorly versus poke.
Yeah.
So that's something that she's going to have to work with. That's a Mantle Crystal start for Ziggs, and I'm pretty sure he went Futures Market so he can get a little bit quicker towards Lost Chapter. So that's going to be fun to see. So just straight farming.
That's a pretty deep ward by M&S here.
Oh, look at that. Futures market right there. Thank you, observers. Yes, we have Ziggs trying to go on the get-rich-quick scheme to guarantee that early Lost Chapter. Bottom lane, Sven and Berserker trying to run the show nice and early. The power of that Cozy Campfire giving you the extra range, especially on a champion that already has a higher than average default attack range like Ashe, can be really oppressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty balanced if you ask me. But, you know.
Wait, this is the exact duo bot side. It was Melio, Kindred, and Ashe. Remember the EG Cloud9 game where they got completely doomed on first dive? So they're not going to do anything. You already see full HP on Yan and Core JJ, so they're not taking any poor trades. But they just, I think, they won't have hover because Wukong is topside.
Yeah,
so.
but they're like full HP and they're crashing already, so I don't think it's a dive. And they've hit level 2, so it should be fine.
Nice.
All right, we're chilling. Doesn't look like anything more here.
Just farming.
So, where do you guys want to see our?
What?
Hold on, never mind. Hold on. Okay. Well, there's that scary Summit Kennen you were talking about.
Yeah, you must have cursed some cues that I didn't see. But I'm just gonna take a. I mean, the wave is pretty bad for top lane. It's still pushing out, so it's kind of nightmare fuel for top laners here. But it's okay. We're playing Renekton. We're gonna scale.
That is tough, man. Both used flash, so let's see how it was done.
Okay.
Oh no, he's trying to get his wave in.
Yeah. I mean.
Oh.
He didn't have, but he just walked out of it. Nice.
Fudge just jumping right in there when he already had 2 stacks on him, and Summit just stuns him immediately. Unlucky, but neither top laner having the flash means I do expect to see junglers maybe looking up here, seeing if they could figure anything out, potentially find a gank.
I mean, I think in this matchup, if Renekton gets even slightly ahead, or just like just damage.
This is the double scuttle. We're going for it. It's not even being contested.
The magnetic pull for Blabber to this crowd is very strong here. Let's see if you can get it.
Guys, think about it. We're even using Hawkshot just in case. We know where Pyosik is now.
They're
Completely
familiar.
uncontested.
The smite is up, but they don't even need it. There it is. Blabber picking up the crab. Nicely done there. First mark on the board for Kindred at 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. He just wants to get the recall. He does not want to stick around.
Well, Pyosik has other plans, so Blabber at least gets postponed a little bit there. As Pyosik hanging around and getting that bonus damage onto Blabber for free means that Team Liquid is more than comfortable just getting this lane pushed.
Yeah, taking a look here, Sven is pretty low. You're seeing the base from Kindred. It's a slow push bot lane. This could be a dragon angle here from Team Liquid. Would be nice to see, but he's hovering here in the tri-bush.
Could be a Wukong dive angle, too.
Oh, I like that a little better.
All right, boys. Let's see what we get here. Team Liquid. Core JJ trying to juke him out here at the start. CC layered down onto Berserker, who has to flash back away. Yon barely survives, man. He's down to 50 HP as Pyosik still looking for that last little bit of damage, but now he is controlled and killed. It's first blood over to Berserker, man.
I mean, that was really well played by the C9 bot lane here. Just to outplay that 2v3 is, I mean,
yeah, they didn't even need help, man. They just waited for Team Liquid to walk in and then beat them. Outnumbered, but not outgunned. C9 on the board first. Let's see if Blabber can make the play up here on the top side. Unfortunately for C9, Summit hits that level 6, makes the plan a little bit less appealing.
Yeah. I mean, TL felt really pressured to go for that bot dive because Blabber still having base and Pyosik wasn't buy up, so they guaranteed to have a 3v2. They just missed don't know if they misplayed it or they couldn't go for it at all, but
The only misplay I could possibly see was Jan taking damage immediately. Since he's your primary damage dealer on that one, I don't like the fact that he was tanking.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they just don't have damage if a Jan tanks. So,
yeah.
Yeah, probably just unlucky. It is what it is. We move on.
Yeah. A little bit unfortunate. Pioshik walked out the wrong door, and then there was no way home for poor Wukong. Easy pickup there for C9 after outplaying them. They're up 700 gold, so just about the value of the first blood plus the assist money. Back in mid lane, that lost chapter for APA, making it easy for him to keep the farm up, keep the push going. But M&S is not struggling either. You can see both those guys dead even. No one beats C9 twice in a row.
I mean,
I'm not too confident about that one.
Summit still has not base top. Like he's holding on to like probably like almost like 2K with gold here. I don't know if there's no timer where he could have based, but I mean if he could have based and pressure with the gold lead, I think he can make a lot more progress. But right now he's really scaling.
Yeah. Outside of that, he's done well around jungle timers. The ward that he had in Tribush that caught out Blabber was nice. And of course. So overall, it's been a good one, but M&S has his eyes on him now.
All right, M&S. Well, let's see what we can do here, boys.
So let's see how he outplays this. I think he doesn't want to let this wave crash, crucially. That's the thing he's playing for. And Fudge will just ult to get the wave in, so
he might
looks dead on my screen.
Yeah, I think this is about it for poor little Ken. And M&S going in. There's the slicing maelstrom. It's going to buy him an extra moment.
Wait a minute.
Stays alive. M&S!
Oh my God.
Over a freebie. It's Summit getting the kill, getting the outplay. Nicely done there, but bottom lane, the fights continue. Jan and Core JJ looking to take this 2v2 against Berserker and Sven, but Berserker is firing back. Jan's got red-white, but C9 willing to fight. They got that range advantage from the cozy campfire I was talking about earlier, and they're just gonna fall back now.
That was a bit of a head scratcher. I don't know how they didn't get the kill there. Kennen had no flash. I don't know if I want to look at it again, honestly, but
you're gonna look at it again. We've got a replay coming up.
Yeah, the people of the Summit fan club are enjoying this today.
Right, so Renekton doesn't have E, but his Q will be up. So let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Ult. They're both stunned on this.
Oh no.
And he just makes enough distance with the stun. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the slicing maelstrom was perfect. He executes it right before he gets stunned, so it's still casting as he's stuck there in the Lysandra prison. Plus the Mega Inferno Bomb coming up from APA to contribute the rest of the damage. Make sure that those guys cannot try to continue this dive. Nicely done from TL. This is now a tale of two goofy dives. Both teams' kills were gifted to them by the other team.
But I think fundamentally they had the right idea going for the dive.
Yeah.
I think their play was like optimal, I would say, but you know the execution could have been better.
Yeah, the only thing I could look off that one was the fact that Lysandra started tanking just as the stun from Kennen ulti hit Renekton, so there was no follow-up.
Yeah.
That was the worst part about it. So still a great idea, as you mentioned, but nice Dragon Timer here from Cloud9. Blabber's going to be able to net that for himself, and they can actually just start playing for bot lane for the rest of the game if they can do this.
Okay, easy. Easy, easy, easy. Nobody making their way over from the side of Team Liquid. APA's ulti just came back up, so if he knew that they were taking the Dragon, he could try to chuck a Mega Inferno Bomb down there, but it's an easy pickup for Blabber. Hex Drake always feels great. The stats are useful on every champion in the game, but unfortunately it does mean we will not get the Hex Soul. Hopefully we get a good one and not like the Kimtech one, because I always prefer... Dokla, how do you feel about this, playing the role on the other side of the map from the Dragons? The bad riffs versus the good riffs. The ones that people really want the soul versus the ones that's like, okay, it's there.
Well, honestly, I like the Chemtech soul because it gives me the big honey fruits. And then that's like the most interaction I'll get for top lane. So give me those bad boys. But Hextech is really nice for the base gate as well. And just the soul itself. But Cloud Soul is low-key OP. Like having so much movement speed is lets you play the fights a lot more versatile.
Okay, Blabber clearing out some vision here. Needs one more hit on that control ward, but Team Liquid's already starting up the Herald. Core JJ has made his rotation, but so have both of the bot laners from C9. It's a full 5-man party from both teams up here.
Wow.
And Berserker, unfortunately, puts that one right between the uprights.
Yeah, there's no way they can contest now. They just lift arrow, and APA actually placed the W really well where he got out and knocked lifts away, couldn't get ulted, so
yeah,
pretty clean.
At first, I was going to be a little concerned with Team Liquid just because they're engaged and CoreJJ didn't have ult, but M&S getting opened up on.
M&S about to die. Holy cow. Blabber needed to use the Lamb's Respite there to save M&S from the Mega Inferno Bomb, but now with no Kindred ulti, Team Liquid knows how threatening they can be underneath this tier 1 turret. If they want to dive, they can just do it. C9 is so low on health. Sven's going to try to keep M&S alive there with a cozy campfire, but the plates are falling, and it's Team Liquid picking up the money. They might even stick around for a little bit more here.
Ziggs wants that W on it, so they
can't
can
do
just
it.
get it.
Yeah, they're working towards it. But man,
hit the tower.
Let's go a little bit more there.
Okay, nice from TL. That's a massive swing.
Wow, Ziggs is just OP. I think we just have to blind it, guys.
What? Honestly, hear from CoreJJ in the stage interview that he had last week. He mentioned how their team didn't really know how Ziggs worked until APA gave him the full rundown. And so it actually feels like it really amplifies what Team Liquid wants to do. Heavy early game centric team, and then he's able to just kind of nuke turrets like that. And yes, the 2 ultis that he was able to use, the first one that was able to get Blabber's ultimate, but also this, that was the second one. The first one was the top dive. Yeah. So both of them were really impactful. So it's nice to see that APA is playing really well here, and that the team is playing well around the Ziggs pick.
I mean, I don't know if Alyssa is the best counter into Ziggs. I'm going to be honest.
Yep. It's not
but I could be wrong, you know.
The arrows are not hitting this game, unfortunately, for Berserker. Does at least have that 1 kill under his belt. He's up almost 20 CS. Berserker's Greaves and Kraken Slayer completed, whereas his opponent is still playing around with some components here, trying to get those items assembled. Up there in the top lane, similar story, but going the other way as Summit's got the Proto Belt ready, but Fudge is still trying to come online. Fudge, however, has the Unleashed TP, so if we get a fight down here, C9 would be able to send the extra man, but instead it's just an invade coming out from Sven, M&S, and Blabber to steal away the enemy blue buff. No contest back from TL.
Yeah, this is a top versus bot type of game here. Like, all TL needs to do is just hold on and let Kennen win on the other side of the map, so I mean, they're trying to make plays around the bot side here for C9, but they're just not giving them anything. And they just rotate Ziggs bot. Like, you cannot siege against this champion. So pretty much all their counterplay is just covered here. Yeah, Ziggs is a little OP.
Yeah, this is not giving me good memories. I remember when it was Ziggs bot meta, and it was literally, you can leave him on an island, and he would be just fine.
Spam, wave clear, and then toss a bomb over there. If there's a fight in the river, you don't even have to leave the minions alone. TL up about 1,000 gold here with 1 minute left on the clock before the plates fall. Summit getting a good quick trade onto Fudge there, who honestly just does not have much of an ability to fight back. Again, that item disparity I was talking about makes it really tough. Both junglers also getting those first items online there. Trinity Force versus Divine Sunderer. Dokka, how do you feel about the Trinity versus Divine Sunderer conversation? Because a lot of people are still taking Sunderer in quite a few situations. Trinity obviously got buffed and then had to be nerfed a little bit. Where do you stand?
Yeah, I feel like Trinity is strong, but it's strong at like 3 items.
Okay.
When you compile items with it, then it feels really, really good. But first item,
Oh, M&S had to use the claw and the flash to get away, but Pioshik will chase him down. Beats him over the head with the stick. Second kill of the game there for Team Liquid. As Blabber wants to secure this crab down here, should be able to pick that one up, but TL has bigger fish to fry. They're summoning up the Herald. Arrow hits from downtown, but now Blabber's trying to catch up and do some damage in time. The turret's already destroyed. Blabber's forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but he's all alone. As soon as it fades, you know he's gonna die. Berserker getting dove by Summit. The slicing maelstrom here in the 1v2. Mega Inferno Bomb ready to melt these guys. C9 is crumbling, and Team Liquid are bringing the pain. CoreJJ with a gleaming quill will not find enough damage. Berserker and Sven both barely getting away, but TL uses the Herald to get the second turret here in the bottom lane. They are up 4,000 gold at 14 minutes.
Wow. It's wild to see, man. Like, it just started with the bait that APA and Pioshik had that was able to get the kill on an M&S. And so C9 recognizing Dragon Timer was up. We need to save bot lane turret. Like, that Ash arrow finally hit. But Pioshik did a great job of defending him, and you saw Reconnaissance come in from the side. So really well done. Clean plays from Team Liquid.
And this only works because it's Ziggs. It only works because they were able to destroy that turret and then keep the fight going. Otherwise, Blabber has something he can hide underneath. It's harder for Summit to get back there and chase these guys down. Berserker needing to have the flash and the heal from CoreJJ, or from Sven, excuse me, used instead. And then CoreJJ trying to chase him down and get that last little bit of damage. Couldn't quite do it. But this game went from 1,000 gold apart to 4,000 gold apart in 60 seconds, boys.
It's crazy. And it's something that we've talked about with APA coming into the team. Both Pioshik and APA have been on the same level. Hearing the interviews, APA saying, hey, I'm just saying, Pyosik help whenever he needs push or something, since he's the one English speaker in a Korean-generated comms, basically, for the team. And so that was a concern. How would he work well with Pyosik? He has been good so far, the 3 games straight.
Still hasn't died in any of those games either. Still sitting deathless. 1-0-1 in this one. Has 2 fully completed items. Once those Sork shoes come online, I'm expecting him to go for that. The damage on the pure magic penetration Ziggs bomb is going to be huge in these team fights. Summit, though, could be under some pressure. Sven going to use the sweeper, see that there's nothing there to find him out. APA is happy to just stand a screen away and lob bombs at minion waves on the other end of the map.
And this feels so frustrating to play for Cloud9 because there's not really any play you can go for. Like, you can't make a play on Ziggs. Kennen is really hard to make a play on, and their ball lane is, like, you just have no real, like, engage.
Oh, nicely done from Pyosik there, leaving the clone behind. Fudge uses Dominus for a whole lot of nothing.
They're getting very desperate. I mean, they definitely need to, like, speed up the pace because they 100% get outscaled at this point, so I understand their desperation, but, I mean, they're kind of just, like, fishing for anything, really, and just trying to start a fight.
Yeah, the Arrow and Dominus both being used there to no effect whatsoever means the Herald fight now cannot happen for C9. TL's going to take this one for free. The only neutral objective Cloud9 have secured this game was that first Hex Drake. After that, it's been nothing but TL. The Cloud Drake there that spawned second. We do have an Earth Rift this time around, and they've got both Heralds, the first of which was used to get all the way through the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane, and now that Summit's been left alone up here topside, he's going to take down that last remaining tier 1, still standing for C9.
I'm going to put you in an impossible position, Dopa. You are on Cloud9 shoes. How the hell do you even make a comeback here where it's like you're Renekton and you want to go into what? Kennen, Ziggs, Rakan, and Wukong, very difficult to fight into them. Do you just trade sides?
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We got M&S coming up here to try to defend a turret that had 20% HP. And Summit and Pyosik are having none of it. Cyclone used there, but a nice stasis coming out from M&S buys him enough time to get away. C9 with the outplay, and now Summit and Pyosik are in retreat. M&S, why'd we go up there, buddy? They could have handled it. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade at the start. Berserker wants to get a little bonus money here. Double kill for the C9 AD carry, but on the other side of the map, nope. Okay, nothing. Not yet.
It's going to be a chase.
All right, Yawn in some trouble here. APA bringing the thunder. The bomb hits from a long way away, but Yawn still being chased down by Fudge. Kites him out, blows him up. APA taking the kill credit, and Team Liquid still ends up finding something on the other side of the rift.
I mean, I think what C9 is doing is pretty good. Like, they're sacking mid-waves. They're really trying to, like, ditch and find timers where they can make any play. They will not win a 5v5 head-on, so they need numbers advantage, and M&S, you could say, is baiting or playing the line, but he's kind of waiting for reinforcements here. Obviously, probably didn't need to go back in and to clean up this play, but this is like the type of plays that you need to make if you want to get back into the game. It's going to be really hard, but I mean, this is a start, but it's not looking that good. But well played by just even executing on this play. I think they have the right idea. It's just that they're so far behind. It's really hard to make this play, but I think they're still looking for the right plays.
And then on the opposite side, I liked what Yan and Core JJ did. Straight through mid lane push, went towards bot side, but Summit is under threat.
Summit getting TP'd on M&S and Fudge, 2v1. There should be no way this goes south, and it will not. One last auto attack from Fudge gets it done. C9 picking up kill number 4.
Yeah, that's a start, but I mean, you're still going to lose stuff on the opposite side of the map, but that's the type of plays that you need to get back into this game.
The kills are so close, only one separating them, but man, the gold lead still just feels massive.
Yeah, I mean, you press tab and then you see your mid laner's item difference. It's like, you don't want to press tab much longer. You know? It's like,
just unpress that key.
yeah. I mean, top lane is really, contemplating, damn, should I really have picked Renekton here? Like, a lot of thoughts going into that, I'm sure.
Man, it's tough. 30 seconds until Baron spawns, and you know that Team Liquid will be looking for that if they can find any sort of pick around that area, if they can keep that momentum going. Meanwhile, the teleport going to bring Summit back down into the other side of the map, so that is at least something that C9 is not going to have to worry about for a little bit longer. They are the only teleport available on the map right now via M&S.
Smart play by Summit there, sweeps out the bushes as he TPs in, so he knows that won't happen again. So small little adaptation there to set himself up for, being able to push in these side lanes.
Is that just like basic top lane etiquette once you get to this point in the game?
Yeah, it is, but I mean, he died, so hopefully he won't die twice the same way, right?
Right.
So, good adaptation there, yeah.
Really not. Drake pickup here is good. It's nice that Cloud9 is foregoing it. You cannot take that fight. Hopefully you can get gold on M&S on side lanes, and that's how you kind of get back a little bit of gold in this game. Now, a question for you, Dokla, is now you find yourself in positions like these with Team Liquid where you have a pretty large lead. How do you nail the coffin shut? How do you secure this lead without basically getting too comfortable within the game state?
Yeah, I think you just want to put up vision, so secure mid push and then drop wards in their jungle with your mid push, and then just poke with Ziggs and just keep like their side of the map really dark and make it hard for them to walk in. That's how you generally want to close out from here, and I think they will go through the steps. I mean, APA almost has a death cap, so they're probably just like waiting on that, and then they're really gonna like try to force something. Oh, arrow hits, but no one is in range.
I mean, I feel like that was just a for fun arrow.
Yeah, maybe get someone to flinch, like lose a slash.
Confidence building arrow.
Yeah.
All right.
And then, yeah, mid push. They're overloading into top side here. Someone's going to take over mid and try to escort this Herald in.
Okay, goodbye, HP bar.
Damage ult.
Yeah, that's half the HP of Berserker, but now the follow-up from CoreJJ, the quickness is not going to lock anybody down long enough. Yon misses the Midnight Vigil. As Blabber and Berserker still both healthy enough to continue to fight. Fudge diving in from the side, and they burst down APA. CoreJJ's going to go next, and C9 just got 2. There's no ulti available on the Wukong or the Aphelios either. C9 has enough health and a cozy campfire. They could start up the Baron. This could be their path back into the game.
Yeah, they still have Kindred ult, so they want to force this, make TL fight them, and let's see what happens. Summit does have Flash.
Yeah, Flash slicing Maelstrom. This could be a Kennen moment. We just have to see if they play it out correctly. C9 trying to stay safe on this, but they know they need the Baron. They know they need to get back into this game with a big objective take here. Cozy Campfire coming down. They want to engage with Pioshik. Summit into the back line, but C9 stays alive. Lamb's Respite is dropped in time. Summit is gone. Pioshik's in retreat. Yon pops the glare, but the arrows keep flying. Team Liquid, they stopped the Baron, but they had to sacrifice Summit and his Flash to do it.
Damn, that was really well played by like both sides. Kindred ult dropped there right when the slicing Maelstrom hits, and I liked how C9 didn't get too greedy and go for more there, but let's check how this play started.
Because I feel like it was APA, the great ulti on Berserker's head, but took a look at the positioning that he had here, where Renekton was able to close in on him. Now he ended up satcheling over the wall just so he can get out of the ulti from M&S, but was already way too late. No one from Team Liquid side can protect him.
Yeah, I mean, they just overreach a little bit. They had a really good damage on Kindred. They probably could have pulled back to Baron, but they were trying to like play their hand a little bit too much and C9 punished accordingly. And in this fight, I think mechanically everyone just played pretty well. Flabber gets his ult drop. Zerger flashes away from Kennen here, and he's able to just do a lot of damage on the back end of this fight.
Lamb's Respite is such a game changer in moments like that. If you don't have that there, things can go very differently for the side of C9, who are still holding on, who are still finding some outplays in these fights. But like you were talking about earlier, Dokla, it's the money difference. Even if you're finding some good plans, you're making some good decisions, it's harder to execute them just because of how far ahead Team Liquid is.
Yeah, I mean, Berserker is getting quite strong, so he is a threat on this in this game, and they can't straight up ignore him, but right now, Berserker doesn't have Summit, and they should know that from the last fight, so if they are able to force this Baron, it's going to be really hard for them to get a fight off.
On the opposite end, knowing that they're likely going to fight for third dragon here in a minute 30 seconds, no flash, no summons from Yon, no flash on Pyosik and Summit. It's going to be difficult for them, especially with Fudge now having a little bit easier of a time in taking fights with his sums up. It's going to be a little better for Cloud9, the best chance they've had all game.
I think the best case scenario for Cloud9 here is to find angles in these fights, so either be a TP flank or someone's hiding after pushing a wave. That's the way they want to fight and make it kind of chaotic, like a straight front to back where Ziggs is able to land poke. It's not going to be the way you win, so they need to get creative and find some angles here. So I want to see what they end up doing.
Well, they're placing down a couple of wards around this Drake. You can see that Sven just went in, made sure that they had a couple angles where Fudge or M&S may be able to use one of those teleports to come in and surprise Team Liquid, get behind the carries, take out one of these valuable targets nice and early. Summoner's Spellbook, I talked about it at the beginning of the game. M&S has swapped over to a cleanse for the upcoming fight, ready to try to bait out some of that engage from Summit or CoreJJ or one of these valuable engage mechanisms on Team Liquid, and instead turn things around in C9's favor. Keep your eyes on Fudge, too, here on the Renekton. Unfortunately, still only on one big completed item, so not as strong as you would like to be.
That's a lot of damage.
Instantly loses half health.
That campfire better be cozy if it's going to heal him the flow. I don't know if it's that cozy.
No, he's got some fruits, though, so that's something.
I mean, M&S is on a flank here, and they do have, like, good position. to contest the dragon, make it hard for them TL to walk in without any wards. So I like their idea, but they're just playing on waves and forcing C9 to show.
Well,
and I feel like they're just going to walk towards like the Baron side and force C9 to walk in there where they don't have any vision because they don't want to get flanked here.
And you can see M&S not afraid to step up close to Jan is not afraid to step up close to M&S, excuse me, because of the fact that he has the cleanse. He knows he can get out of the Lissandra lockdown as long as there's not an immediate follow-up from someone else. And Team Liquid's deciding, okay, C9, you've set things up around the Drake pit. You guys are prepared. You've got the wards. You've got the prio. We're going to go Baron instead.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage here. And a small thing, too, is that they were able to get Ashe ulti off of her, so not willing to take the fight into Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, and you just can't walk into the Ziggs. Like, once you lose side and have no vision on that side, like, you just can't walk into his E's. Lasts for like 8 seconds or something, so. And he has a death cap at this point, so no one can really even tank it walking in, so. I really like this adaptation by TL. They don't have wards on the Dragon side, so just rotate the Baron and force them to make the decision.
Yeah, I'll take the Baron for Dragon trade. Yeah, that feels pretty good for TL, who are now up 5,500 gold. Drakes are even, but that doesn't matter. What do you guys want to see them accomplish with this Baron? Is it a 4-1 split, 1-3-1, just 5-man full send?
I would do a 4-1 where I just want Ziggs in side lane sieging, and preferably inside where there's no flank angles from like mid lane, so you only have to worry about behind you pretty much, to your side. So I would like the Ziggs to be rotated bot and Kennen go mid. I think that's the safest avenue for them to execute, but they're just playing on the bot side here. We'll see how they set up.
Yeah, if they have Ziggs mid alone, he can always participate in the fight no matter where it is, and it seems like it's going to be in their jungle.
No. Core JJ having a disengage there as Pioshik wants to go in, but the Cyclone only finds Fudge here at the start. Massive amount of damage comes out from Jan and the Moonlight Vigil. Half health on 3 different C9 players as Team Liquid now has their opening. They'll absolutely shatter the tier 3 turret in mid lane. They'll take out the inhibitor right after. And what's that? Summit's got the next wave ready to go here in bot. Team Liquid still looking to keep this play alive, but Fudge is coming in from the side. TL looking for a disengage. Pioshik in stasis, but still in danger. Flashes and escapes for now. Team Liquid looking to get the hell out of town. C9 going to stop them, at least for a little while. Berserker does not have a lot of mana to work with. That volley might be his last one here as APA and TL keep kiting backwards. Berserker's gonna be careful. Core JJ goes in for the quickness, and Lamb's respite is already forced out. C9 continuing to try to look for some plays as Blabber takes out Core. M&S is stunned. The slicing maelstrom from Summit only gets him killed. C9 go unstoppable with this Ashe, and they hold the line.
Damn, Berserker is so good, man. He's playing the line perfectly, trying to bait the fight out, baits Rakan to just go in, baits the Kennen to go in, just force him to flash in and just forces the outplay. Like, if TL were to back up there and just base, they probably would be in a really good position to win the game, and Berserker knows that, and he's just trying to play the line and force the fight to happen.
Take a look at it. Actually, in the picture-in-picture, Renekton's getting caught out. Seems like a little bit of fights going on there, but it's completely backed away. And you're right, he was playing the line, he chased up, even without mana. The thing it usually is, you have to expect when they're going to engage on you, and it seemed like he knew that perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, great reaction here by him to flash. I mean, the Rakan ult missed, but still, he had the right idea. And Summit, bit reaching here, wasn't in range for the flash Pro Belt, but I mean, it's just kind of well played for both sides. They both have like a good idea, but I think C9 is just executing a bit better in these really tense fights.
Yeah, unfortunately for Summit, slightly too far away from both the enemy team and his own. Even if he goes in there, he does not have Jan or anyone else from TL close enough to provide that backup damage. Still, plus 3.5k for TL, but Berserker's Ashe, 5-0 and 3, is becoming a serious problem. M&S on Lissandra, much more of a supportive role this time around. Even in the build, you can see it's Everfrost, Banshees, Veil, Zonias. All of these are defensive or utility style items. He's not going for 100-0 one-shots. Hold on now. That arrow's going to get some work done as now Summit tries to stand and fight, but Blabber's got the cozy campfire. Easy pick up there. C9 going to look for more here on the bot side now as M&S has to be careful. Pioshik loses his clone. R2 used there as TL continue to retreat. Fudge, I don't think you wanted that stopwatch. That's okay. Sometimes we all press the button we don't mean to press. C9 not going to chase down anymore, but they'll pick up the free kill in mid.
I mean, they're still holding on, and that was a really good arrow by Berserker here. And that was the 4-1 setup I was talking about that they could have done with Baron, where Ziggs is bot lane sieging. It's just that Berserker just hit a really good arrow.
Yeah.
Got the pick on him mid.
It's been happening now, past 5 minutes, it feels like. Berserker's arrows, of course, the one mid didn't work out, but since then has been really saving them, or at least just how he's been playing out these fights. So It's really nice to see. Team Liquid's going to be a little bit on edge because that's now 2 to 3 plays that it's kind of blown up on them. But they still have a gold lead, 2.7K, and looks like Dragon's going to be on the table.
But it's the same problems that Team Liquid has had throughout not just this split, but this year. They can get the leads, but they can't always convert them. You know that there's got to be a little bit of nerves there about, hey guys, we've been in this situation a couple of times before.
Dokla, what are you telling your team when this is happening to you?
TL side?
Yes.
Yo, stop inting them.
Stop.
It's so easy.
Please, guys.
I can't take another loss like this.
All right, TL setting up around this Drake. There's no Baron this time because of the Drake timers and Baron timers being desynced. Still 60 seconds before that one will spawn. So Team Liquid are the first ones to the show here in the Drake pit this time around. Remember, the power of APA on that Ziggs can be huge if TL already has the priority. Fudge was forced out by APA there in the mid lane. So much damage under the Croc, immediately getting the Sterix out of him. I don't think C9 even really wants to fight this now. They're just going to allow those minions to take the tier 1 in the bottom lane, bring the gold lead a little bit closer, but it's TL moving to Soul Point. Summit tries to get away. M&S ready for the flash, follow with the Everfrost into lockdown. The arrow missed, but doesn't matter. Summit's fighting back hard. Blabber's low.
Wow.
He's not going to burn away. Remember, it's Luden's, not Leandri's here on the Ziggs, so Blabber's alive and does not need to use the ulti.
I mean, Summit getting caught in the side, I actually have never seen that before. Surprising there.
Pioshik trying to chase after these guys. Core JJ stepping a little bit close. Team Liquid want to burst down the jungler, but they can't find Blabber in time, and the respite already comes out. M&S also low, but TL just gets 2. TL losing one of their own now as APA is cut down to size by the Croc. Pioshik can retreat back over the wall with Clone, but Berserker is chasing down the enemy bot lane. Yawn falls, and Core JJ joins them. A triple kill for
Renekton is scaling. Oh my god. Wow. That was just insane by I mean, this is, I don't know what TL is doing. It's a 4v5. You just lost Kennen. We don't have to fight, but they just want to go for these fights, and no one is aiming Berserker. He just didn't even get hit. Fudge gets a TP flank off. Ziggs flashes for some reason. I don't know why, and Berserker just free hitting, running him down. Like, really, really well played by C9 to counter that.
Yeah, even before this play, when someone was getting caught, the Ziggs ulti had put someone down to about like 10 HP or something like that. So they just decided, instead of going directly towards Baron, where they had pinged prior, wanted to wrap around and see if they can get a fight going. So great TP from Fudge to actually punish the play. But the nightmare is happening, Dokla.
Dude, you're literally sweating if you're TL. Like, you know, it's happening again. Like, guys, can we get a 5v5 where Ziggs lands some pokes beforehand? Like, is it possible? I don't know if it's possible.
This gold lead was 5,500 at one point. Now down below 2K for TL. They still have the 1 extra Drake up over C9. But Baron's live on the table, boys. This is where the next fight's going down.
Yeah, I mean, Berserker is actually so fed here, and he has flash up, and Renekton is actually in a really good spot in this game now. So to me, it's about even, and it's up to like just mechanics at this point. And I think the best case for them is Ziggs lands some pokes before the fight. But even then, I think like they've caught up so far in this game where it's just about even, and Ziggs poke isn't that big.
Berserker not only has flash, remember he still has that Melio next to him, the extra range from the campfire, the cleanse from the breath of life. There's so many ways for C9 to protect Berserker, and Blabber's gonna lead the charge now. Looks for a little bit of a slow onto Core JJ, but Core can disengage back to his own team. C9 are now strong enough that they can just approach Team Liquid in open ground and force them back.
Take a look at M&S positioning, because they know that they're baiting for Baron here.
Okay, Pioshik leaves the clone behind. It's the only thing that'll take some damage for now, but Core JJ is stunned up by the arrow. M&S ready to flash in, drop that Glacial Prison and keep him locked down. Now popping a stasis of his own, trying to stay alive. Pioshik wants the Cyclone, and APA's found M&S. Summit with a slicing Maelstrom back over onto 2, as the Lamb's Respite keeps Core JJ alive, but only for a moment. Berserker nearly killed off, as Yawn is still free firing with full HP. Fudge is gonna come back to life with the Guardian Angel, but can he get away? Cozy Campfire keeps him hastened, and Team Liquid won't get any more. It's M&S traded for Core JJ.
I didn't get too much off the pick. Literally just M&S's ulti was on Core JJ, so TL was able to kite back successfully on that fight. Take the fight to them.
Yo, I could be wrong, but I don't think Rakan is a prio target, guys. But can we aim someone who has no flash, preferably?
That would be nice.
I mean, well played mechanically by both sides. I think they have the right idea, but I think just don't hit the Rakan. Just hit anyone else. And I mean, wow, they're just gonna sneak the Baron here.
Yeah.
I think C9 is probably gonna win this game at this point.
Gold lead is now 58. From 5,500 to 58.
I cannot wait for the graph after
the
this
mental
game.
advantage is just too big. I don't see a way how C9 loses from here.
Oh no.
They've scaled mentally.
Tough, man. That's tough. You can at least see the Quicksilver Sash and Bloodthirster done there for Yawn, so the Aphelios can still try to fight back. 1-1 and 2 compared to 5-0 and 8. The 80 carry work being put in by Berserker this game has been one of the biggest reasons Cloud9 has survived and held on. Berserker just narrowly avoiding death in the previous fight, and now the next Drake will be spawning in 30 seconds. Yeah, that is indeed a gold graph. If you're a C9 fan, it's absolutely beautiful. If you're a Team Liquid fan, not like this.
I am kind of preying on TL's downfall a bit. APA into me and Sulky yesterday, so.
Oh, you're loving the way this gold graph looks then.
That's the lore.
All right, we've got the investment from Dokla. He cares about the outcome of the game because of the background stories. As Team Liquid now got to try to get away. Blabber has his sights set on the Aphelios. Look at the mark there as Yawn tries to step forward. Not going to get much out of the active there on the red gun as Team Liquid's just running it down. They've got priority. They're just going to burst down the inhibitor while C9 takes the Drake. TL are not done yet. They don't have any minions, so they're just walking straight into the Nexus turrets. That's not going to get them a whole lot. C9 has sent back 4 out of 5 players to chase him out. Arrow flies. Even if it would have hit Yawn, it doesn't matter. He has
Ziggs is OP, but it's not that OP where you can just walk in, just end the game without any minions. I think that was the best TL could have probably done. They are outrange at this point, so head-to-head, they just need to get a good angle with a Rakan engage, but Blabber's been on point with his ult, so let's see how they play here.
All right, TL, again, just trying to apply some pressure. Blabber gets hit by the bouncing bomb, but the cozy campfire keeps him topped off. Fudge looking for a flank off to the right. Core JJ and the rest of Team Liquid have to try to exit here. They get some good poke back onto Blabber on their way out. Fudge still thinking about that flank. M&S is not here. M&S does not have teleport available because of Summoner Spellbook, putting him on barrier and exhaust. Team Liquid continuing to disengage. Pioshik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Lamb's Respite goes out. Pioshik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and Pioshik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game.
Wow, what a game. Holy shit. That was insane. And now the mental advantage completely swings back to Team Liquid after they won that fight. It was a bit of a reach by C9. They had the right idea. They felt really confident, but it was just a little bit too much.
I don't think that's just mental advantage, man. I think that's the whole game. Team Liquid with a 5-man push and 25 seconds remaining on the Cloud9 players. They're on to the Nexus turrets now. M&S buying a moment here with the ulti, but TL don't care. M&S will not hold them off alone. They want to pad the stats a little. Team Liquid gets the dub.
Damn. Well played by Team Liquid to find that fight after just a, landslide of way to lose your lead, and they clutch it out in the end.
I saw you sweating. I was sweating. They didn't even need the TP, it seemed like, from Kennen. M&S was doing his hardest to try and stop the TP. He basically was behind his inhibitor turret, gets the TP off when AP had already nuked a member of C9. That was crazy to see, and they do not want to relive that game. That is a game they have to review, but it's going to be painful throughout the entirety of it.
I mean, that kind of sums up Team Liquid, strong early game, mid-game shaky, but this time they managed to close it out, and really well played by them to just get that crucial teamfight win.
It was looking so far gone, man. The momentum had completely gone the way of C9. It looked like all that was left to do was walk it to the Nexus, make sure that you don't let it slip. And right at the last possible moment, at the 11th hour for Team Liquid, they had to just go for a play, and they find it up there in the top lane as C9 chases after them.
I will say,
yeah,
a hallmark of a good team is how well they can also play from behind. And C9 played this game really well from behind to even make it like a one-team fight game. And this could have went either way, so props to C9 for even making the game this close.
Let's take one more look at it, because Fudge went in so early, but the rest of the team wasn't there in time.
Yeah.
So the Croc just kind of goes poof.
Yeah, Core JJ with a clutch engage to zone their backline from walking up while Renekton goes in. He doesn't have the damage to one-shot APA, and they just buy barely enough time while they kite, and someone's able to make it into this fight and clean up after, but just really well played.
That was Berserker's first death of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
he died one time, and the game ended.
80 carry isn't that OP. Like, it's pretty OP, but it's not that OP.
Dude, Pyosik is popping off. He's loving that. Team Liquid. APA's loving it too, man. You know how happy these guys got to be when it felt like it had slipped so far away.
Yeah, the relief going through them must be like crazy. Like, oh my god,
thank God we didn't throw that one, boys.
How many times within the game where we say, "Don't worry, it's okay, we still have a lead"? You have to say before you just don't believe it.
I guess we won't take a 45 this time. Let's try that. Yeah,
good plan.
All right, well, Team Liquid gets the win in the end, and now it's time to join Emily and Pyosik for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you. I am joined by Pyosik and also Dodo to help out with translation. So first of all, congratulations, 감사합니다. It was a very interesting game. I would like you to describe what was going through your mind as you guys managed to win that final teamfight topside.
일단 표식 선수 축하드리고요. 일단 마지막 팀파이트 할 때 좀 어떤 생각이 들으셨는지 궁금합니다.
이제 상대가 확 이니시 거는 게 없어서 저희 팀을 때리려면 이동기를 쓰면서 앞으로 와야 되는데 그런 구도에서 저희가 되게 카이팅 능력이라든가 그런 스탯적으로 쟤네가 이동기를 쓰면서 오기 때문에 그냥 충분히 빨면서 하면은 이길 수 있다고 생각을 했습니다.
Yeah, so for the enemy team comp, they don't really have a hard engage. So if we were able to pull them in and then kite them and then make them use their dash skills, we were able to pretty much win the team fight. So that was in my mind.
How did you guys manage to keep your, I guess, your mental as, they kept picking off one player in a side lane or with an Ashe arrow. So I guess, how did you guys keep up your mental fortitude throughout in order to be able to set up for that fight?
그리고 이제 팀적으로 이제 한 명씩 이제 잘리기도 하고 뭐 애쉬 궁에 뭐 죽기도 하고 했는데 이제 팀적으로 어떻게 좀 멘탈을 다시 잡으면서 게임을 하셨는지.
일단 우태형이 자꾸 나 망했는데 나 이거 썩는데 라고 해서 좀 팀원들이 급해진 거는 있는 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 어차피 급한 거는 쟤네라면서 잘 다독여줬던 것 같아요 팀적으로.
Yeah, so in the game, Summit was making comments like, "Oh man, I'm getting outscaled, I'm dying and all this stuff." So like, he was getting a little bit hasty for us. But I think for us, I think the enemy team was the one in their back foot. So we were feeling a little bit more comfortable as a team.
And then obviously APA joining the team. One thing that I think is really interesting about you and APA is that you both always seem to be looking for fights. So whether or not there is a language barrier, you two seem to play the game the same way. What is it like having added him to the team, and what kind of player do you think he is?
그리고 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 같이 하시게 되셨는데 이제 게임을 경기를 보다 보면은 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 표직 선수가 같이 이제 싸움도 같이 보고 이제 게임 하는 방식도 가끔 비슷하게 보고 이제 언어가 다른데도 이제 같이 게임을 같이 잘하고 있는데 이제 APA 선수가 오면서 좀 이제 팀적이나 이제 표직 선수 개인적으로 어땠는지.
사실 APA 선수가 되게 갑작스럽게 저희 팀에 합류해가지고 지금 여태까지 오늘 경기 포함해가지고 뭐 스크림 한 게 한 10판, 20판이 안 되는 걸로 알아요. 근데 이 친구가 기본적으로 게임 센스나 뭔가 게임 보는 눈에 있어서 저랑 되게 비슷하다고 생각이 돼요. 그래서 뭔가 소통을 엄청 많이 안 해도 서로가 그냥 APA 입장에서 그냥 헬프 표식만 해도 제가 어떻게 해야 될지 알고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, so APA was called up very suddenly, but even in that situation, for APA, I think he has a really great game sense and he knows how to look at the game in a similar way as me. So even with the language barrier, all I need is really is Pyosik help. So I think it's pretty nice to play with him.
He said that too. And then finally, I don't know if you remember, but when I interviewed you the last time on stage, I actually asked you to do a Pyosik dance, and you did it. So now I'm being asked by production if you would do a dance after this victory for your fans.
그리고 이제 스프링 때 이제 똑같은 상황에 이제 세레모니를 이제 요청드렸는데 그때 이제 다음에 하신다라고 했었는데 이제 프로덕션에도 물어보시던데 세레모니 한번 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오늘 50 he played Wukong today. 아무거나. Okay. He said the Wukong emote.
Okay.
He said there's like an emote where like.
감사합니다. Thank you so much. With that, we'll leave Pioche. Congratulate him, everybody. He's amazing.
Thank you.
On the other side of the break, we have our final match of the day between 100 Thieves and IMT.
Oh, they're summoning up the Herald. Arrow hits from downtown, but now Blabber's trying to catch up and do some damage in time. The turret's already destroyed. Blabber's forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but he's all alone. As soon as it fades, you know he's gonna die. Berserker getting doped by Summit. The slicing maelstrom here in the 1v2. Mega Inferno Bomb ready to melt these guys. C9 is crumbling. Team Liquid continuing to disengage. Pioshik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Lamb's Respite goes out. Pioshik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Pioshik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game.
Wow.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gentlemen,
thank you all for coming. As you know, the LCS Championship is right around the corner. And that means the number of tickets is extremely limited. And demand is off the charts. And that's why we're gonna steal them. First things first, we're gonna need a team. The brains, that's me, obviously. Then we're gonna need muscle. That's Fudge. Gonna need a lookout. That's Ignar. And we'll need a getaway. Pioshik. We're gonna need an Oxman. You're gonna be in charge of music the whole way there. A speedy carpenter in case we break anything. Guy who walks around with a ladder the entire time, so if anyone asks, he says we're with maintenance. Tax guy, that's you.
Did we rent this warehouse? Because this could be a write-off.
Human resources. Guy who acts as a therapist during the heist to make sure everyone's doing okay.
So how does that make you feel?
Guy who has really good snacks for no reason. Fall guy who's left holding the bag, takes all the blame.
Oh, come on.
And potentially faces serious jail time.
Wait, what?
Guy who is definitely gonna double cross everybody no matter what he says.
I love you all like brothers.
Guy who thought he was out, but we pulled him back in.
I'm getting too old for this.
Emily, wanna tag along?
Sure.
Master of disguise guy. Gotta have a wardrobe guy. Guy who doesn't give a about anything. Guy who looks great in a hat. Oh, thanks, Kobe. Someone who comes off calm, shy, even-keeled.
Hi, Kobe.
But underneath is a raging volcano. I think that's it. Heist is in 2 weeks. Until then, we've got work to do.
Hey, it says we could just buy tickets online here.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's super easy to buy them online.
All right. What if we just steal the trophy instead?
Welcome back, everybody, to the best match remaining today.
Woo! This is my favorite time of day.
It's always my
Let's
favorite
go.
of the remaining matches, the last one.
Yep. It's going to be a
So
banger.
We have a couple things that we all want to talk about for why this is such an exciting match. For me, I'm talking about tactical because they played C9 last week and they should have won this game, especially with how good tactical was playing. This is my get tactical a team rant. He ended up like 6-3-6 or something like that. Yeah, he died at the end of the game because he didn't flash an Orianna Shockwave, but it was already over because he was playing the rest of this game so well.
That didn't look over to me, but okay.
Well, I meant like that. It hasn't happened
9
yet.
kills to 6.
When he dies at the Orianna Shockwave flash that he didn't flash. Okay. Whatever. The point is, he's playing really good this split.
He is.
Not like all-pro worthy. I'm not saying he's even like necessarily top half of the league, but he is playing pretty well. And like for the level he's playing at, you would expect the team to have more wins, but he needs some teammates.
Good thing you say that because my best rating match of the day is Double Lift versus Tactical because I actually fully agree.
Look at that damage per goal.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted to point out. So he is trying his best to carry this team. And a lot of the times, he is on some of these hyper carries that might not come online before everything else around the map starts to fall apart. I think this specific matchup is great because even with 100 Thieves struggles, Double Lift has also been performing really, really well. So given how 100 Thieves typically do default to a very slow style early, I want to see a game where both of these AD carries get their items and just go out in 5v5 fights. I think it could be really cool. I think they've both been playing really well.
Mine is an explanation of why this is the best remaining matchup today, other than the fact that it's the 5th game. So, 100 Thieves solo laners, let's take a look.
This is not the most...
This is not hype.
There's a lot of 8th, 9ths, and 10ths.
So, yeah.
Right?
Walk me through it, bro.
Where are we going?
We'll get there. Keep it coming. We have more graphics. Let's look at their combined kills per minute, 100 Thieves as a team. So you see 8th, 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 9th, 0.64.
That's the 3rd lowest in the entire world of major regions.
Wow.
Correct. Let's take a look at their gold at 8.
Okay.
All right.
Also low.
This is building to something. This is a classic jab building
This
something.
team is playing against the 10th place team. There's tension here. They're close to 10th in a lot of these statistics. So this could be Immortal's chance to pick up a win. They don't do anything.
So who'd you predict to win?
Yeah.
Well, 100 Thieves, because I still don't think Immortal's going to win, but 100 Thieves doesn't do anything. It's going to be close.
This is really juicing me up, dude. I like this.
Anything can happen, Mike.
Anything
It's not a foregone conclusion.
A team has to win.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily guaranteed to be 100 Thieves.
That's true.
Although
That
I
is
did
true.
predict it, Mark did not. Casters, take it away.
Man.
What the hell was that? Thanks for sucking the energy out of the room, Jet. What the hell? I was trying to hype myself up.
No, I feel like Mark was gaslighting us.
He was.
With the points, because he's talking about like, yeah, all their other stats are bad, but we got these damage shares that are through the roof because the team's just putting all of the eggs in the basket for the 80 carry. So I don't know, man. I'm interested to see what they think after this.
Hey, I'm buying the ego battle in the 80 carry position.
Okay.
Like they've always, chatted each other back and forth, so that's nice to see, especially with, yes, both teams do want to play towards bot pretty heavily. IMT really hasn't found success getting out of the laning phase, and it hasn't been the fault of their bot lane, Tactical and Treats. It felt like a lot of the times it's either a poor fight that was started the last game I saw in the River, where they did get pulled in and lose before 8 minutes even hit, or their solo lanes getting kind of gapped. So we need to find something new for the team. There has been a new idea for IMT, which is just playing Comfort.
Okay.
Balulu, last we saw, Vel'Koz and Zoe, and he played Zoe in what felt like a pretty poor matchup, but actually won the lane out versus the Tristana. So I'm liking the idea as long as it's finding success in the early game. That's what IMT needs to focus on.
Well, we got Kindred, Poppy, Melio, Tristana, LeBlanc, and Jace all banned away. Man, my eyes are locked on the junglers in this game. I think Closer and Kenvi have both been having just a super rough split. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think they're both towards the bottom of the tier list if you were to rank all 10 junglers. So both of these guys need to step up. Wherever they're at right now, step up. Then step up again. I need to see better, bigger, badder performances out of both of these guys.
We need apple boxes right in front of them so they can actually actively step up.
Yes, exactly. I need these dudes on the level, and Nico made it through the bans, so Balulu going to be piloting that one here again for Immortals. So I don't agree with Mark that Immortals should have won that game against Cloud9. I think that was a little bit of a stretch, but I do agree that Nico is a champion that can give you all sorts of wild advantages because this champ is super strong, especially with Rel. Rel goes in or Nico goes in, the other one follows up immediately. This is some team fight wombo combo here.
This is what we need from IMT. So easy engage options, like you said, and even though 100 Thieves let that open, probably to give Quid the Azir matchup that he likes so he can have the range there, and they can try to play that kind of game. Still, IMT kind of needed this. Also just giving space for Tactical to actually operate in fights. So that's a +1. Love it, especially with Rel being a flex pick now. Saw a little bit of it in the Challengers League. We saw UG pick that up. We saw this pick earlier today from Contract. So I'm a big fan of the new flex. I'd love to see more being done with it.
All right, Rakan locked in. I like the engage mechanism. You're going to need one of those if you're up against Rel and Nico. The super high priority on Kai'Sa, too. I was a little bit surprised by for 100 Thieves, but hey, they've got faith in it. Viego locked in. This is one of Closer's staples. You're talking about Immortals wanting to play for some comfort. Well, 100 Thieves is saying, all right, Closer, some of your best moments ever in LCS have been on the Viego. Let's run it.
We're checking boxes, Flowers. We're checking boxes. And oh, the Nocturne pick. So I was interested in this because I'll talk about Kenvi to start, which is last year we were like, okay, the Graves game. That's what everyone kind of blows up and talks about. This is the type of game we want to see from Kenvi. When he was brought up from the Challengers League to the LCS, he was essentially a carry player, a carry jungler, a Lee Sin, Kindred, Graves, anything. Team funnels gold into him. That's when he was on 100 Thieves Academy. And that's the success that he's found down there. Now, he's been a little bit of a meta slave, so he'll pick stuff like Sejuani if his team needs it, but a lot of the times his lanes are moving around him and he's not actively looking for plays. So this one is great. Easy, at 6, go button that he can click and work for this team. The only concern that I have is I actually really like what 100 Thieves are cooking up here so far. Now we got Rakan, which is Busio's best pick and actually has a really high win rate in the LCS at the moment. And Viego, once again, does quite well. If you can blow up a pick that's trying to dive on you and start to get resets going.
Don't do it, Sam. That's a lot of shots, man.
Sam! He's concerned.
I'm concerned for him. Holy moly, man. All right, Malphite and Renekton are banned out. No Croc. I'm happy.
That's a nice thing.
I'm happy, man. Whenever a pick just becomes every single game, I get sick of seeing it. I'm always happy to see Tristana's picture in black and white these days, too. I'm just like, pick something else.
Throw Cassante in there as well. Anytime we see a Cassante Renekton pick, I'm puking inside.
That was pretty crazy.
I'm just putting that out there. And I had to say inside because we have people out here. And I don't think they want the image.
Man, I would appreciate if you did not do it for real here at the caster desk.
I'm looking at you when it happens.
I will vote against that one all the time. Jinx is banned out. Ari's banned out. I'm not going to comment on this unless they lock it in because I'm
going to take the risk.
I've been baited too many times. No, it's just going to be... I mean, if we get this, we at least get the breakup bot lane. Xayah versus Rakan.
Yeah.
Okay, breakup bot lane head-to-head. Let's go.
It's a little heartbreaking, but we'll take it. You know, I would take Rakan's. I agree with Rakan's choice here. I'm just putting that out there. Take that what you will. Do you think
Rakan made an upgrade?
He did make a slight upgrade.
Well, let's see. Immortals drafted Rakan's X, and 100 Thieves is probably going to lock in the chicken because they do this a lot. This is Quid's #1 pick by, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a large margin.
Yeah.
A large marge.
A large marge.
Well,
Jack's hover is an interesting one. Usually when you see yourself going blind here, your team wants to go front to back, see this already, I'd go Scion, something like that. But not going to be, this is going to be more fun. I actually appreciate this a little bit more.
Yes.
You need to unleash someday here with the Jax pick.
Unleash someday. I still remember some of the Jax plays this guy has made in the past. Crazy quadra kills and 1v3s and all sorts of stuff. I hope we get to see it here again. But what does Solo want to take into him? Solo is not afraid to read from the book of Dokla and pick Ornn and sit under a turret.
People have been reading that book. Someone read that book in the LCS a little bit earlier. Then we see Dokla reading that book. People are winning off this novel.
Well, that's what Solo's going for. It's only got a 44% win rate, so he's hoping to bump those numbers up a little bit. Immortals is currently not even at that, man. They are at a 16.6 win rate. That is not good. That is not good.
You do that in your head?
Yeah.
Okay,
because it's
sure.
Two out of 10 is 1/6.
That is, yes.
Yeah.
That is actually very
Yeah. See, that's easy. That's easy,
okay,
man.
You know what? That's understandable.
Easy.
Now do 100 Thieves quick.
100 Thieves is what? 5 and 7?
Yeah.
So that's 5 out of 12, which is 41.5.
All right, good shit. This guy is actually really good when it comes to bats. I'm just putting it out there. But for IMT side, very easy front-to-back composition. It does not do very well versus Azir. That's the only question I have, so it's going to be a bit of a quid game. But so far, liking it. Want to see some action from specifically Kenby at 6, hard farm, get there, and I want to see if he looks for a play bot side to get treats out of lane. Because even though a lot of times, like, yes, you're putting gold into the pockets of tactical, getting treats to actually get to roam and participate across the map is something that I often saw a lot of value on when he was in the LEC. So things like that to start to really put pressure on 100 Thieves in the early game would be nice.
I just want to see Immortals find something that works, man. They're on a 10-game slide. That's so tough. It's just like, that's more than an entire round robin of slide.
Yeah.
They need to get their footing back a little bit because the boys are plummeting right now, and hopefully this could be their turnaround point. Like Jat said, it's not a given that 100 Thieves wins this one. Immortals, I know a lot of people are betting against them in a lot of their matchups, but 100 Thieves has been a little shaky.
And a lot of it was through mid-jungle as well. Okay, they end up getting caught off that one. But a lot of it was through mid-jungle as well. Remember, they started the split with Nuke Duck in the lineup. Then, you know, Quid starts on the LCS stage. His first week did attribute it to nerves. He's played a little bit better since then. His best game was versus Ruby. And then they got their coach, finally, from Korea. So that's nice to see that they actually have everyone in-house. So a lot of them was just saying, we just didn't have our team ready, essentially. So that's the excuse they can make. But now they actually get to start building up on that one. Closer needs to start really working through Quid a little bit more. That has been the real hole on the team, is just not really finding a lane that he can reliably play through. And Someday, who was really the pick for him in the past.
Balulu's trying to trade with Quid here. Okay, he hit the blooming blows that time. He missed the first one, so it didn't work out too well trading with the Soldier. Tactical and Treats versus Double Lift and Busio. Just about to face check the brush here. Level 100 Thieves do not want anything to do with it. All right, Raz, let's play a guessing game. Who's getting first blooded this game?
Ooh.
Where's the action going to pop off first?
I think it's going to happen to it. So I think Balulu is going to be the one that dies. Going to be an angle once bot lane bases and Busio goes mid, and he's probably going to catch Balulu off the wave. So
okay,
it's going to be something like that. It's very specific, but that's the fun in it.
No, exactly. The more specific you are, the more Chad it is if you get it right.
Okay,
so
I'm ready then.
Hopefully, we'll see some magic happen there, and hopefully for me at least, I want to see things happen early, especially when we're looking at teams that are not at the top of the table, because I've always observed, in the past in LCS, sometimes the top teams are just like, we don't have to play super aggressive early. We're just better players. We can outscale you, whatever. Yeah. I still hate it, but I understand it. If you're at the bottom of the table, I want to see you playing fast and loose. I want to see you getting scrappy. I want to see you messing with people. And for Immortals, that's where they're at, and that's what I want to see them do. Put the pressure on. Make the game crazy. Make it chaotic. Make it harder to predict so you've got a better shot.
Sad thing is, they're probably going to have to give up the blue. So, pausing. No. Yeah, we don't want to deal with the blue start. So, kind of unfortunate, guys.
Okay. Well, we'll have to see what really happens. Unfortunately, for all of you watching at home, I don't really have anything to comment on because of the fact that we're 3 minutes into the game, and there hasn't really been a whole lot happening. So, how have you been, Raz?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Yeah?
Didn't have breakfast.
You
didn't have kind of thing.
Did you have any lunch? It's like...
No, I did the worst. Okay, so
it's almost 6 p.m.
Flowers. Okay, I did have lunch.
Okay,
recently, so that's good. But you know this. I will buy something, like my classic McDonald's at midnight.
Okay.
Then I won't eat the burger. But it was like it's nice as an afterthought.
Why did you buy it?
Because for the the insurance policy, just in case I need it, so I don't make another call. I'm not going to make another call. Yeah, it's an insurance burger. So I also did actually buy breakfast.
Okay, but you didn't eat it.
I didn't eat it because at the time I didn't need it. So it was an insurance breakfast.
Didn't need it, didn't eat it. Okay,
Yes.
so you got insurance breakfast, and where is it? Is it like left in the green room, behind?
I have to rack my brain on that. I think it's in my backpack. Which
You just got, man, what? You just stuffed it in your backpack?
Yeah, that was a great thought in the morning in case I need it, and now it's just in my backpack, which is a risky thing to do generally, not in just this studio during the summer when the ants can come at you. But I've been here's story time, just because we haven't really much to talk about in this game. So let's just say there was once upon a time I was in the LPL in Australia. And Australia, known for bugs, specifically ants. I was living in a 4-story building, but it did not matter. Any pastry that I had in my backpack, just like, oh, I'm going home from work. Oh, I didn't need it. Going to bed, wake up, trail of ants from all holes of the building.
Why would you not put it in, like, somewhere safe at night if you know the ants are going to attack?
I thought it was safe. It's in a box in my backpack, double sealed. And it went up 4 stories for my treat. I'm just putting that out there.
Oh, well, speaking of bugs, I've been informed by production that we are investigating one in-game, and that's the reason for the pause.
Oh, that
sounds like someone has DC'd.
Good luck with the lever buster on that one, bud.
Do you think wait, do they have lever buster on Tournament Realm? I don't think they do.
Maybe not.
Probably not.
Maybe not.
Can you imagine? I wonder if you can actually report people in post-game on Tournament Realm, and if anybody reads those reports.
Someone has to follow up on the report if that's the case.
But I really want to see that now. I would just love to see if there have ever been reports on Tournament Realm. Because, most of the time it's played on by pros. But sometimes we have other events on there, right? We have, like, collegiate events. We have Academy Tier 2 events. There's a lot more players than just the 50 guys that are on the LCS teams. So what happens if 2 guys have beef and they want to report each other?
And where does the report go to? What happens if you follow up? You just ban them on stage. These are great, relevant question, guys. We just had someone who left the game.
People out on the stage.
Just putting that out there.
Oh, man. Yeah, we don't have any update on the time on when we're going to be back live for the game, but investigations are ongoing. Hold on. So after this, we've got 5 days left of regular season play for LCS before we get to the playoffs. Playoffs is 8 teams.
Yes.
So it's, vast majority make it in. But for Immortals, I actually don't know. And I don't know if you know off the top of your head how many more they can lose before they're auto out, because they're walking dangerously close to the cliff, man.
It's tough. I don't know off the top of my head, but especially after these games, I need to know. I need to check in. Because especially in the last week, usually it gets a little clowny when you know you're completely out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
When maybe roster choices happen, but mostly that's when people start to play a little bit for fun. So let's hope that IMT pick up a win or two so we get some more exciting games.
It's always more fun when there's something on the line, right? Whenever somebody's locked or eliminated already and they're just kind of goofing around, that's not nearly as entertaining. I love it when you know that your spot's on the line and you got to play your heart out for it. But Quid is, unfortunately, not having a great time here mid versus Bolulu and the Nico. He's going to be forced to take a recall here nice and early, as that will be the first teleport used back to lane so far this game. Nobody else has had to use that just yet, so here we go. The chicken returns to the mid lane. He doesn't really miss out on a whole lot thanks to the TP. And yeah, we're chilling. Kenvi pathing through the enemy jungle, seeing if he can get around these guys in the bot lane. Maybe force out some action in a 3v2. Nice engage coming out from Treats there with a crash down. Does bring her over the wall. Double-Lift has nowhere to flash. Kenvi's just sitting where he would be, and Tactical ready for the flash follow to kill Double-Lift for first blood.
Didn't even seem like they needed Kenvi there. He got in an awkward spot because he was identified, and so he was basically being walked around, but still. Nice kill being picked up here by Tactical. Used both sums, but nailed it.
I mean, Kenvi was there for just blocking the path, right?
Yes.
He makes it so Double-Lift can't flash over that wall to get away, and it was Treats who started this off. Gallop, gallop, slam.
Few flash, and then he was able to get the lockdown here. Really well done by Treats, and this is what we wanted. This is what I expected from IMT when they started out the split. Play towards bot lane. Treats is going to start the fight. This was an angle, and great job from IMT to be able to lock it down with Kenvi and Treats.
Well done, well done. Now, back up topside, Solo, the Ornn, leading the charge of the massive wave of minions. So now Jax just has to hang back and farm them up. You can see Solo does have a CS lead right now, but there's more than 7 minions here, so someday should be able to make up most of that difference and just pick these guys up. There it is, leaps back over to that one, maximizing the CS.
But across the board, a much better early game here from IMT. Not only are they picking a little bit better for lanes, but also they're playing respectfully, so they're not getting caught out by bad trades. Solo really early on, I know the Observer wasn't looking topside because, understand, it's completely boring. But like, he didn't take any trades, he didn't farm any CS up until the wave was crashing under his turret, and there was no option for a dive. So that's something where they got caught off last time, like when Solo went up against Fudge and then got solo kill because he went for a poor trade, or just a dive coming in from the opposing team. No option there, but IMT is going to be contesting a fight here for Dragon.
Okay, Drake down to about 1,000 HP. We could get the smite fight for it, but Immortals choosing to focus the players from 100 Thieves instead and stealing away the Drake. 100 Thieves just lost 3 dudes and an objective. Immortals ran them over.
Oh my god, they got walked in on. Quid wasn't there to basically help out. 100 Thieves thought it was going to be a clean one, at least be able to secure a smite fight. None of the above happened. Really well done from Kenvi, Treats, and Tactical collapsing on them. I want to see that one more time.
That was good. All right, yeah, we're going to have to get a replay of that one, as Immortals are now up over 2,000 gold 6 minutes into the game. Call them 97 Thieves now, because these 3 dudes just got murdered.
That was a great setup from Treats. Got a double stun, a great knock-up with his W, and Closer was left alone, basically, to try and burn this one down, and just got completely taken out by Bolulu. So you can see the awkward case from Quid. He could not enter the fight at all, and the bot lane from 100 Thieves is nowhere near there.
That was bad news, Bears,
Yeah.
man. I do believe that Bolulu was 6 with Quid still being 5, just slightly off the EXP marker for having his own ulti. So that's going to influence the fight a lot. Kenvi was actually down 1 level compared to Closer, but the 4 versus 5 level difference is way smaller than the 5 versus 6 because of the impact of the ultimate.
Looking like a good game here, Flowers. For IMT.
For Immortals,
for
for 100
I gotta
Thieves,
clarify.
no.
I have to clarify. For IMT, their best game, as you mentioned, 10-game losing streak. The fact that they were trying literally everything, better early game to see if they can try to get to those mid-game team fights. We're losing in lane anyways. Tried to play a lot more of a scaling composition. Didn't happen. I just think that they're flatly playing better in both solo lanes, and Kenvi being able to have a good early game plan and strategy to wrap around enemy jungle and get a pick on towards bot side of the map. So seems like they're on the same page, and it's nice to see from IMT this point of the split.
Yeah, Immortals still waiting to get that jungler level 6 before we can start seeing some of those paranoia plays. Closer level 6 himself. But now we got a bit of a problem, man, because see, they're so far behind. 2,000 gold at 7 minutes is pretty meaningful.
Yeah.
It's harder to make those plays for a Viego who wants to be able to go in, get these resets, burst somebody down fast. Well, it's a pretty tough job description when things have been going this badly.
That's going to be the challenge here. Either you can find a play from Busio for a pick, or as the game goes on, you kind of rely on Quid a little bit more with his Azir shuffle. So there's a few ways for them to still make plays. Closer's not going to be the one that leads the charge.
But I want to see how they play around Rift Herald. Because right now, 100 Thieves, I don't think want to take a fight whatsoever with how well IMT... Oh, here we go.
Oh, man. Treats is already going in, and they got Nocturne over the top. Paranoia claims another one as Treats gets the kill credit. It's double-lift dead for the third time this game. Immortals has their sights set on him, and they got plenty of bullets.
This is getting painful for 100 Thieves right now. Sure, they're going to trade for Rift Herald, but that's just going to be way more gold now in Tactical's pockets as he starts chipping at plates.
Closer's gonna grab the Herald, so that'll be at least something, but man, Immortals is running the show here in bottom lane. Look at that massive amount of minions. At least there's the cannon there, so double-lift's not gonna miss out on both of them, but Immortals wanna make sure that these guys are hurting. Nice use of the W there from Kaisa. Double-lift knows that Immortals wanna put even more hurt on him, but they're just blocking him away. The cannon minion has gone. Yes. It has passed. Now it is killing all of the littler ones. Double-lift is going to show up in time to get like 2 minions here.
Oh,
Immortals aren't done. They brought Balulu too. Double-lift arrives for his own funeral. Just put him in a hearse at this point. 7-0 for IMT. Quinn with a shuffle tries to get one back. Kinby tanks the turret for a long time, and Quinn walks away with 12 health.
This is getting disgusting from IMT. I thought 4 was going to be enough, or 3 was going to be enough. But you're right, Balulu comes through, and the TP timer from Quid was going to take way too long for him to be there by the time double-lift and Busio has passed. They could have waited a little bit longer for Closer, who was making a path from Rift Herald to bot side, so he was on the way. But you would have lost so many minions at that point. So take a look at this. As you can see in the mini-map, Diego is making a trek there, but really well done for Balulu to come in and help out the team to make this a done deal dive.
Man, this is just... They particularly want to make sure double-lift does not get to play the game. They're looking at those stats that Mark was pulling up before the game, being like, oh, battle of the 80 carries. And then they are just ganging up on double-lift. Every time he's on the screen, they want him off the screen.
It's an ego battle. It's probably the best ego battle. It's a relatable ego battle. I remember in like elementary school, junior high, when you haven't beef with somebody and you're like, oh yeah, you want to fight? Okay, 3 o'clock. And you're just worried that the other guy is going to bring more members. He's going to bring some of his cousins, his brother, whatever. And you're like, you know what? I got to bring more of my friends or I am done for. Because no one cares about whether or not the other guy had more people. They just care about who got beat up. That's all that matters.
The 100 Thieves tier 1 turret in bot lane is the flagpole after school, and everybody's just meeting up to have a scrap. Yep. And it's double-lift who's constantly on the receiving end of the punches. Bad times for 100 Thieves in the bot lane, and they're not getting anything back anywhere else. Closer's up here on the top side. Remember, he still has this Herald, but it's about to expire, so you're just going to have to drop it for plates, I think. Solo can smell something's up. He's going to walk away from this one. Meanwhile, down in bottom lane, double-lift and Busio just can't even play it anymore. This one's going to drop to Tactical. He's going to get solo gold on it. The Xayah is so far ahead. Observers, if we could swap to see the gold, I want to see just how far ahead he is. Nearly double-lift's gold. 3,200 versus 6K. Herald Summit up top side. They're going to get this down below 1 plate at least. Solo trying to stick around here, but he wants to be careful, doesn't want to just let him run away with it. They will not have enough damage to burst down that last plate because of the extra protection, so Solo keeps the turret standing for now. Immortals also getting their second Drake of the game totally uncontested from that bot lane control.
Yeah, Solo understands his role here perfectly. Understood the assignment 2 times in a row where he could have been the dive angle and says, I'm not going to do that. In fact, I'm going to stare your jungler down.
I mean, you look at bottom lane, you're up 35 CS, 3-0-3 versus 0-4-0. Mid lane's converting into another kill now as well with another Nocturne ulti on top of Tactical picking up the money. All you have to do as Ornn is not int. If you don't int, this game is free.
He's doing an S+ performance there at not inting. It's a great sign. He's able to come up a little tankier now, comes back with the Sunfire cape, but this is getting ugly. It got ugly. I should just say that. It got ugly about 5 minutes ago.
Tactical is now an entire Gale Force ahead of his opponent. He has Gale Force Kraken versus normal Kraken. They both have free-ass boots. And then Cookies and Ward versus Refillable. It's an entire mythic item difference in the AD carry role.
This is when you try to put your minds together and be like, can we play for literally anything on the map?
What is our objective?
What can we get? Because they're naturally trying to get gold on the double-lift's pockets, put him on the opposite side of the map. That hasn't been the case. It feels like they've been doing a great job matching him, so that he is still denied. And so now it's forcing 100 Thieves to try and put gold onto either Quid or Someday. And so that would be a great strategy, especially as we came into this game with an expectation that the Azir is going to be able to put in work against this composition. But now the front line is way too strong from Treats and Solo. So if a larger fight is to come up, now they have to fight for third dragon. There's no way for 100 Thieves to try and trade away from that. Unless if you're willing to lose soul, which is a no.
Yeah, you really don't want to give that away, especially not a freaking infernal soul, man. It couldn't even spawn him with like one of the lesser souls. It had to give him the you die faster one in a game where you're already dying fast. Immortals is looking good here with 15 seconds left before the plates fall this game. They've farmed a lot of money off of them in the bottom lane, but not a whole lot anywhere else, to be quite honest. Only a single plate taken in the mid lane, none taken top side, as Solo has just been sitting under the turret the entire time. And a similar story being told for 100 Thieves. Yes, they knocked down the top lane tier 1, but mid and bottom are unaffected.
Take a look at this. So IMT right now are just trying to secure gold, which means they're just completely overloading the top side of the map, giving up the bottom lane turret, just saying, hey, you know what? Ornn, farm mid. It's going to be Balulu that's actually going to be losing out in a bit of farm, but because we can guarantee the top lane play, that's fine for us. Even though it's not an optimal idea, you want to have Ornn on the bottom side to try and soak whenever he can, but they don't want to take that risk. They are so far ahead of the game right now that it does not matter to them now. 2 minutes until the next dragon comes up. This is where, in my mind, 100 Thieves need to find a good fight. Something where Quid, before they, that IMT sets up, if he can get an Azir second, whoever tries to fight through mid lane wave, that would be the best angle. But they have to give up Herald. So now that's another Herald you have to fight against as Drake is spawning. So, don't have an answer for you now.
All right, well, it looks like the only game plan here for 100 Thieves is put all your hopes and dreams in the Someday bucket. It's a Jax split push or we lose type of game, because nobody else is going to win here in these actual fights up against a 4-0 and 3 Xayah, Nico 1-0 and 4, Nocturne on 1-0 and 7, 100% KP for the Nocturne, and nearly as much on the Xayah and Rel both. But Someday is in the side lane, and he is bopping turrets.
Yeah, he's not just splitting, he's rage splitting. Well, he's not going to be, you're not going to be seeing him.
Walk down lane like a minion, start hitting that stuff.
And hope they make a few more mistakes. Much like Cloud9 when they almost found a win at the very tail end of the game. Hopefully you find the same amount of mistake Cloud9 found versus Team Liquid. But the setup here is pretty decent from IMT. There is a ward behind them that should get cleared out. Probably won't get cleared up.
There's Unleashed Teleport available for both Someday and Quid. Also Unleashed Teleport available for Balulu and Solo, but I expect Immortals to be the ones that are first on the scene. Second Herald summoned up here in mid. Tactical's already done enough damage to the turret that the charge alone will kill it off. So there's the third turret of the game for Immortals. All 3 tier 1. It's cleared away from 100 Thieves now, as they've still got total control over the bot side. River, Quid now on split push duty up here on the top side, but Solo is ready to once again take his appointed position as designated Ornn player and sit under the turret.
As Balulu takes the position as a minion, just in case anyone wants to contest it.
Gotta count those minions, man.
Doing a good job as a minion. It's probably hard to count as... Hey, where are you going?
Rogue minion! All right.
He becomes sentient.
He knows that they're not going to walk up to this one. That's just a free Drake over to IMT. They're on Soul Point just before 17 minutes. That means if everything goes according to plan, it'll be Infernal Soul 22 minutes into the game, man.
All right. This time around, IMT recognized they don't need to overload for something like that. They already have a great position around Drake. And Balulu was going to hide in Fog just in case 100 Thieves were going to contest. Didn't happen, so that's a positive. 100 Thieves still trying to get gold on the map, and I think it was a good call for Quid to just be top lane, just in case. Hey, if we have a winning situation bot side, then you can TP. Otherwise, you're free to just farm. So he's getting a little bit closer to his items, but just a bit of bucket of popcorn chicken there.
The junglers, both junglers, have more money than the 100 Thieves mid laner and bot laner. Only Someday is up there on the gold charts, so these fights are not going to exist if 100 Thieves has their way. And that's kind of what I'm looking at Immortals for here. The gold lead hasn't ballooned. They've got Drake control, and that's nice. And if they can convert that to the soul, cool, then it'll all be worth. But they're not building this gold lead any further than it was back before the turrets fell back before the lane assignments were swapped around, right? So it's up to Immortals to keep pushing this forward. It's up to Immortals to take advantage of this lead, because 3,000 gold at 18 minutes means way more than 3,000 gold at 45 minutes. So I want to see this team make some decisive calls here.
That is a very good point, as we see Someday just pushing Solo out. Shouldn't be too much damage as he's right next to his second-tier turret, but to the point that you're making, that's actually credit to, as you've mentioned, 100 Thieves are trying to even out gold and trade sides of the map whenever they can, put gold into Someday and Quid whenever they can, and also Double-Lift picking up mid-lane minion waves, because it's just really hard to punish, it seems, and if they try to wrap around them, they have good defensive vision, just in case. So all of these things are a positive for 100 Thieves. The only thing that is a negative is the dragon stacking. So you can only do this for so long. And so now, Judgment Day comes in 3 minutes. IMT, maybe 100 Thieves decide we're so, we feel like we're far behind, so we don't fight for it, but they have to. So you can already see that they're contesting red side jungle at least to get some defensive vision down.
How do we feel about the vegan Azir build? I know that this falls under a lot of scrutiny online practically every time it's built. Crown of the Shattered Queen is not a community favorite to be built on the Emperor, so that's the option Quid's gone for this game. How do we feel about that?
I like Leandre's more, but I think in a game like this where he is going to be the target with Nocturne, Engage, and there's not that much poke coming in from IMTs to just pop it off, it is not that bad. I think it's okay. Still, would like Leandre's because he's going to be the sole damage dealer going up against pretty beefy lineups like obviously the Ornn from Rel. So I think at least in those instances, that's the people you're going to hit.
All right, they're going in. They finally want to find their fight. Balulu's got some CC. Pop Blossom. Tactical goes unstoppable, and Quid goes down. Immortals finding a pick on the enemy mid laner. Unfortunately for them, Baron's still not alive for another 15 seconds, so they can't try to turn it directly into a Baron conversion right now. They'll take the reset instead. T-minus 2 minutes until Infernal Soul Judgment Day.
You know, the sad thing was Crown helped them for the first second of that engage. And then it popped off.
And then it only lasts so long.
Yeah, so that's a little unfortunate. But he was alone on the top side of the map, so not much you could do there. But you can kind of see the idea of if they are going to engage on him and if 100 Thieves are actually there to defend him and take the fight, then it makes sense. So let's see if he can get to his Nashor's Tooth before this next objective, then that's going to be the best fight that they could take.
Alrighty, boys. Let's see if 100 Thieves can stop the war machine from Immortals. Someday's trying to get the top lane pushed out. Unleash teleports available for all 4 solo laners across the teams here. You can see a 1-level advantage for Balulu in mid, 1-level advantage for Someday up there in top. And what is this? Solo is getting close to the point where we're going to start seeing those Ornn upgrades come through. Right now, there are no Ornn upgrades available just yet. You can see he doesn't actually have his own mythic yet, since Sunfire is no longer a mythic.
Happens.
But yeah, that happens sometimes.
Something to make note of is a lot of the times you get picked off on sides or something, you want to make a desperate escape. Usually you burn Flash, not a good idea. Quid held on to his Flash. In fact, 100 Thieves are playing well to not burn sums if they are getting picked off. So now it sets them up pretty damn well for the next fight. They know this next fight is going to be what matters, so it's nice to see. Of course, taking in this wave shallow, because you never know if it's just Balulu or if it's someone right next to him.
Right.
Most of IMT are actually right next to mid lane, but they're just camping this place out. So that's their part of the map now.
This is so deadly for 100 Thieves to try to approach it. TP coming in. Quid's ready to join up with the team, but what is this? A teleport from Immortals off to the side. Immortals is ready to go in. They pop the Nocturne ulti. The Ornn Horn sounds off. Counter engage from Busio, but it won't find anything. Someday here in the stasis, staying alive a moment longer as the Sun Disc is summoned. Neither side finding a kill from that one, but Busio lost his ulti, lost a huge chunk of HP. Double-Lift lost the Ghost. Closer had to flash out as well. One teleport committed from both sides, bringing their mid laners into the fight, and now Immortals have successfully kept 100 Thieves out of a spot where they can fight, and Immortals will get a 22-minute Infernal Soul.
There it is. It does the trick. Was a little concerned to see if 100 Thieves could take the fight back to them, knowing that Balulu did TP off to Zimbabwe. So I was like wondering, hey, you're a little far away from the team, but it wasn't really required. So really great win from IMT. The only concern, is somehow they muck up with Elden. Right?
Okay.
Just putting that in your back of your head, just in case it happens.
Someday is popping the ulti. He wants to fight solo. He knows there's no Ornn Horn.
Oh, that's a long track back.
Beating him like a loot pinata. Flash follow, nicely done. Someday gets the first kill of the game for 100 Thieves, 22 minutes and 49 seconds in.
It's a long way home from Solo, too. Seems like the strategy of putting gold in Sumday's pockets is working out well for them.
Well, unfortunately, that is still just the first kill they've got. We'll see if they can turn it into anything else. They're going for the big play. They want Baron now.
It's flip a clock.
Let's see it. Immortals, they just need to stop him. You don't have to do anything super crazy. Remember, the Jax does not have his flash. He does not have his ulti. Keep your eyes on Balulu and Treats. Those are the guys to go in. Magnet Storm to start it off. Sumday's already dead. Quid tries to go for an outplay with a Shurima shuffle, but it won't work. Tactical has killed Closer. Double lift, trying to do anything, fighting back against these guys. Treats and Kimby are thinking about the Baron as Double Lift swoops back in with a killer instinct, but now Balulu might be ready to take him down. Double Lift still looking for it. Flash into the missiles, but it won't do a thing. All he does is get Treats. Immortals bring Solo into the fight as it finishes, and now they're the ones starting up the Baron.
Oh, it was worth a try from 100 Thieves. Got the pick on a Solo, so they thought they could at least force a flip or a better fight, but Kenvi is able to take down Someday, who is getting way too low from the Baron itself. And let's take a look at the positioning Treats was taking, pushing Double Lift off, so he was forcing him right to the rest of his team. But here it is. Treats goes in, sets him up. Someday goes down through Kenvi, and Balulu actually, that's a real nice pick here. Great ulti. Yeah. So really tough from 100 Thieves. I could see the play. That was the best one they could go for off of Someday's pick, but really close here too from Double Lift, but nice flash from Kenvi, not giving an option here.
Yeah, Kimby flashing away so he doesn't die to the autos or the Acathian Rain. Makes it pretty easy for then Immortals to swoop in, bring in Solo. And while we were watching the replay, they completed the Baron. So now they've got Solo, they've got Baron. They are totally in control of the game, 14-3 up against 100 Thieves. Looking to finally break this 10-game loss streak. That's what I'm talking about, man. They might finally just get a little bit of footing here in the league, close to the end.
Yeah, it's perfect time to do it. Cinematic entry from IMT. Second last week to be able to show what you've been doing in practice, and it really is coming together for IMT, that is. They got 4 people down bot lane. They have, let's see, looks like Azir is actually just trying to trade as much gold as he can topside. They might end up giving inhibitor turret for this.
Okay. Immortals is not slowing down. Solo is walking towards them slowly but certainly. The Ornn is making his way down here. We've got the Gale Force upgraded for tactical. Solo with his Jack Show has that upgraded as well. Quid does take out the tier 2 turret there on the top side. Still a 5,500 gold lead for Immortals. 100 Thieves needs their mid laner back, and they need him back yesterday. Nexus turrets are under pressure. Demolish, not gonna proc. Tactical's got to be careful here. He's the closest one to Someday. That's generally not where Immortals wants him, but he can regroup in time because Someday can't just engage on his own.
Lulu did a great job marking Busio just in case he wanted to go for an engage as Quid was coming back. It's not going to be an option. This is a pretty thin wave, but it's a cannon minion wave, and they're going to go for it.
Horn, sum it up. There's Balulu's engaged with a flash pop blossom. He's on a rampage, and Quid is dead again. Someday tries to find an entry into the fight, but he's immediately killed. Nobody else is around. There's no backup. There's no way out for 100 Thieves. Closer gets killed off. Double kill for Tactical. Everybody wearing 100 Thieves colors hits the ground. And Immortals with a quadra kill for Tactical will finally end their loss streak and claim their 3rd win of Summer 2023.
That is something IMT should feel proud about. Their cleanest game all split long. Even in their wins in their first week, kind of felt a little muddy. This one, it felt like whatever was happening in practice in the gulag was coming together.
Man, Immortals, they got to be happy about that one. They had one plan early, and it was go after Double Lift. Yep. And they executed, they waited a second, they executed again, they waited for him to walk back, and then they executed again.
They kept multiplying. First it was the gank from Kenvi, then it was a dive from 4 people. They just kept coming again and again, and guess what? IMT is reaping the benefits of their hard work. It's easy to feel down and depressed for what was a 10-game losing streak, but man, with a performance like this, is something you should feel proud of.
Yeah, Treats finding a lot of good engages that time. Tactical playing well with the advantages that they build up for him, making sure he was providing all the damage there in the fights. Solo role played perfectly. Center of the tower, don't die, be Ornn.
Yeah.
Awesome, that worked. The entire focus was on the other side of the map. And man, Immortals showing us they still got some fight in them in the last couple of weeks.
And even though Solo wasn't emoting or anything like that, you could tell that he was happy as hell, because in those moments where it's like, okay, you just lost bot lane 2v2, you lost the turret, and now you're trying to trade Rift Herald topside and you can't even dive me. And just take a look, the confidence from IMT off of this Baron push, recognizing that Azir was going to be coming back from top lane. They did not care. And sure, they had an astronomical lead with Baron, with Soul, but it's the confidence when you're in a large losing streak like this that is nice to see, and it can rejuvenate you for the rest of the split.
And I love the fact that they ended it this early. That was my one complaint from earlier on, is again, the gold lead wasn't growing anymore, so I was a bit concerned that they might lose their way and not be able to close the game out in time. But as soon as they got that Baron, they were like, no, we're so much stronger. End the game now. Don't let them scale. Don't let it turn into a someday split push nightmare game where we lose in this 1v9 scenario. They went for the throat. They got their mark. Immortals looking good here in this one. And now it's time to join Jat and Treats for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, Flowers. The streak is over.
Finally.
Yeah, you broke the streak. How does it feel to pick up the first win since the first week of the split?
Yeah, I mean, it just, the losses kind of just blend together and you don't really think how many it was. Was it 10 in the end, right?
10.
So, I mean, it's really nice to get a win, obviously. I felt that we actually played pretty good this game. I think they made a lot of mistakes, which made the game pretty easy for us, but it feels nice to get a win finally.
Yeah, what do you think some of the key contributors were to being able to pick up the first win today? Since week one, third win.
No, I think in general, we had a pretty aggressive comp and we actually managed to get an early game lead for once. I think a lot of games we've just been kind of losing early game, like dying to ganks or losing 2v2 or like dying on the dragons and stuff. So this time we actually got a good gank and then also the dragon. So I think when the game is kind of following the script that it's supposed to, we actually played pretty well, but we've struggled in the past. So it's nice that we finally did it.
Yeah, congratulations as well. You've been awarded player of the game.
Oh, nice.
So that's nice. And a lot of people, at least in the comments I read online, watched you on co-streams talking about North America. Now you're kind of living the North American experience.
Yeah.
How have you paid attention to any of that conversation, or are you just trying to focus completely on League?
I mean, I've definitely seen it. I mean, obviously, when we're losing every game, it's fun to shit talk me, right? I think I deserve some of it for sure. Haven't been playing insanely well. But it's also just fun. I think it's just fun to get some more hype to LCS in general, and that's what I want to do. And if people hate me or love me, that I don't really care. I'm just here to play my best and to pick up as many wins as I can.
I love that attitude. So you are actually tied with FlyQuest now for 9th place. If you're adding hype to the LCS, what's your message? What's your building of hype for the final 5 games?
I mean, like when I came in, I was thinking getting as many wins as FlyQuest would be like a good goal to have. But maybe not anymore. So maybe we have to actually surpass them, which I didn't expect. So it's kind of rerouting my brain. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, we can easily make playoffs. We just have to actually play good. We've had so many games where we just throw them away. And I think with this one, we can actually pick up some momentum. So I'm hyped for that.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. 2 more games this week. Let's see what kind of noise you can make.
Yep.
And we're going to send it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Welcome back to the lounge, where me and Mark are also living the North American experience. I liked that. Fans are apparently 0-5 in predictions today.
Oh my God.
We all went 2-3.
Yeah, it was a tough day, I think, for the analysts. That was a sick game. I'm glad we did it properly before with the pregame, talking about how I said tactical. He's been doing good. Just got to get a team around him. Treats had a much better game. Kenvy had a much better game.
Yep.
They pulled off the upset over 100 Thieves, who have been struggling, as Jat was highlighting. So really cool.
Yep, and Treats won player of the game for that game, but let's check out the other players of our games today. We have Chime. Gory, obviously, fantastic LeBlanc performance coming out. That was a very quick win. Palafox, APA, and Treats.
Nice to see Treats picking that one up. You heard him saying that he's just here to have fun.
Yeah.
I really like Treats' personality. He's a really funny guy. It's good to see him pick up a win. Hope they can grab some more and keep the playoff hunt interesting.
Yeah, and then APA, another Ziggs, another player of the game. So hang on a second, Mark. Production is telling me it's time for a playoffs update. So with playoffs update, with NRG's win today, C9, Evil Geniuses, and Golden Guardians actually have all locked playoffs.
All 3 into playoffs already. This is a sick
split. I feel like it's taken a little bit to really comprehend that we have 3 teams all tied for first right now, I believe. And then Team Liquid is just 1 game back. And then just 2 games back is TSM. And so it's just turning into a very close finish towards the end of the regular season here as these teams continue to scramble for wins.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we all expected to see C9 at the top of the standings, obviously. I think Evil Geniuses are a little bit more of a surprise, even though today they had a really rough loss. And then Golden Guardians, another team that people were really curious about. Well, they did look like they improved at MSI. Where are they at? Are they just going to come back and kind of look mediocre? No, they've also looked really good. Team Liquid Honda still doing their thing. They're in 4th right now, the classic spot. TSM in 5th. Huge surprise.
That's
to me.
Probably the biggest one. Honestly, I was talking about this a little bit on Hotline League about like, oh yeah, there's a lot of surprises, but a lot of them you could see happening in some way. Like EG, I thought they had this potential upside, not as big of a shock. TSM, I didn't think there was any way that they were going to be a top half of the league team, but Insanity and those guys are proving me wrong.
Yep, and then Dignitas and NRG are now tied down at the bottom. NRG and Dignitas play each other to kick off tomorrow, so they'll break that tiebreaker. FlyQuest versus EG. TSM, Team Liquid Honda. That's going to be a banger.
Yes.
That is actually more than any other game on here, the one I'm looking forward to the most personally. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves, and then Immortals Progressive versus Golden Guardians to round out the day. And that is all for us on the LCS. We will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. That's it. Have a good night, guys.
Nothing to see here.
Yep.
Throws down the Riptide. Chime and Wild Turtles both get locked. Jensen goes golden, and the root onto Tomo means he has to just take the damage as it's ditched out. 4 taken down by Dignitas. In the end, it's TSM out on top.
Yeah, they're looking.
Red has flash.
Yeah.
Reaction TV timer.
Just roll. He's just trolling. He's trolling.
Reaction here. Kill red first.
Red. I feel.
Kaisa is here.
Yeah.
Kaisa is here too.
Kaisa's inting.
Golden Guardian saying, go, Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with their Nexus. GG with the win. Ornhorn thrown by Dopa. Gets a knock up onto 3. Impact with the dominant pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest.
Pioshik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Liam's respite goes out. Pioshik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Pioshik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game.
Wow.
Keep your eyes on Balulu and Treats. Those are the guys to go in. Magnet Storm to start it off. Sunday's already dead. Quinn tries to go for an outplay with a Shurima shuffle, but it won't work. Tactical has killed Closer. Double lift, trying to do anything, fighting back against these guys. Sunday tries to find an entry into the fight, but he's immediately killed. Nobody else is around. There's no backup. There's no way out for 100 Thieves. Closer gets killed off. Double kill for Tactical. Everybody wearing 100 Thieves colors hits the ground. And Immortals with a quadra kill for Tactical will finally end their loss streak and claim their 3rd win of Summer 2023.